Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the live streaming of the recital of the Shrimad Bhagavatam. We begin with a dedication to the Paramatma. Om Paramatmane Namah. Atha. And now we have the invocations to the Shrimad Bhagavatam.
Om Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayam Udhirayet. Om Janma Tyasya Yaton Vayadhitaratas Chathishvabhijna Swarat Tene Brahmaridaya Adhikavayet Muhyanti Yat Suraya Tejo Varimridam Yatha Vinimayo Yatra Trisargo Mrisham Dhamna Svena Sada Nirasta Kuhakam Satyam Param Dhimahi Satyam Param Dhimahi Satyam Param Dhimahi. Om.
The reading commences this morning, Skanda 3, chapter 21. Kadama Prajapati's creative role. Vidura said, O Great One, describe to us the famous line of Swayambhava Manu, which, as distinguished from the earlier creations, has the characteristic feature of multiplication by sexual reproduction. How did Priyavrata and Uttanapada, the sons of Swayambhava Manu, rule this earth with its 7 islands, continents, observing the rules of Dharma? You told us that one of Swayambhuva's noble daughters became the wife of Karadama himself, a great yogi. How many issues did he beget in Devahuti, who was established in self-control and other spiritual disciplines? O Great One, how did Ruchi and Daksha, both sons of Brahma, proceed to multiply creation, having obtained as wives Manu's daughters Akuti and Prasuti? Maitreya said, being ordered by Brahma to engage himself in producing issue, the noble Karadama went to the banks of Saraswati and performed tapas for 10,000 years. Having failed to realize the Lord by mere austerities, Karadama then took the path of devotion, consisting in worship, singing the divine name, etc., accompanied by practice of concentration. These generated in him an intense love of God, and he took refuge in Hari, who grants all the desires of those who surrender to him. Being very much pleased with Kardama, the Bhagavan, the Supreme Being, revealed in the Vedas, showed himself to him in a form of glory constituted of Satchitananda, suited to the age of Krita, pure and sun-like in brilliance, wearing garlands of white and blue flowers, having blue and curly locks surrounding his forehead, wearing a yellow cloth, having a diadem and earrings, holding in his hands a conch, a discus, a mace, and a white clay lotus, having an expression and a smile on the face that bestow the highest joy on an onlooker, seated on the back of Garuda, having Shri on his chest and Kaustubha on his neck. Such was the divine form revealed to Kardama, who, overcome with joy and thankfulness, now fell prostrate before the Lord and sang as follows. By having the vision of thy form of unsullied purity and holiness, our eyes have today learned the real purpose of their existence. Yogis of high attainment long to gain this vision through the spectacles of spiritual discipline for several lives. Thy Maya must have indeed vitiated the intelligence of those who forget that thy feet constitute the boat for crossing the ocean of samsara, and adore thee for the fulfillment of sensuous desires which one could have even in an animal body. I am one of those ill-motivated persons approaching thy feet where one could get all desires, as at the foot of the wish-fulfilling tree, Kalpataru. I desire to acquire a woman of suitable temperament and outlook as my wife, a woman who will be Kamadhenu, a bestower of all felicities in domestic life. O Lord, this desire-infected world is, it seems, bound by the commandments of thee in thy role as the Prajapati Brahma. Commandments in respects of paying the threefold debt of man, the three Leelas. I too, following the way of the world, desire to make an offering to thee of these debts, one of which is the begetting of progeny. Those who abandon worldly relationships and properties and seek the shelter of the umbrella of thy feet, and in the company of devotees, forget even their physical needs through absorption in conversations on and recitals of thy excellences. These are not destroyed by the swift-moving wheel of time with 13 months as its spokes, the 360 days as it passes, the 6 seasons as it runs, the countless moments as leaves embellishing it, and the 3 periods of Chaturmasya as the hub. Though thou art the only existence, thou, being desirous of creation, has assumed thy Yoga Maya, thy Shakti, which, though distinct, is not separate from thee. Thou dost project, sustain, and withdraw the universe as the spider does its silken webs. O Lord, though thou be averse to granting sensuous fulfillment to devotees prompted by worldly desires, still, insofar as thou hast adopted through thy Maya a brilliant and limited form for the decoration of tulasi and other items, it behoves thee to grant all fulfillments that thy devotees seek. Thou art on the one hand merged in thy inherent bliss, and unconcerned with actions, its fruits and enjoyments, and on the other, through thy Yoga Maya, thou art carrying on all the activities of the world. Thus, though thou art the God of both the desireless and those who seek fulfillment of desires, I, therefore, bow down again and again to thee, who art ready to be pleased, even by a little striving on the part of man, and to shower on him all that he seeks. Maitreya said, to him who praised him with the utmost sincerity, the Lord appeared in his luminous form on the back of Garuda with a smile full of love and charm playing on his face, and said, knowing even beforehand the desire with which you practice disciplines for my propitiation, I have already made arrangements for the same. O Prajapati, know for certain that concentrated and wholehearted prayer to me will never go unanswered. It is even more certain that it will not be in vain in the case of devotees like you.
The day after tomorrow, there will arrive here to meet you the Manu, famous for his goodness and learning, who rules the sea-girt earth at his capital in Brahmavarta. He will be accompanied by his wife Satarupa. He will give in marriage to you his daughter, handsome, young, and good-natured, for whom he has been seeking a suitable husband. O great Rishi, the wife for whom you have been longing for all this time will come to you now. She will bear 9 daughters to you, and these will be married to other rishis who will beget children in them. Having fulfilled my commandment and having been purified by the dedication of all actions to me, you will finally attain to me. Showing kindness to all beings and giving protection to all who have renounced the world, you will finally gain that knowledge by which you will see the whole universe together with your own self as contained in me, the Supreme Self, and me in yourself. Furthermore, I shall be born of you in your wife as a partial incarnation and propound a philosophy. Maitreya said, having said to him this much, the Lord who shines before one only when the senses become inwardly aware, disappeared from that ashrama called Bindusaras, around which the river Saraswati flowed. As Kartama watched, the Lord, praised by all the siddhas, went along the path to Vaikuntha on his eagle vehicle, the sound of whose wings is the riks, which are the bases of the samas. After the Lord's departure, Kardama continued to live at Bindusaras, awaiting the marriage proposal mentioned by the Lord. Meanwhile, Manu Swayambhuva, who was traveling all over the country in a golden car along with his wife and daughter in order to find a suitable husband for the latter, arrived at the ashrama of that tranquil sage at Bindusaras on the day appointed by the Lord. The place was called Bindusaras because a teardrop of compassion of the all-pervading Lord fell at that place. It was surrounded by the river Saraswati, having been sacred, healthy, and sweet waters, and forming a favorite resort of many holy men. That ashrama was full of warbling birds and animals of holy association, and was full of trees and creepers, bearing flowers and fruits in all season. It was the seat of all that the wild beauty of the forest can offer. The solitude of that place was broken by a joyous cries of birds, by the inebriated humming of honeybees, and by the sweet mating calls of kokilas. The charming sight of peacocks great one's eyes everywhere. Its beauty was enhanced by the presence of such trees as Kardama, Champaka, Ashoka, Karanja, Bakula, Asana, Kunda, Mandara, Kutaja, and Mango. It was full of the delightful chirpings of birds like Karandava, Plava, Kurara, Sarasa, Chakravaka, and Chakora. The forest round about abounded in animals like deer, boars, wild dogs, porcupines, kavayas, elephants, lions, monkeys, mongoose, and musk deer. Manu, the first in the kingly line, entered that hermitage with his retinue and saw the sage sitting there after his morning rise. Lustrous because of his long and intense tapas, not too lean in spite of it because of the Lord's gracious glance falling on him, and of his having drunk the nectar of the Lord's speech through his ears, tall, endowed with eyes resembling the petals of the lotus flower, having matted locks and dressed in a single piece of cloth. He looked like a priceless but unpolished gem. He then received with due respect the king, who made prostrations and presented himself before him. After the king was thus honored, seated and rested, Kardama began to talk to him very cordially, remembering the commandments of the Lord. He said, "O great king, your movements all over the country are for the protection of the good and the destruction of evil ones. For you are an instrument of the Lord for working out the welfare of the world. Salutations to you who are only a manifestation of the Lord, who assumed according to the need of the time and situation and form of the sun, the moon, Agni, Indra, Varuna, Yama, Dharma, and others. A calamity it would have been if it were not frequently moved about, like the sun in the sky, in your resounding and bejeweled chariot, with the loud twang of your bow and the thundering sound of the trampling of your huge army, striking terror in the hearts of evildoers. Otherwise, barbarous and cruel men would have broken both the law and the social order established by the Lord, causing confusion everywhere. Brought on by the sensuality and the sensuousness of people, utter chaos would have been the result. If you were inactive, the world would have remained in the hands of barbarians. Yet, we would like to know what exactly is the mission on which you have now come. If you give us a clear idea of it, we can better follow your commandment. Atha Dvavinsho Dhyayaha. To that ascetic Kardama, who thus spoke in praise of his acts and excellences, the king replied in an attitude of modesty. The Manu said, "Brahma, the embodiment of the Veda, created you from his face for the propagation of the Vedas, endowing you with traits suited for austerity, knowledge, worship, and the life of renunciation. That universal being with countless limbs, created by Kshatriyas out of his arms in order to protect the Brahmanas. Brahmana in his heart and the Kshatriyas is his limbs. For this reason, the Brahmana and the Kshatriya are the protection to each other. It is the Lord himself who protects the whole social order through the Brahmana and the Kshatriya. By my very meeting with you, all my doubts have been cleared. For even without my asking, you have enlightened me on the duties of one who has the task of governing and protecting the country. It is by a rare good fortune that I have met you, who are not generally accessible to people of uncontrolled mind and senses. It is an equally good piece of fortune that I have been able to touch the dust of your feet with my head. I am fortunate and blessed to be instructed by you. Fortunate am I to have taken in through my ears the noble instructions imparted by you. I would, however, beseech you to hear my submission relating to a problem connected with my daughter, whom I love very much and about whom I am very much worried. This daughter of mine, who is the sister of Priyavrata and Uttanapada, is in search of a husband suited to her from the point of view of age, character, and temperament. From the day she happened to hear the highly complimentary account of Narada about you, regarding your character, your knowledge of the Shastras, your beauty of form, your youthful age, etc. From that day she recognized in you her husband. Therefore, O great Brahmana, deign to accept her, whom I offer to you as wife. She will be well matched with you in discharging all the duties of a householder. The rejection of an object of utility that has come by itself to one unsought is not considered a virtue even in a man of dispassion, and it is certainly not so in respect of a man who desires it in his heart. A man who rejects what is offered unasked and afterwards begs for it from one who is unwilling to give, he earns disrepute and is liable to be an object of ridicule. I have heard that you are on the lookout for a proper match, being an Upakurvana, or one who has decided to end the rule of celibacy after the study of the Vedas is over. So I request you to accept as wife this girl whom I offer to you with all devotion and respect. Kadama said in reply, let it be as you say. I am desirous of taking a wife, and here is your daughter, who has not been promised to anyone before. It will be a well-matched marriage. Let this, our marriage, be the first to lay down the guidelines of marriage, there having been none before. As you wish, let the marriage of your daughter take place in accordance with the Vedic dictum. Who would not receive with respect this daughter of yours, whose bodily luster rejects the need of any ornaments to beautify her? What sensible man would reject the suit of a lady like her noted for her beauty and nobility? It is said that seeing her at play with the ball on the terrace of a house, her anklets producing a delightful sound, and her eyes following the movements of the ball. Vishwa Vasu, a Gandharva travelling in the aerial vehicle in the sky, got infatuated and fell down from above. She is the jewel of a woman coming here of her own accord and offering her hand in marriage. Besides, she is so pure that it is unfit to be seen by anyone except by people with great devotion to God. She is the daughter of Manu Swayambhuva and the sister of Uttanapada. Is there any sensible man who would reject her suit? I, however, accept this proposal under one condition. I shall stay with her only till the required number of issues have been begotten. After that, I shall renounce the world as directed by the Lord Himself and enter the order of Paramhamsas, whose characteristics is universal love. The highest authority for us in all matters is the Lord Himself, from whom this mysterious universe has emerged, by whom it is sustained, and into whom it dissolves. He is the master of all Prajapatis and the Lord of all. Maitreya said, having said this much, Kardama remained silent, with his mind absorbed in the Lord, while his smiling face intensified the sentiment of love in Devahuti's mind. Next, the Manu, after ascertaining the decision of his wife and daughter, gave the letter in marriage joyfully to the highly virtuous Kardama, to whom she was an equal in all respects. The queen Satarupa gave rich marriage presents to the couple, consisting of costly silk robes, jewelry, and utensils, and the king, now relieved very much to see his daughter properly wedded, held her in his arms and grew very tender and emotional out of his parental affection. Unable to bear separation, he shed profuse tears over her head and wetted her hair, calling out loudly, "O daughter, O darling!" Then taking leave of Kardama, the king, accompanied by his wife and his following, started his chariot for his city.
As he travelled, he saw on both banks of the Saraswati the hermitages of several ascetics, adding to the beauty and sublimity of that place. The subjects of the emperor, hearing that he was coming, were overjoyed and came in numbers from Brahmavarta to receive him with the band and music. Manu's capital, Barhishmati, in Brahmavarta, is the spot where the stiff hairs of the cosmic ball fell when the Lord, in that form, shook his limbs. It is that hair that became evergreen grasses like Kusa and Kasa. The rishis defeat the forces that obstruct Yajna and adore the Lord of Yajna with those grasses. Where the great Swayambhuva Manu built sacrificial altars with these Kusa and Kasa grasses and worshipped the Supreme Being, that spot is known as Barhishmati. Reaching Barhishmati, the Manu with his men entered his palace, where all facilities were available for promoting man's physical and spiritual life. Every day in the morning, heavenly singers sang his praise. With one pointed mind, he heard the narration of the Lord's excellences, and in the company of his wife and subjects, he lived a life of worldly enjoyments that was consistent with the dictates of the scriptures. Although he was living in the midst of every form of sensuous attraction that Yoga Maya can offer, they could not tempt him into worldliness, because he held the Lord always in his mind, always. As he spent much of his time in hearing about the excellences of the Lord, reciting hymns of praise, meditating and worshipping, not a minute of his reign on earth was spent in vain. In this way, he spent his life of 71 Chaturyugas duration, one Manvantara, mostly in spiritual preoccupations that are beyond the three states of waking, dream, and sleep. How can a devotee who has taken shelter at his feet be overcome by any of the affections relating to the body or mind, by his environment or enemies, or by variations of temperature? Being interested in the welfare of all, he narrated in reply to the questions of several rishis all the subtle points relating to the duties of the varnas and the ashramas. I have narrated to you the sanctifying account of Swayambhuva Manu, the first king to rule the earth. Now, hear about the unique doings of his daughter. Atha Trayavinshodhyaya. Maitreya said, after her parents' return, Devahuti, who was quick to divine the needs of her husband, served him with greatest enthusiasm as Parvati does Shiva, with the utmost attention and devoid of selfishness, ostentation, annoyance, greed or pride. She served her husband of great power and splendor to his utmost satisfaction, evincing in her conduct purity of mind, respect, spirit of service, love, and sweetness of speech. For long Devahuti served Kardama in this way, desiring to please her godlike husband and get his heartfelt blessing, until she was weakened by the strained orbit and by the observance of rigid vows. Seeing her so, Kardama one day addressed her thus, with great love and feeling, in a faltering voice. O daughter of Manu, I am highly pleased with the extremely devoted, loving, and respectful service you have been rendering me. In your zeal for service, you do not care even for the preservation of your own body, which is so dear and important for all beings. By discharging the ordained duties and by the practice of austerities, divine service and samadhi, I have attained to certain spiritual glories which are imperishable and which erase all misery. These I am now going to transfer to you, so that you may apprehend it. I am blessing you with divine insight. What is the use of worldly enjoyments? They are momentary, liable to vanish with the movement of the Lord's eyebrow. You have now attained to spiritual glory. You will now enjoy the spiritual splendors, which can never be attained by ego-prompted human efforts. They come only by living a life of dharma. Hearing these words of her husband, who was endowed with every kind of divine power of yoga maya, and knew every form of spiritual communion, Devahati's heart grew peaceful, because her service had given him complete satisfaction. She now replied to him, overcome with humility and love, her face blooming with a look having the touch of coyness. I know that all you have said is possible for you, who are endowed with unfailing spiritual powers. Now, let what you had said earlier, that you would stay with me till you had begotten a child in me, let that happen. For a devoted wife, it is a great blessing to have offspring by a virtuous and noble husband. Now for the sex and enjoyment connected with it, please deign to make the necessary arrangement. May my body, which has become very lean and thin because of the intensity of the love I have been bearing you, and the arduous nature of the service I have been doing, be made strong and fit for erotic indulgences. A proper place also has to be secured for the purpose. Maitreya said, O Vidura, in order to please his wife, Kardama, by his yogic power, immediately brought into existence an aerial mansion which could travel into any region. It had facilities to provide all wants. There was a profusion of precious gems everywhere. All manner of opulence was in evidence, including several pillars of precious stones. The mansion had in it numerous contrivances of a unique nature. It was comfortable to stay in during all seasons. It was decorated with numerous flags, big and small. On all sides there were garlands of sweet-smelling flowers, with humming-bees sucking honey in them, and there was an abundance of fabrics made of wool, linen and silk, hanging as curtains and draperies therein. There were several staircases leading to the upper stories, and each floor had its own furnishings of cots, beds, fans of chowy hair, and other fixtures. There were numerous artistic paintings and sculptures there, as well as floors paved with maracata, emeralds, and benches made of coral. The doorways had coral thresholds, and panels studded with diamonds, and the towers of Indranila, sapphire, were kept with golden domes. Its walls were made of diamonds. Its walls made of diamonds were studded with padmaraga stones, rubies, that looked like living eyes. Artistic canopies and festoons of gold added to the beauty. The images of several species of birds, like swans and pigeons, kept there, attracted similar birds to settle by their sides, without realizing that the former were artificial. With its halls of recreation, rest and revelry, with its courtyards, walls and lawns, that Vimana astounded even Kardama, the master of all magic arts. As Devahuti felt confused and uninterested in this luxurious mansion, thinking of her own physical unfitness, absence of companions, etc., Kardama, who could see into the hearts of all, said to her, "O timid one, enter into this Vimana after taking your bath in the Bindusaras, which was formed of the tears of joy falling from the Lord's eye, and which has the power to fulfill all the wants of man." Obeying her husband's instruction, that lady, though endowed with much natural beauty, but now reduced to ugliness by her soiled dress, matted locks, unclean body, and pale discolored breast, next entered into the pure water of Bindusaras, which was fed by the holy waters of the Saraswati river. Within the lake she found a splendid house, wherein resided a large number of girls, all young and possessed of the bodily fragrance of lotus. On seeing her, all the girls got up at once and said, "We are your attending maids. Please tell us what we should do." Behaving in a very courteous and respectful manner, they helped her to bathe after anointing her with fragrant oils. Then they dressed her in a splendid silken robe. They bedecked her with ornaments that were costly, artistic, and luminous, and served her with well-cooked food and sweet, stimulating drinks. Then she had a look in a mirror at herself, adorned and beautifully dressed, and surrounded by admiring maids. Purified by the oil bath, she saw her own form, bedecked with a necklace, bracelets, and various other ornaments, including a pair of anklets that produced a sweet jingling sound. She saw her form in the mirror, adorned with a gem-studded girdle, and with a precious necklace of pearls on her neck, wearing saffron and sweet-smelling unguents, and having jasmine-like teeth, arching eyebrows, long and attractive, sidelong glances, eyes like lotus petals, and locks of blue color. The moment she thought of her husband, the great Rishi Kardama, she found herself at once in his company. On seeing herself thus at once in his presence, with a large retinue of young women, she was astonished to recall that even this was the result of her husband's great yogic power. She, who was thus bathed, cleaned, dressed handsomely, and restored to her former beauty and attractiveness, was now helped by Kardama into that aerial mansion, along with a larger retinue of Vidyadharis. Without any diminution of his spiritual glory, The Prajapati now shone gloriously in that mansion with his wife by his side, and attended by the large retinue of Vidyadharis, like the moon in the sky surrounded by the stars. Carried by the aerial mansion to the caverns of Mahameru, where the gentle breeze, the friend of Cupid, was always blowing, where the delightful sound of the waterfall of the divine Ganga could be heard, and where only divinities went for recreation, Kardama sported for a long while with his wife. He also indulged in love sports with his beautiful wife in heavenly gardens like Vaishrambhaka, Surasana, Nandana, Pushpabhadraka, Kshetrarada, etc., and also in the lake Manasaras. Traveling in that resplendent aerial mansion, moving at will to any sphere like the wind, he excelled even the gods. What is difficult of achievement for those mighty minds who have surrendered themselves utterly to the sacred feet of the Lord, an act which can release one even from the travails of samsara.
After showing his wife all the continents and spheres of the earth, together with their wonderful sights, the Prajapati returned to his ashrama. Then assuming a ninefold form, he united with his highly excited wife in sexual embrace, spending several years, as it were, a moment, lying in that mansion on the very soft bed that excites sexual passion. She too was not aware of the passing of that long period, united as she was in the embrace of her handsome husband. Thus, the 100 years they spent in the love sport and sexual embrace, with the support of their yogic power, passed like a moment. Then, that great sage, who knew the hearts of all, conceiving his wife as half of himself and dividing himself into 9, cast his seed into her. Then, on the same day, Devahuti gave birth to 9 daughters, all of whom were beautiful in appearance and endowed with fragrance of lotus flowers. According to the stipulation at the time of his marriage, Kadama, having produced issue, was about to leave home to take up his life as a sannyasin. Though distressed at this, the faithful wife Devahuti put on a smiling face, looking down in intense sorrow and drawing on the ground with her ruby-like toenails, she began to speak to her husband in her sweet voice, suppressing with great difficulty the tears that welled up in her eyes. No doubt you have fulfilled the promise you have made to me at the time of marriage. But still, it befits you to grant a favor to me who has taken refuge in you. O great one, if you go away like this now, your daughters will have to find suitable husbands by themselves. Again, if you go away, there will be none to give me spiritual instructions to overcome samsara. So I wish for a son competent to do all that. I am very sorry indeed that owing to my desire for sense enjoyments, I have wasted this long period without trying to know the Supreme Spirit. Owing to my hankering after the life of the senses, and without realizing that you are a knower of the Atman, I associated with you. Yet, even that association at the central level will be a blessing to me. The association we seek in ignorance with worldly-minded men laid to bondage in samsara, but the same association, if it is with holy men, leads to the development of non-attachment. If one's action in the world do not lead to a life according to Dharma, if one's observance of Dharma does not lead to dispassion, If one's discretion does not lead to the service of the Lord, that person is equal to a dead man, though living. I have indeed been deceived by the Lord's Maya. Woe unto me, that having come to be associated with one capable of giving liberation from samsara, I did not take advantage of the opportunity. Atha Chaturvinshotyayah. Maitreya said, hearing the words of the Manu's daughter, the fool's daughter, full of the spirit of renunciation, and remembering also the Lord's announcement that he would be born as his son, the merciful Kardama said to the highly souled Devahuti, O Lady of royal descent, don't deprecate yourself as a helpless woman. The Lord Mahavishnu will soon be born in your womb as your son. You are one who has undergone ascetic disciplines in the proper manner. Now you should worship the Lord through the control of the mind and the senses, through concentration, charity, and an adoration imbued with deep faith. Being worshipped by you, the Lord will enhance my fame by taking birth as your son. He will also impart to you the knowledge of Brahman and obliterate the bondage of ego from you. Maitreya said, Devahuti took Kardama Prajapati's instructions very seriously and began to adore the Supreme Person Mahavishnu, who is equal with the teacher of all. With an absolute faith, sincerity, and devotion, after a long time had passed in this way, the Supreme Being, passing into her through the seed of Kardama, was born to her as fire comes out of the fire stick. Then the rain clouds thundered in the sky, their sounds resembling those of percussion instruments. The Gandharvas sang, and the Apsara women danced. Heavenly flowers rained by the Devas fell on earth. Everywhere the waters in the mind of good men became clear and tranquil. One day, Brahma, accompanied by Marichi and other rishis, went to the ashrama of Kardama on the banks of the Sarasvati. O Vidura, Brahma established in his sovereignty. I knew through his illumined mind that Mahavishnu had, with a portion of himself, he incarnated as Kardama's son for the propagation of the philosophy of knowledge. He said as follows to Kardama, in accordance with the Lord's commandment, O son, you who respect all, seeing the Lord in them, have done me the highest honor by sincerely accomplishing the task I have set you to. The best service that the son can do a father is to accept his order unreservedly and act accordingly. O dear and honored one, these handsome daughters of yours will contribute considerably to the propagation of the species, bringing forth numerous sons and daughters in their respective families. Therefore, you must now give these daughters of yours in marriage to the rishis like Marichi, according to their nature and inclinations, and thus spread your fame in this world. I know that the Lord has, through his Maya, incarnated himself as your son Kapila Muni, who will prove to be a treasure for the whole world. O daughter of Manu, in order to erase through knowledge and experience the hold of egoistic action on the ignorant, the Lord who has golden hair, lotus eye, and lotus marks on his feet, has been born to you as a son. He will destroy the hold of ignorance and doubts on you also, and afterwards wander in the broad world as an ascetic. a leader among men of realization, and a recognized authority on philosophy. He will be known in the world as Kapila, and he will, by his fame, contribute to your fame also. Maitreya said, having said this much and encouraging and comforting Kardama and Devahuti, Brahma returned to Satyaloka on his swan vehicle, carrying Narada and the Kumaras with him. O Vidura, after Brahma's departure, Kardama, as advised by Brahma, arranged for the marriage of his daughters with Marichi and others. He gave Kala to Marichi, Anasuya to Atri, Shraddha to Angiras, Havidbu to Pulastya, Gati to Pulaha, Kriya to Kratu, Khyati to Brigu, Arunadhati to Vasishtha, and Shanti, who is the heart of Yajna, to Atharvan. He bestowed his tender affection on all these Brahma rishis, now united with their wives, his daughters. O Vidura, all the newlyweds, the rishis with their wives, took leave of Kardama with a grateful heart and returned to their respective hermitages. Kardama, knowing that his son was none other than Mahavishnu incarnate, one day approached him in solitude, and after making due prostration, said as follows: Oh, what good fortune it is that the Devas are moved to bless even sinners groveling in hell, undergoing the punishment of their misdeeds. Thou art the one for whose realization yogis resort to sequestered places, and practice meditation and samadhi for a long period. What a prudent sanction that this exalted being has deigned to be born in our unworthy family, without in the least feeling that it is something beneath him. But then he always seeks to enhance the well-being of his devotees in order to fulfill his words and to spread the philosophy of knowledge in the world. The Lord, who is ever intent on promoting the cause of his devotees, has now deigned to be born in my house. Although thy transcendental form with 4 arms and other mouths is more fitting for thee, thou dost take human form too, according to the liking of thy devotees. I seek refuge to thee, whose feet are to be worshipped always by learned men, who seek spiritual illumination, and in whom glories like godliness, detachment, fame, knowledge, prowess, and auspiciousness manifest in their fullness. I seek shelter in thy divine manifestation, Kapila, repository of countless powers, regulator of all, of the nature of Prakriti and Purusha, manifest as time, Mahatattva, and Ahamkara, all-knowing, of the form of the whole universe, the protector of all, and pervading all as their self-awareness. I beseech thee, the master of all, to grant me one favor. By thy birth, I have been freed from the ancestral depths of continuing the family line. I have thus had the satisfaction of having discharged my duty. I therefore desire to take up my life of sannyasin and wander forth communing internally with thee in intense joy. The Lord said, in both spiritual and secular matters, my word is the authority. I have fulfilled my promise by being born as your son. The object of this incarnation of mine is to distinguish and enumerate the various categories in order that the truth seekers may be enabled to realize the Atman distinguishing it from the perishable body-mind combination with which it is confused. This subtle science of the self has fallen into disuse over the course of the ages, and it is now nearly lost to humanity. I have taken up this body in order to revive it. Permitted by me, abandon your home and take up a life of sannyasin. Conquer the hurdle of death by dedicating all actions to me and gain immortality by total resignation to me. As the self-effulgent spirit, I pervade the hearts of all beings. See me within yourself with your purified mind, and you will then be free from sorrow and attain to fearless state of spiritual freedom. To my mother, I shall be imparting the knowledge of the Atman that will obliterate all sense of agency in her, by means of which she will be able to overcome samsara and attain bliss.
Maitreya said, being thus directed by Kapila, the Prajapati circumambulated Kapila, prostrated himself before him, and set off to some solitary place as a sannyasam, completely detached and silent. That sage wandered all over the world, having given up home and ritual worship, and depending only on the Atman. With the help of one-pointed devotion, he united his mind with Brahman, who reveals all the gunas of Prakriti, but is beyond them, and who is outside the relation of cause and effect, without the sense of I and mine, having overcome the pairs of opposite like heat and cold, even-sighted, seeing the same Atman everywhere, endowed with an intellect calm and indrawn, and a mind at peace like an ocean with its waves at rest. He united in utter devotion with Vasudeva, the Supreme Lord, the all-knowing and the all-pervading being, and attained to him, freed from all bondage. He saw the Self, the Supreme Lord, in all beings, and all beings as residing in the Bhagavan, the soul of all, freed from the attachments and antagonisms, seeing the same Atman everywhere, and endowed with devotion to the Lord. He attained to the state due to those united with him in supreme devotion.
Atha Panchavinshodhyaya.
Devabhuti's questions to Kapila. Sanghaka said, in order to reveal the knowledge of the Atman to men, the Lord, though in himself birthless, embodied himself by the power of his own Maya as Kapila, the propounder of the doctrine of Samkhya, or the philosophy of the knowledge of Purusha and Prakriti. Indeed, my soul is never satiated by hearing ever so much of this great man, the most noted among yogins. The more you hear of him, the more he shines in glory. Whatever the Lord, in his absolute freedom, performed by the power of his Maya, of those praiseworthy deeds, do thou speak unto me. Sutta said, being pleased with his request for instruction on the science of the spirit, Maitreya, the friend of Vyasa, said as follows to Vidura. Maitreya said, after his father's departure to the forest, Bhagavan Kapila, in order to please his mother, continued to stay for some time in that hermitage on the banks of the Bindusaras. During that time, remembering the words of Brahma, Devabhuti, the mother of Kapila, said one day to her son Kapila, who had renounced all ritualistic karma as becomes a teacher of the truth of the science of the spirit. Devabhuti said, O Lord, I have been in the darkness of gross infatuation and utter helplessness owing to the pull of the senses. I am now comparatively free from such longings. By thy grace, I seem to have reached the end of my cycle of worldly existence, as I have got in thee a guide, an excellent eye, that can help me penetrate this dark barrier of infatuation. Thou, who art the Lord and origin of all beings, hast thyself now appeared as the eye of the world, which is overcome by the darkness of blind ignorance, even as the sun rises in the firmament, driving away the gloom of night. O Lord, it befits thee now to efface from me this infatuation caused by the sense of identification with the body, which makes me feel I am this body. This body is mine, an infatuation thou thyself hast imposed on all living beings. I seek shelter in thee, a fitting master for those who want shelter, as thou art a veritable axe that cuts the tree of samsara for thy servants. Prompted by my desire to be enlightened with regard to the nature of Prakriti and Purusha, matter and spirit, I salute thee, the greatest among the knowers of the noble, saying truth. Maitreya said, hearing the words of his mother, so meaningful and calculated to stimulate interest in the path of moksha, Kapila, the sole refuge of all spiritual seekers, spoke, his face beaming with a smile that approved fully of her words. Kapila said, I shall now expound to you that part of spiritual realization which leads to the ultimate good of men, wherein there is a complete and irreversible abeyance of the pleasures and pains of worldly existence. This yoga, which I preached in ancient days to the rishis, who were eager to hear it, the same yoga, perfect in all its limbs, I shall teach you now, O pure-minded lady. It is the view of wise men that the mind indeed is the cause of both the bondage and the liberation of embodied beings. If the mind is attached to the gunas of Prakriti and products, it leads to bondage. And when it begins to feel delight and attraction for the Lord, it leads to liberation. When the mind is free from impurities of lust and greed generated by the sense of I and mine, it attains to purity and rests in equanimity, being unaffected by pleasure or pain. Then the jiva, endowed with knowledge, renunciation, and devotion, experiences in truth the Supreme Spirit, transcending nature, Kevala, eternal, effulgent, subtle, indivisible, and unconcerned, as well as Prakriti, with all its binding power destroyed. For the one aspiring to attain Brahman, there is no path more straight, safe, and practical than that of loving devotion for the Supreme Lord, who is the soul of all. The wise say that intense attachment to objects of the world is the cause of bondage for the soul. The same attachment, if directed towards holy men, opens the gate of liberation. A holy man is one who is patient in all circumstances, who is full of fellow feeling, who is the friend of all, who looks upon none as an enemy, who is overflowing with peace, who has virtue alone as his ornament, and who has a deep-rooted love for me, characterized by a sense of inseparable intimacy. He works solely for my sake, and abandons all dependence on relatives and clansmen. He always hears and speaks of my sanctifying deeds and excellences. His mind being fully given over to me, no affliction ever affects or troubles him. Such persons who are without attachment to anything except me are real sadhus. It is desirable to seek their company, O noble lady, because they are the veritable destroyers of all worldly attachments. In the intimate company of such holy men, you will hear accounts of my glorious deeds, which form a veritable draught of ambrosia to the ear and the heart. By drinking this ambrosia, you will soon develop one after the other, faith in the path of devotion, delight and deep love for Him. By the power of devotion, consisting in the constant remembrance of my excellences, manifested through my creative and redemptive activities, man gains detachment from all worldly objects, becomes enthusiastic in spiritual practice, and strives to adhere to the bhakti disciplines, which are natural and therefore easy to practice. By avoidance of sense object, by avoidance of sense enjoyments, by knowledge augmented by renunciation, and by communion with me, through loving devotion, man can attain to me, the indwelling spirit in all, even in this life on earth. What is the nature of true devotion? What is the type of devotional practice suited to me, which will enable me to attain to thy state of nirvana with ease? O embodiment of nirvana, that yoga which thou didst preach with thyself as its object, of what description is it, and what constitutes its auxiliaries? By thy grace, do thou expound to me this difficult yoga in a way that even I, a dull-witted woman, can easily grasp. Maitreya said, thus learning his mother's desire, and prompted by love for her, who gave birth to his body, Kapila revealed the principles of the philosophy of Sankhya, and also of Bhakti, and the science of concentration that forms their backbone. Kapila said, when all the powers of man's senses, which are ordinarily frittered away through external contexts, are purified through devotional practices and dedicated action, and they get naturally focused on Ishvara exclusively without any extraneous and self-centered motivation, and with a firmness which no obstruction can overpower. That state of mind is called bhakti, or the highest form of devotion for the Lord. Such devotion is superior even to mukti. It burns up the covering of ignorance in a person, just as fire burns up objects put into it. Some endowed with such bhakti do not aspire for moksha, or even oneness with my being, for their delight consists in serving me, and in working out my will. They therefore congregate together and honor me by adoration and participation in my works. Such holy persons perceive and engage themselves in loving conversation with my enthralling spiritual emanations, who possesses beaming countenances and lotus-like eyes, and have the power to grant all that the devotees may want. Though their minds are thus captivated by and absorbed in my enchanting formful aspect, with its charming and subdued features, movements, smile, looks, and speech, their devotion leads them in the end to liberation, though they themselves do not care for it. In my supreme heavenly abode of Vaikuntha, they become the inheritors of the divine powers and bliss that resides in me, the Lord of Maya. In spite of their having no longing for any of these, the eightfold powers or the glories of all the higher worlds, these devotees who consider me their nearest and dearest, their soul, son, companion, teacher, friend, and chosen deity, remain deathless in that abode of peace, for unwinking time. My weapon of universal destruction has no sway over them. Devotees who give up desire for this world and the next world, for the subtle body that links one's life in these two spheres, as well for the physical body, which is associated with wealth, relatives, home, etc., in this life, and love and serve me, the all-pervading being, with unanswering devotion, are surely released by me from involvement in the cycle of birth and death. Except from me, the Lord of nature and of individual souls, the inner pervading spirit in all, and the Supreme Person, endowed every blessed attribute. No one can get relief from the great fear that besets all involved in the cycle of birth and death. For out of fear of me, all nature moves, the wind blows, the sun shines, Indra reigns, fire burns, and death consumes all. By devotion, supported by knowledge and renunciation, spiritual aspirants attain to my feet, which are a haven where fear is unknown. Man attains to the highest he can in life when he gains one pointed and unswerving devotion to me, and when his mind becomes unperturbed by anything because of his total self-surrender to me.
Atha Shadvinshodhyayaha. The Lord Kapila said, "Now I shall tell you the characteristics of all categories separately. By knowing this, the spirit gets freed from the dispositions of the universal nature. I shall declare to you that spiritual knowledge which destroys the passions of the heart, reveals the higher self of man, and liberates him from the bondage of nature. The Purusha is the beginningless Atman. He is not constituted of the dispositions of Prakriti, but is distinct from the superior to Prakriti. While he reveals everything in its distinctiveness, he himself is self-revealing, requiring no other revealer. He has brought the forces of evolution together and set them in motion. The Supreme Spirit, being approached by his own subtle divine power, constituted of the three gunas called Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, looked at her sportively, as it were, and thereby endowed her with the power of world evolutions by impregnating her with his own emanation as the Jiva, or the individual spirit. Seeing the subtle and divine Prakriti with its constituent of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, producing various kinds of material bodies, the Purusha, that is the Jiva, or individual spirit, identifies himself with these bodies due to loss of self-knowledge through infatuation. Thus, the Purusha appropriates for himself, through the imaginative identification, the action of the gunas of Prakriti, and thereby becomes endowed with the feeling that he is the agent. Though the Purusha is, in reality, only the actionless, free, blissful, and uninvolved witness, this imaginative identification makes him feel himself to be the agent and enjoyer, subject to samsara and its consequent bondage and enslavement. In this complex agent-enjoyer relationship, the sense agency together with the cause and effect relationship is derived from Prakriti, whereas the sense of enjoyments, consisting in the experience of both joy and sorrow, is derived from the Purusha. For the Purusha is the center of consciousness as distinct from Prakriti, which is unconscious but dynamic. Devavati said, "O Lord, explain to me the characteristics of Purusha and Prakriti, who are the ultimate source of all that exists, manifest or unmanifest." The Bhagavan said that the description of Prakriti is as follows. It is called Prakriti because it is the root substance of all objects. It is also known as Pradhana, or the principal entity, because it is interior of all distinct objects which are only its evolutes. It is without distinctions of any kind. Yet all distinctions are potential in it. It is to be distinguished from Brahma It is so far as it is constituted to the three gunas of sattva, rajas, tamas. It is imperceptible, not being apprehended by any organ of knowledge, but it exists eternally as it provides the basis and substance for all objects in their causal and effectual conditions. The elements of Prakriti are 24 as follows. They are the five great elements: earth, water, fire, air, and akasha. They are the five tanmatras: smell, taste, form, color, touch, and sound, which are so called because they form the subtle condition from which the gross elements have come. There are the 10 organs consisting of 5 organs of knowledge, those called ear, skin, eye, tongue, and nose, as well as the 5 organs of actions, those called speech, hand, feet, and the organs of generation and of excretion. Further, there are the 4 psychological categories of manas: buddhi, ahankara, and chitta, stuff and the functions of conserving impressions. The elements of Prakriti, constituted of gunas, have thus been described by me. Besides 24 categories, there is time as the 25th. Some, however, are the opinion that time is not included in Prakriti, but rather is the power of Purusha, which incites the fear of death in embodied beings who have wrongly become identified with the absolutes of Prakriti and absorbed in the ego sense, which is one of these absolutes. Time is also described as the Bhagavan himself in his role of starting the initial movement in Prakriti, by virtue of which the equilibrium of the 3 gunas of Prakriti is disturbed, and Prakriti starts evolving from the discrete from the indiscrete to the discrete condition. The Supreme Being, by virtue of his divine power, pervades everything internally as the indwelling spirit and externally as time. Impelled by the potential karma of jivas, Prakriti, which is like a fertile womb with which to the Supreme Being was brought into activity, impregnated by the world of the Supreme Being, Prakriti brought forth her first evolute, the Mahatattva, of golden hue. It is also known as Hiranyagarbha, the golden cosmic shell, having within it the whole creation of seminal condition, ready to bring into manifestation the worlds latent in himself, he the first shoot of creation, whose wisdom is ever steady and bright, absorbed by his brilliance all the darkness enveloping him. What is called Mahatattva in the cosmic aspect has got involved in itself its own individual aspect known as Chitta. Being dominated by Sattva Guna, it is pure, peaceful, and suited for the contemplation of the Lord. It is identical with Vasudeva, the first of the emanation of Vishnu. Water in its pristine state is free from impurities like taste, waves, bubbles, foam, etc., which are derived from other contextual sources. In the same way, Chitta in its pristine state is pure, unmodified, and peaceful. Out of Mahatattva, quickened by the word of the Lord, was evolved Ahankara, which is characterized by the power of expressions in actions in 3 ways. The 3 expressions of Ahankara are Vaikarika, or that dominated by Sattva Guna, Taijasa, or that dominated by Rajaguna, and Tamasa, or that dominated by Tamaguna. These three are the sources of manas, indriyas, and mahabhutas, the great elements of earth, water, fire, air and ether, respectively. This category of ahankara, which diversified into mind, senses and great elements has, as its presiding deity, the Lord's emanation with 1,000 heads known as Shankarashana or Ananta. He is not to be considered as separate from the infinite Supreme Being Himself. The characteristics of Ahankara are the senses of agency, instrumentality, and objectivity, and the experiences of peacefulness, ferocity, and dullness. As the evolutes of the sattvika aspects of ahankara, the categories of mind comes into being out of the mind's function called sankalpa and vikalpa. Desire is born. The category of manas is presided over by the emanation of the Lord known as Aniruddha. Yogis worship him in devout meditation as of deep blue complexion like the autumnal blue lotus and is controlling the senses. From the Rajas aspect of Ahankara is evolved Buddhi, through whose functioning thought is enabled to have different modes and the senses to function effectively. The several characteristics of Buddhi, as expressed through several modes of functioning, are the following: to feel doubt about attributes and nature of things, to have mistaken knowledge of a thing, to have settled and correct understanding of things, to have memory of experiences already had, and to be of an inoperative and blank state as in sleep. The 10 senses. The 10 senses are evolved from the Rajas aspect of Ahankara for the organ of knowledge, being the channels for the functionings of the Buddhi, are themselves products of the Buddhi and evolutes of the Rajas aspect of Ahankara. The organs of actions are the products of prana, to which the power of movement belongs, and power too is the product of the Rajas aspect of Ahankara. Thus, the organs of actions too are to be traced to this Rajas aspect of Ahankara. Being stimulated by the Lord's will, the Tamasa aspect of Ahankara comes into being, and from it emerges the matrix of sound, and from this in turn comes the element ether. The ear, evolved from the Rajasa aspect of Ahankara, captures the sensation of sound. The distinguishing features of sound are as follows. It always indicates a source, even if invisible, as when a man is shouting from an unseen spot. Hence, grows sound as a subtle source, and that is its tanmatras. Next, sound conveys meanings. It also provides a subtle source for the element ether. The sign indicating the various manifestations of ether are evident in the possibility of divisiveness of objects, enabling each object to exist with interspace separating it from others. In the experience of within and without, in reference to objects, and in the accommodation of distinct entities like prana, the indriyas and manas in living beings, prompted by the evolutionary urge of time, the element ether, which in its subtle tanmatras condition is identical with sound, produces the tanmatras of touch, from which has emerged the element air. The skin is the organ that perceives touch. It is the nature of the tanmatras of touch to produce such sensations as softness, hardness, cold, heat, etc. The properties of the air are evident from its various movements outside, by its conveying sound from a distance to the hearer, and by its functioning in the body as the agent spreading the energy of the organism to all its parts and senses. Through the functioning of Providence, the element air, which in its
The single entity, smell, due to the intermixing of substances, manifests differently as mixed smell, foul Though the Purusha is subsisting in Prakriti, he is unaffected by Prakriti and its transformations. Even as the sun is unaffected by the movements of its reflection in water, for the Purusha is by nature changeless, without violation, and unmoved by the gunas of Prakriti. When the Purusha becomes intensely attached to the gunas of Prakriti, by identifying himself with them, he forgets his changeless nature and considers himself as the agent of the movements of Prakriti. Thus, through this identification with Prakriti, the jiva becomes helpless and miserable. Due to the moral effects of action done with such identification, the jiva gets involved in the cycle of birth and death through embodiment in high, low, and middling species of being according to the nature of these moral effects. The real agent is Prakriti and not the Purusha, and thus there is no basis for the sense of agency on the part of the Purusha. Yet the sense of identification with Prakriti is enough to involve the Purusha in the cycle of birth and death, just as for one involved in a dream. Identification is enough to give the dreamer experiences of a painful or pleasurable nature. Therefore, to gain liberation, the mind has to be slowly drawn away from this involvement with Prakriti and its absolutes, and united with the Supreme Being through the practice of devotion to Him and the cultivation of an extreme repugnance to the objects of the senses. The disciplines for the attainment of liberation are as follows. The discipline of yoga, consisting in the practice of inward concentration, along with the control of the senses and the mind, has to be practiced with absolute faith in the spiritual destiny of man. One should have genuine devotion to me and practice the discipline of devout listening to accounts of my deeds and excellences, equal sympathy and love for all, abstinence from the exploitation of others, non-attachment, continence, silence, discharge of duties, conscientiously, satisfaction with one's legitimate income, moderation in eating, devotional retreats in solitude, friendliness to all, calmness of disposition, kindliness, self-control, absence of attachment to one's body and to one's kith and kin, reflection on the distinction between Purusha and Prakriti. These are some of the disciplines to be followed. Transcending the states of waking, dream, sleep, in which the Buddhi usually dwells, and withdrawing from the perception of the many, the aspirant should experience the Supreme Spirit through his own innermost essence, as the eye perceives the sun. As the eye perceives the sun. The supreme non-dual divinity pervading everything is to be experienced, even in the manifested world, the effect condition of Prakriti. As this ultimate source, he is the closest friend of Sat, the Jiva. He is also the eye, the guide, and the enlivener of Asat, one's own body, and the material nature of which it is a part, for it is his consciousness that sustains and reveals everything. The reflection of light on a wall from a pool of water or a glass diverts a person's attention to the source of that reflection, namely the pool or the glass. From the reflection in the pool or glass, the sun, its source, shining in the sky, is traced. Even so, from the self-consciousness that is reflected in the body's sense-mind combination, their source, the eye sense, is to be traced. The light of self-consciousness in the eye sense is to be traced to the jiva, who is being a ray of self-luminous truth, can gain union with him through devotion. When in deep sleep, the consciousness of the body, mind, and all the elements of the personality have, as it were, dissolved into nothingness, The Atman remains sleepless, but without the I sense and individuality. When the I sense is absent, it may look as though the self is dissolved, but this view is as false as thinking that the man who has been robbed of his wealth is destroyed. Reflecting in this manner, one arrives at the Atman, which is the support and enlivener of the I sense in the body-mind combination.
Devahuti said, O Lord, I cannot grant that Purusha can even be free of the hold of Prakriti because they seem to be mutually independent and internally connected. Just as one cannot experience separate existence for the element water and its property flavor, so also there is no existence in separation for Prakriti and Purusha. While the body-mind combination, the product of Prakriti, is thus irrevocably operating, how can the self ever attain to freedom from karma and its consequences, in spite of the fact that the self is described as non-agent by nature? It looks as if there is no liberation for the self. For by philosophical reflection, one may seem to rise above the sense of bondage for the non-ones. But as the cause of bondage, namely the hold of Prakriti on the Purusha, is still there, unresolved bondage can occur. Bhagavan Kapila said, the oppressive bondage of the Purusha by the Prakriti can be destroyed by sadhana or spiritual discipline practiced with the help of the body-mind itself. As a fire lit with the help of fuel destroys that very fuel, so spiritual discipline practiced with the help of the body-mind gradually destroys that very body-mind, the product of Prakriti, by which the Purusha is held in bondage. Some of these disciplines may be cited as follows. One must perform one's own duties. One out without any motive others than the service of God through it. One must cultivate purity in body and mind through hearing, reading, and meditating on Lord's excellences all through life. One must cultivate an intense love for Him. One must seek knowledge, which is the nature of actual experience of truth. One must have intense dispassion for worldly objects and ambitions. One must practice concentration supported by moral disciplines and spiritual aspiration. One must intensely seek absorption in the divine. The jiva who has experienced the joy and sorrow harm persons who have known the truth regarding the unaffected Atman and whose mind is always united in me and delights in me, the Supreme Spirit. Through such absorption in spiritual practices for a very long time, covering several births, the aspirant develops intense dispassion for everything up to and including Brahmaloka. Then, by my unbounded grace, such a devotee becomes aware of the truth and attains in this life itself to that state of blessedness founded in me called Kaivalya, which consists in the establishment of oneself in one's real nature, established in absolutely certainty through enlightenment. The subtle body also of such a yogi is destroyed at death, and he never returns to the life of samsara again. O Mother, in this advanced state of yoga, which is jnana and bhakti, as its aim, the prospect of wonderful psychic powers and heavenly enjoyments come to the aspirant. If he feels the attraction to them, he will be caught up in their enjoyment until his attraction for them is exhausted. Only when he has arisen above all such attractions of powers and enjoyments will he reach my state, and that alone can save him from being a victim of death's contemptuous laughter. Atha Ashtavimshodhyayaha. The Bhagavan said, O Mother, I shall now describe to you the nature of meditation on the formful aspect of the Supreme Being. By practicing it, the mind is purified and established in the divine consciousness. An aspirant must abstain from evil ways and perform all his duties in a spirit of dedication to the Lord. He must serve holy men and feel happy with what he happens to possess. He must shun the ways of the worldlings and develop a deep interest in the ways that lead to spiritual realization. He should eat only moderately and what is conducive to the health of the body and purity of the mind. He should develop a love for solitude and should periodically spend time in solitary places. He must abstain from injuring others, exploiting others, talking too much, accumulating property, and indulgence in sexual thoughts, words, or deeds. He must be devoted to truth, cleanliness, austerity, scriptural study, and worship of the divine. He must be moderate in speech, practice a steady posture of the body, suitable for spiritual practice, gradually learn to control the mind and withdraw the senses from their objects to the heart. He must learn to concentrate. The prana in one of its seat by means of the mind. He must contemplate the excellences and glorious deeds of the Lord. He will generate peace and joy in the mind. By these and other means, the mind, which is beset with evil tendencies and is naturally inclined to yield to instinctive urges, should be brought under control and directed along the spiritual path. At a clean and congenial place, the aspirant should establish a seat for meditation. He should practice sitting there motionless and upright for a long time. He should regulate his breath through the three forms of pranayama known as puraka, kumbhaka, and rechaka. Puraka is the drawing in of the breath. Holding it within is kumbhaka. Releasing the breath is rechaka. The practice can be in the reverse order also. Whatever the order, the object of it is the steadying of the mind. The mind of the yogi who is established control over prana will soon shed its restless tendency, just as mental subjected to a well-fanned fire is freed from its impurities. By pranayama, the obstacles arising in the human system by the three humors of the mind, its tendencies to go after sense objects should be mastered. By dharana, the sinful tendencies of the mind should be overcome, and by dhyana, men's doubts, skepticism, obsession with physical life and other tendencies contrary to the spiritual pursuit should be overcome. When the aspirant's mind is freed from outward going tendencies and is well controlled and peaceful, he should meditate on the form of the Lord, with eyes partially closed. Let the aspirant meditate until his mind is steadied on the total form of the Lord as described here. The Lord's face resembles a lotus flower in full bloom. His eyes bear a light reddish tinge like the inside of the red lotus. His body resembles a blue lotus in color. He sports the discus, conch and mace in his hands. His silk robe is bright and yellow like the filament of the lotus flower. He has as decoration the bright marks of Srivatsa on the chest and the brilliant precious stone named Kaustuba round the neck. Festooned on his body is the floral wreath called Vanamala, with buzzing honeybees hovering about it. His other ornaments consist of a rare and precious necklace of pearls, bracelets, a diadem, armlets and anklets. He has a brilliant girdle encircling his waist. His seat is the heart of his devotees. In the quintessence of beauty, radiating peace and enthralling the heart and eyes, superb in his beauty and attracting the adoration of the whole world, he is to be thought of as a youth full of love and sympathy for his devotees. Himself limitless in his fame, he enhances the reputation of his great devotees like Dhruva and Prahlada. He may be meditated upon as standing, moving, seated in any attractive posture, or as the light of consciousness filling the heart. Whatever the form, the mind must be full of devotion and be free from all worldly desires. When the mind has been fixed on the total form, the aspirant should think of the form in its various parts as follows. He should meditate on his feet, particularly concentrating on the marks of the soul, the marks of the thunderbolt which breaks as under the mountain of sin accumulated by the devotees through the ages, the hook mark which can restrain the mind as an elephant hook does the mad elephant, the flag mark which relieves the threefold woes of man, the lotus mark which fills mind with joy, and also his large semicircular crimson toenails whose brilliance is capable of dispersing the intense darkness of ignorance in the heart of the devotees. Let the aspirant meditate long on the holy feet of the Lord, feet so holy that the Ganga, the water flowing from his feet, could make even Shiva feel sanctified by allowing it to fall on his head, so holy that the thunderbolt marks on their souls can steady the mind, one meditating on them by the total destruction of mountains of sin, meditating on the legs of the Lord, the creator of all, the beginningless being, the legs which the handsome hands of Lakshmi, the lotus-eyed mother, adored even by Brahma, shampoo placing them on her lap. Meditate on the shining thighs of the Lord, which are blue and smooth like antasika flowers, which forms the source of all strength and firmness, which are placed astride the neck of his vehicle Garuda, and which are wrapped in his yellow robes that dangles down to the feet and are held in position by his girdle. Meditate on his abdomen, the abode of all the worlds, with its deep navel, wherefrom arose the world lotus, with Brahma seated in it, and on his chest, which is adorned with shining pearl necklace that dangle all over and lend a white radiance to his emerald-like breast. Fix the mind on the Lord's chest, which is the seat of Mahalakshmi, and which fills the eyes and minds of votaries with peace and bliss, and also his neck, which enhances the luster of precious diamonds called Kaustuba that he is wearing. He is the adored of all the worlds. Meditate on his arms, bearing the armbands, burnished with friction with the whirling Mandara mountain, and affording strength to all the deities, and also his hands, one holding the multifaceted discus of incomparable prowess and brilliance, and the other, the white conch that resembles the swan on the red lotus. Meditate on his favorite mace, the Kaumadika, whose surface has been stained by the blood of many an enemy, on his floral wreath, resounding with the humming of the honeybees, and on his neck jewel, Kaustuba, which is the subtle state of the category of Jiva.
One should particularly meditate with deep attention on the face of the Lord, who has assumed this form for the good of devotees. His face has an attractive nose and handsome cheeks, reflecting the brilliance of his tremulous, fish-marked earrings, resplendent with its natural grace, surrounded by curly locks and having long eyes and expressive brows. His face far surpasses in beauty a large lotus with honeybees hovering about and two fish clings to it on both sides. Long should one meditate in the heart on the kindly, gracious and heartening look of the Lord, lit up with a smile that is comely yet expressive of his deep concern for all creatures involved in the sufferings of samsara. His compassionate smile is potent enough to dry up the ocean of bitter tears shed by creatures who have taken refuge in him. His brows, which are the expression of his Vidya Maya, have been formed as a result of the prayer of all spiritual aspirants, so that they might look to the sanctifying movements of these brows for protection from the attacks of Cupid. With the mind unwaveringly concentrated and the heart melting with love, one should meditate on that smiling face of the Lord as occupying the cavity of one's heart and envisage his pearl-like teeth tinged with the red color of his lips. Nothing should draw away one's attention from it. Through such meditation, the devotee obtains absorbing love for the Lord. His heart melts in the sentiment of devotion, and his tears of surpassing joy almost drown him. The power of devotion then slowly melts the metallic hook of the mind which holds a Purusha in the bondage of Prakriti. Just as a flame gets extinguished when the oil, its sustenance, is exhausted, the mind is extinguished in the Lord when renunciation deprives it of the sense enjoyments that form its support. Then, being liberated from the current of the gunas of Prakriti, the jiva has a direct and unobstructed perception of the Supreme Being, who is the one without a second. Liberated forever from the whole of the ignorance-tainted mind, the jiva is established in the transcendent glory of the spirit, which is beyond the relative joys and sorrows of this world. Thus, having attained to the spiritual experience, he discovers that the cause of joy and sorrow lies in the ego sense that arises from the mistaken identification of oneself with the impermanent body-mind combination born of Prakriti. A jiva who has attained to this state is in its final embodiment, and he lives in complete detachment from the body. Established in his true spiritual self, he perceives the body as something that comes and goes, moves and falls according to prarabdha karma, and cares little for it, even as a man inebriated with wine pays no mind to his wearing clothes. The body, which is subject to karma, will continue to live so long as the prarabdha that has brought it into existence lasts. But one who has attained to the state of samadhi and awakened to the truth will not identify oneself with the body and the world of which it is a part. just as one who has awakened from a dream no longer identifies himself with the actor in the dream. Just as a man knows himself to be different from his sons and wealth, however dear these might be to him through close association with them, even so he is in his true self different from the body-mind combination of which he is identified in his state of ignorance. Just as in a burning faggot, the fire is different from the faggot as well as from the smoke and sparks coming out of it, so also the Atman is distinct from the body-mind combination and its offshoots with which one is identified in the state of ignorance. In the same way, the Supreme Spirit, which is called Bhagavan and Brahman, is distinct from all other entities, the pradhana and all the categories that spring from it, as also from the jiva in the state of ignorance. He is a witness of all these. Just as all objects in the world are seen in the substantial nature as one with the material elements, so the same Atman should be seen as existing in all beings, and all beings are subsisting in the same Atman. Such is the wisdom of the man of enlightenment. Just as the one fire manifests as many according to the difference of the fuel in which it manifests, so also the one Supreme Spirit abiding in Prakriti manifests differently as innumerable centers of consciousness. Following the path of devotion described above, the jiva regains union with the Supreme Being, of whom he is a part, as a spark is of the fire, and overcomes the bondage of Prakriti, which is the Lord's own power of manifestation, represented by the manifold world in its subtle and gross aspect, and which is difficult to overcome except by His grace. Ate konar trishon dhyaya. Pedi bhakti and contrasted with nirguna bhakti. Devahuti said, "You have told me in detail what the Sankhya Yogi says about the real nature of Prakriti, with its evolutes like Mahat and the rest, and of the Purusha, the purpose of such knowledge being the attainment of devotion to the Lord. Please tell me now the details of the path of devotion. Tell me also about the cause of the jiva in samsara, the cycle of birth and death, and about the joys and sufferings involved in it, by a knowledge of which an aspirant may gain detachment from the worldly life. I also wish to be instructed about the nature of time, which is the power of Ishvara, having sway over even the mightiest of the mighty, and which, as death, provides inducement for all to do what is good. Thou art the very son of yoga to men who have been long asleep in the darkness of ignorance, men who, without any ultimate support, are entangled in the ephemeral objects alluring to the senses and fatigued by the burden of karma acquired through attachments." Maitreya said, "O thou noble scion of the Kuru clan, being highly pleased and moved by pity at the intellect and meaningful words of his mother, the great sage Kapila spoke as follows in the appreciation of her words. The practice of bhakti takes many forms according to differences of traditions. This is necessitated by the fact that people's attitudes and tendencies differ according to the dominance of particular gunas of nature in them. The man dominated by tamas imagines me, at the bidding of his cruel nature, as a being entirely in separation, as a tribal deity, a polytheistic god, to be propitiated from motives of vengeance, ostentatious, jealousy, and other low propensities. The man of rajasic nature worships me as an extraneous being in images and the like for worldly enjoyments, wealth, and fame. The man of sattvika nature, while still maintaining the attitude of separateness from me, performs worship for liberation from the bondage of karma, that is, for moksha, or as an offering to God, or as a scriptural injunction to be obeyed. When, by the mere hearing of my excellences, the mind streams forth, like the waters of the Ganges into the sea, unmotivated, unrestricted, and one pointed towards me, the Purushottama, and the presence in the hearts of all, that kind of love is called bhakti, that transcends the gunas. Such devotees do not accept, even when offered, any of the five forms of liberation. Shalokya, living in my sphere; Sarshthi, having my power; Samapya, living close to me; Sarupya, having a form similar to mine; and Sayujya, being one with me. The only thing they want is opportunity to render loving service to me. Such is the greatness and glory of the supreme state of bhakti, that by means of it the jiva overcomes the whole of the three gunas of prakriti and becomes fit for my divine state. The mind attains to such a state by adopting the following disciplines. The duties of life have to be performed with detachment and as an offering to the divine. Ritualistic worship, promoting devotion, and not involving infliction of pain on creatures should be observed. My images installed in holy places should be worshipped, seen, touched, and glorified by hymns and praises capable of stimulating devotion. My presence in all beings should be recognized. The mind should be so disciplined as to have no attachment to worldly objects. Holy men should be honored. Men in distress should be shown sympathy and kindness, and equals should be treated with friendliness and courtesy. Control of the external senses and of the mind should be practiced. The scriptures should be heard and studied continuously. My names and deeds should be heard and glorified. Straightforwardness and a selfless attitude should be cultivated. The company of holy men should be sought. A man who practices these spiritual disciplines, making the attainment of God love the sole object of his life, will gain absolute purity of mind, as a result of which he will have the capacity to constantly remember me with delight and to be absorbed in me. As a fragrance carried by the wind swiftly reaches the organ of smell, so the mind, freed from worldliness by disciplines of devotion, learns to go effortlessly to the Supreme Being. I abide in all beings as the innermost soul, disregarding my presence within them. Man makes a show of worshipping me through images. If one disregards me, present in all as their soul and Lord, but ignorantly offers worship only to images, such worship is as ineffective as sacrificial offerings made in ashes. A man who persecutes me, residing in others, who is proud and haughty, who looks upon God as the other, such a person will never attain to peace of mind. If a man disregards and persecutes fellow beings, but worships me in images with numerous rituals and rich offerings, I am not at all pleased with him for proffering such worship. A man should, however, worship me in images side by side with discharging his duty, which include the love of all beings, until he actually realizes my presence in himself and in all beings. As long as man is self-centered and makes an absolute distinction between himself and others, without recognizing the unity of all in me, the inner pervader, he will be subject to the great fear of death, including every form of deprivation of self-interest. So, overcoming the separateness of self-centered life, one should serve all beings with gifts, honor, and love, recognizing that such service is really being rendered to me or reside in all beings as the innermost soul.
Superior to gross matter are beings endowed with life. Superior to the latter are creatures with breath. Superior still are those endowed with a rudimentary consciousness. Still superior are those with sense powers. Among them, those endowed with taste, like fish, are superior to those with a sense of touch only, like vegetation. Superior still are those capable of hearing sound. Superior to creatures endowed with the above senses alone are those that can distinguish color and form. Still higher are those with teeth. Superior to them are those with many legs. Superior to them also are four-footed creatures. Superior to these in turn is a two-footed man. Among the two-footed men there are four varnas, castes of which the Brahmana is the superior. Among the Brahmanas, those who have studied the Vedas are superior. Among them, those who know the meaning of the Vedas also are superior still. Even among them, those who have complete mastery and have no doubts about the meanings of Vedic passages are the highest. Superior to these still are those who discharge their duties faultlessly. Superior to the latter is the one unattached and not desirous of the fruits of his actions. Superior even to him is the devotee who has unconditionally surrendered all his actions and their fruits, together with his body and mind, to me. I do not find anyone superior to such a person who has surrendered his actions and his self along with all his belongings to me. Such a person sees me everywhere and is free from the egoistic sense that he is an agent. It is a particle of the Lord that dwells in all beings as the Jiva, indwelling soul. Knowing this, one should salute all beings mentally. O daughter of Manu, I have now finished speaking about the two yogas, one being the path of devotion and the other that of knowledge. Man attains to the supreme by resorting to either one of these. He who is called Bhagavan, Brahman, and Paramatman has an aspect called providence, Deva, which, though connected with his aspects as Purusha and Prakriti, is distinct from them. It is what sets in motion the cycle of the Jiva's involvement in repeated births and deaths. It is this unique power of the Lord causing the transformation of beings into different forms that is called kala, time. It gives rise to the fear of death in beings who identify themselves with the evolutes of Prakriti and see a clear-cut difference between themselves and others. Supporting all and permeating all, it causes the destruction of one combination of elements by another combination. It is none other than Vishnu, the all-pervading being, the master of all worship, and the one who draws everything into himself. He is impartial to all, there being none dear, inimical, or related to him. The unceasing movement of time consumes all beings who are heedless of the process and are engrossed in their enjoyments and activities. Out of fear of him the wind blows, the sun emits heat and light, the stars shine, clouds rain, trees, plants, and creepers yield flowers and fruits in proper season. Rivers flow downstream, the oceans maintain their level, fire burns, the earth with its mountains remain firm, the sky provides space for life-giving breath to breathe. Prakriti evolves the worlds with 7 layers constituting the universal body, and the Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, in charge of creation, preservation and destruction, performs its cosmic function. Thus, time is limitless. Though itself without beginning and end, it provides a beginning and an end for all entities. It gives origin to all creatures through their parents and determines also their end, including the end of Antaka, king of death, himself. Atta Trimshodhyaya, life and death of the worldling. The Bhagavan said, the unwary man, though constantly pushed towards his end by irresistible time, as clouds by the wind, fails to understand his predicament. Whatever he collects for his enjoyment through painful effort, time destroys, causing grief to him. Man, with his mind infatuated and undiscriminating, considers house, lands, wealth, and other possessions associated with his physical life as permanent assets, forgetting that his body is itself the most impermanent of things. A jiva, transmigrating from one body to another, gets the petty enjoyments appropriate to those bodies again and again, but he still fails to be satiated with them. Owing to the spell cast by the Lord's Maya, it is likely that even if consigned to hell, the jiva engrossed with the pseudo-satisfactions possible through the hell body would not like to part with even that body. Endowed with a healthy body, family, wealth and good connections, a man with his heart deeply attached to them thinks himself fortunate and happy. But foolish man, prompted by evil tendencies and engaged in the promotion of his worldly interests, suffers untold miseries and commits heinous sins. A man preoccupied with his household considers himself extremely happy to be engrossed in and attracted by the bewitchments of voluptuous women in privacy and by the indistinct speech of infants, and tirelessly engages himself in the painful and crooked practices that have to be adopted for the preservation and advancement of his worldly interests. Committing injustices and harming others, he earns wealth from here and there to support his family, and debases himself by eating what is left after the members of the family have been fed, overlooking even his duty to feed guests and the poor. When the business that brings him his livelihood fails, even after repeated efforts to save it, he gets restless and greedily turns his attention to other people's properties. Burdened by too many family responsibilities and dogged by misfortune and failure in all his efforts, he becomes dazed, fatalistic, and pitiable, and sighs in despair. When a man has thus become incapable of supporting the family, his wife and other relatives begin to neglect him as heartless farmers do with their aged drought animals. Deformed by old age, with death approaching, and yet without any dispassion for worldly enjoyments in his heart, he continues miserably in his home, eating what his children give him disrespectfully, as a dog would do with what is thrown to it. Idleness, loss of appetite, indigestion, and extreme weakness are his lot. His eyesight is affected, his throat is congested with phlegm, and he is troubled by cough and respiratory difficulties. Lying on his sick bed, with sorrowing relatives surrounding him, he is not able to respond even when addressed by them, being choked by the rope of death. Thus, a man of uncontrolled senses, who is absorbed exclusively in world concerns, dies with a mud-afflicted and stupefied, with his relatives standing by, crying with grief. He then sees before him two emissaries of Yama, huge in size and menacing with their terrific eyes. The sight makes him shudder and evacuate in fear. Confining the jiva in the yatanda deha, body of punishment, and tying a rope round his neck, they drag him by a long path, as the police do with condemned criminals. Persecuted by the emissaries of death and bitten by wayside dogs, he walks shivering with fear and remembering one after another the sins that have brought him to this end. The way is through burning sands, exposed to the full blaze of the sun and to blowing winds. There is no water or shelter available for rest and refreshment. Though exhausted by heat, hunger, and thirst, he walks along that way, driven by the whips of Yama's men. Now and then, falling tired and unconscious, and again rising up, he enters Yama's realm, led along the dark path of the sinful and the wicked. The way to Yama's abode is 99,000 yojanas, but it is covered in 3 muhurtas, about 2.5 hours. Reaching there, the jiva is tortured for the expiation of his sins. Some of these tortures are of the following nature. Sinners are wrapped in cloth and burned as torches. One is made to eat the flesh cut off from one's own body, either by oneself or by another. Dogs, vultures, and other such creatures tear out the entrails from the living body. Snakes, scorpions, hornets, etc. sting the sinner, causing him terrible pain. His limbs are hacked one after another. Elements are made to crush him. Elephants are made to crush him. He is rolled down from mountain tops and is also suffocated under water or in caves. Such hellish tortures, which men and women without distinction undergo in purgatories known as Dhamata Misra, Anda Tatmisra and Rava are the sure rewards of the sinful activities born of their worldly attachments. O Mother, great men say that there is heaven and hell even here in this world, for we find the sufferings of purgatory here itself. Why not then in the hereafter also?
Thus, a man who lives his life entirely for the pleasure of his body and for the support of his family is wrenched away from both and subjected to the sufferings of purgatory. The body which a man has nourished by exploiting and inflicting cruelty on other creatures, he will have to abandon here and go alone to hell with the wages of his sons as his sole asset. Just as a man who has been deprived of all his belongings is dazed and resigns himself to his fate without doing anything to save himself, the confirmed sinner does nothing to redress the baneful effects of his sins, and fatalistically succumbs to the suffering that are in store for him. A man who lives in this world merely for supporting himself and his family by thoroughly unrighteous means will certainly reach Andata Misra, the hell of utter darkness. Then, attaining again to this world, he passes through various animal bodies, one after another, as a part of his punishment, until, having paid for his sins, he is purified. He is then born again as a man. Athair ka trinsho dhyaya. The Jiva cycle of births and deaths. The Bhagavan said, after the expiation of his sins in hell and in animal embodiments, Providence directs the ignorant Jiva again to a human birth suited to the nature of his residuary karma. He finds entry into a woman's womb through the seed of man. In one day, the male and female elements are combined into one unit called Kalala. In 5 days, it is formed into a disc-like body called Buddha. In 10 days, it becomes a hard body in the shape of a brinjal and is called Karkura. In 1 month, it becomes a lump called Pesi. In 1 month, it develops a head. In 2 months, the rudiments of arms and legs. In 3 months, nails, hair, bones, skin, and the genital openings. By the 4th month, it develops the 7 bodily dhatus, basic substances like flesh, blood, etc. And by the 5th month, hunger and thirst. In the 6th month, it is covered by the thin membrane called the placenta, and its movements come to be felt on the right side of the mother. Now, due to the absorption of the nutrition from the mother's food, the fetus grows, but finds itself in a very unpleasant place in the midst of bodily filth, breeding worms. He now often swoons, his tender skin being bitten and wounded by hungry worms growing there. He also suffers intensely from the contact of the pungent, salty, and burning substances eaten by the mother. Covered first by the placenta and then by the intestines of the mother, he rests in the womb with his back, neck, and head curled up. He cannot move his limbs, and as even a bird in a cage can do. By the divine will, he now remembers all the actions he has done in his past lives. What happiness can he have in that uncomfortable place where he is made to think continuously over his acts, unable even to breathe? From the 7th month he is conscious, but cannot remain still, being pushed by the winds of the womb. Being so pushed, he wriggles like his brother worms, born in the dirt of the womb along with himself. The frightened fetus, bound to the body by the 7 basically bodily substances, and completely identified with it, now indistinctly praises with joined hands the Lord by whose will he is in the womb. The Jiva said, I seek shelter at the feet of the Lord who assumes at with the forms of various divine incarnations and walks this earth in order to protect and redeem its inhabitants. It is by His grace alone that an iniquitous creature like myself has come to this most deserving state. I, whose spiritual nature has been covered up by the forces of karma, sit here bound by a body of material substances that are the products of the cosmic power. I, the Jiva, salute him who is pure, unchanging, and indivisible consciousness, but is nonetheless present in my distressed heart too, being the indweller in everything. I salute the Supreme Being, who is superior to Purusha and Prakriti, who, unlike myself, is without a body of five elements, whose consciousness is not subject to the deluding influence of the senses and the objects engendered by Prakriti, and who is therefore of unlimited power and wisdom. It is Maya, the power of the Lord, having karma as its binding cord, that has brought me to the state of bondage, whose innumerable woes have completely effaced the memory of my spiritual nature. There is no other way for me to regain my spiritual status except through His grace. It is the Lord by whom the whole universe is pervaded that has given me the memory of my past, present, and future. I pray in adoration of that being for relief from the suffering arising from my entanglement in karma as a jiva. I am lying in the cavity of another body, covered with bodily fluids and tortured by the heat generated by it. Very much distressed in mind, I am counting the days before I shall be released from here. O Lord, when shall the day of release come? O Lord, Thou hast out of Thy infinite mercy bestowed on me in my 10th month an awareness of my situation. The satisfaction of having done such a gracious act, is the only offering that Thou, the most merciful one, can get in return for it. For a humble jiva in entanglement that I am, I can offer nothing in return except my repeated salutations. Other jivas, like animals, in my predicament, are aware only of the bodily instincts, joys, and discomfort. But by virtue of the higher understanding that given to me, I am naturally conscious of moral values like self-control and the likes, and I am aware of that ancient being within my heart and without, just as I am aware of the physical body centering on my eye sense. O Lord, though my stay in the womb is very uncomfortable, I do not wish to come out of it into the pit of entrapplement that the world outside is. For when I am out, I shall not have the present consciousness, but be overcome again by identification with the body and all the other entanglements of samsara that follow it. As there is thus the chance of my losing spiritual consciousness on being freed after birth from my present sufferings, I shall in every way make a conscious endeavor to prevent the recurrence of future births in numerous wombs by the remembrance of the Supreme Being, who is a friend and well-wisher of all. Becoming a devotee of the Lord and worshipping His holy feet, may I never again have physical embodiment. Kapila said, in the 10th month, the fetus in the womb, who has made the above resolution and has been engaged in the contemplation and praise of the Lord, is pushed off out of the womb, head downwards, into the world by uterine contractions. Being thus pushed forcefully, He comes out with great difficulty, senseless, breathless, and deprived of memory. Cast amongst blood and urine on the floor, he writhes therein like an intestinal worm. Having lost his spiritual consciousness and being overcome by the body sense, he cries aloud. He is nourished by people who do not understand his needs, and he himself is incapable of expressing his disapproval when he is dealt with in a way he dislikes. Unable to sit up or move or even to scratch, he has to lie on unclean cots full of sweat-borne insects. As worms attack worms, these insects and mosquitoes puncture his tender skin. Passing through such sufferings of infancy and childhood, he gradually attains the stage of youth, by which time the body consciousness has been firmly established. Unable to satisfy all his desires, he is provoked to anger at those standing in his way, without knowing that it is his own karma that is responsible for his enjoyments and sufferings. His pride and pugnacity keep pace with the growth of his body, and he comes into violent conflict with his competitors with disastrous results for both. The ignorant man is firmly established in the false sense of identification with the physical body, and the growing intensely attached to it comes to think of I and mine in physical terms. The body is in itself the cause of misery, yet to support it, man performs still more actions and thus compound the involvement in this cycle of birth and death. By following the path of evil ones, which consists in the pursuit of the demands of the stomach and sex organs, the jiva prepares himself for the life of hell once again. The jiva loses all good and noble spiritual endowments like truth, purity, kindliness, restraint in speech, intelligence, attractiveness, modesty, reputation, patience, sense control, mind control, and the rest by close contact and association with evil-minded men who are tossed about by passions, devoid of discrimination, obsessed with the body consciousness, and behave like the mere pet animals of their women folk. Association with such persons is therefore forbidden. Though there may be many kinds of association, they can cause spiritual degeneration. There is none that can infatuate and blind the mind of man so powerfully as sensual association with women or with people who are engrossed with the sexual charms. It is said that even Prajapati, charmed by an offspring of his, pursued her shamelessly in the form of a stag as she ran away from him in the shape of a female deer. Among the creations of the offsprings of this Prajapati, that is, among all embodied beings, consisting of gods, men, and other species of beings, who is there except Rishi Narayana, another incarnation that can stand the onslaught of Maya in the shape of a woman? Behold the power of my Maya in the shape of woman. She subjugates even the world's conquerors by a mere movement of her eyebrows. Those who by holy context are established in the path of the Atman and who want to attain to the ultimate goal of spiritual striving should not have association with sensuous women, pramada, for they are said to be the gateway to hell for man. An aspirant should consider the approach and services of such women a veritable trap of Maya devised by the Creator as a well camouflaged with green grass, liable to bring him immediate death if walked over without knowing the hidden danger. Just as a woman is a danger to a man desiring progress on the spiritual path, so is a man to woman. It is a man who is luxurious and engrossed too much with woman that gets a woman's body in the next birth. Having become a woman and being aware that it is my binding power of Maya as dictated by her karma that approaches her as a husband, offering her wealth, children, and home. She succumbs to these attractions of Maya without knowing that they mark her spiritual doom, even as a male deer meets its death at the hands of the hunter who attracts it with his musical call, imitating the mating cry of the female. This transmigration of the jiva is rendered possible because, besides the gross body, it has a subtle body called linga sarira. The jiva is a purusha associated with the linga sarira, clothed in the linga sarira, which does not perish with the physical body. The jiva migrates from one sphere to another according to the nature of his past actions, and while enjoying their fruits, generates new karma that becomes the seed of future births.
The Linga Sarira, which is the essential feature of the jiva, is constituted of the subtle elements tanmatras, manas, thought, indriyas, senses, etc. In itself, it cannot perform actions, but requires the gross body as an instrument. When it loses a gross body, it is called death, and when it gains a new gross body, it is called birth. Thus, birth and death are only of the gross body and not of the jiva, which is Purusha clothed in Linga Sarira. When the eyeballs are affected and sight obstructed, then both the physical eye and the power of sight itself are said to be affected. When both these are affected, then the jiva is said to be affected. But in truth, the sense power continues to exist. It is only in this way that the loss of the gross body or any affectation of the subtle body can be said to influence the jiva. When the Linga Sarira becomes incapable of experiencing objects due to the decay of its instrument of contact, namely the gross body, that state is called death. When this capacity is restored to the eye sense by the provision of a proper instrument, that is, a physical body, it is called birth. Therefore, a man should not fear or tremble at the thought of death, for he is not destroyed by death, nor should he consider himself a pitiable creature at the mercy of fortuitous circumstances, for he is the maker of his own destiny. Reflecting on the real nature of the jiva and the way of its progress, he should try to live a life of detachment. With a true truth-orientated understanding developed through dispassion and spiritual practice, he should live in this world, the expression of divine power, detaching himself from the obsessive body consciousness with the thought that the body is only a product of karma. Ata Dwa Trimshodhyaya, Attainment of Perishable Worlds. The Bhagavan said, most men living in the life of the householder care only for the three purusharthas, dharma, artha, and kama, duty, wealth, and pleasure. Dharma consists in the performance of Vedic rituals and charitable acts with a view to gaining felicity in higher worlds. Artha, in the acquisition of wealth. and karma in the pursuit of pleasure. Men pursue these ends time and again without satiation. Being full of self-centered desires, a man is insensitive to the Bhagavata Dharma, the path of devotion to the Supreme Being. His fate is in Devas and Pitris, and he adores them with the performance of sacrifices dedicated to them. A man who is strong in such fate and is devoted to the Devas and the Pitris goes to the lunar sphere after death, enjoys the rare delights of that sphere, and when the fruits of his good karmas are exhausted, return to this world. All these heavenly regions attainable through karma are perishable. They last so long as Mahavishnu rests on his serpent bed awake. But they dissolve into their rudimentary condition, pralaya, when he goes to sleep. In contrast to the above are persons who follow the Bhagavata Dharma. They do not look upon or utilize their swadharma, spiritual and secular duties, as a means for attaining self-centered objects like power, pleasure, and heavenly felicity. Being devoid of desires for worldly pleasures and attainments, they work without attachment, dedicating the fruits of their actions to the Lord. They are calm and pure-minded. They are devoted only to spiritual values, having abandoned all self-centered and egoistic objectives. Through the performance of swadharma with detachment and dedication, they attain to purity of being, sattva guna. After death, they go through the path of the sun and attain to Satyaloka, the world of Brahma, who has all this manifested universe as his form, who is the master of all that is high and low, and who is the instrument of the Supreme Lord in his acts of world manifestation and dissolution. At the end of a Dvipararda, which marks the span of Brahma's life, the dissolution of Brahma into the Supreme Being, Brahma Pralaya, takes place. Until that time, these votaries of the personal conception of God continue to reside in Satyaloka, devoting themselves to the attainment of knowledge and to the adoration of the Lord. At the end of the creative cycle, the Dvipararda, Brahma, the self-created one, in identification with Prakriti, withdraws himself into his formless aspect, the Avyakta, and all the manifested universe, consisting of the combinations of the great elements, manas, and the indriyas and their objects, that makes up his body, is simultaneously dissolved. Along with Brahma, all those yogis who have attained to Brahma Loka through self-control, concentration, and spiritual practice, without however attaining full enlightenment, also enter into the timeless Supreme Person, having their narrow, self-centered individuality now completely dissolved through devotion and knowledge. Therefore, O Mother, seek shelter with wholehearted love and devotion at the feet of that Supreme Being, who is present in the hearts of all, and about whose greatness you have heard from me. As there is a trace of ego sense, a feeling of agency in separation from the Lord, in spite of all works having been done without attachment, even Brahma, the creator of all, along with the rishis, the great yogis, Kumaras, Siddhas, and other associates of his in his creative activity, after becoming one with the Supreme Being, in whom the gunas of Prakriti are in abeyance, will come again into manifestation, when time, the power of the Lord, gives rise to the agitation and the combination of the gunas of Prakriti at the beginning of a new kalpa. So, also, those jivas who by virtue of their meritorious deeds had attained to the bliss of Brahma's realm, but have not abandoned their ego through devotion and enlightenment, receive embodiment again in the world of men at the beginning of the new cycle, according to the karmic tendencies they had developed in the previous kalpa. Thus, even those exalted beings who have attained to high positions by their works will be deprived of those positions and powers when the good deeds that made them eligible for them are exhausted. They too are obliged to be born again at the beginning of the new cycle. Then there are those who are intensely attached to the fruits of actions, but are endowed with faith in the dictates of the scriptures, and who perform all the ritualistic works enjoined by them. Agitated by rajas, the disposition of passion, full of desire, devoid of sense control, and intensely attached to the felicities of domestic life, they worship the Pitris every day. They are interested only in three values of life: dharma, duty, artha, wealth, and kama, pleasure. They do not care for mukti and bhakti, and therefore disregard the devotional accounts of the Lord and his glories, which are potent enough to eradicate the evil of samsara, and which form the most fitting material for literary composition and discourses. It is indeed their accursed fate that makes them neglect the nectarine accounts of the Lord's excellences and feel interested in vulgar stories like worms exulting in filth. Persons who thus live their lives on earth doing all the prescribed ritualistic works with desire go after death by the sudden part to the world of Aryama, known as Pitriloka, the world of the mains. When the effect of these good works is exhausted by enjoyments there, the custodian deities of these realms expel them from there, and they come helplessly again to the world of men for a new embodiment. Therefore, O Mother, cultivate devotion, which is engendered by contemplating the attributes of the Lord, and practice complete resignation to Him. Practice of devotion to Vasudeva generates the spirit of renunciation very soon, and also knowledge and experience of Brahman. When a man ceases to distinguish objects which are really neutral in their value as desirable and undesirable according to the estimate of his senses, then he experiences that supreme state of the Atman who is unattached, equal to all, and beyond acceptance and rejection. It is only the Bhagavan, the pure consciousness, who is variously called Parabrahman, Paramatma, Parameshwara, and Purusha, who has manifested himself as the world of objects, the individual seers in it, and the instruments through which they see. The complete detachment and non-affectedness in the midst of this world manifestation which such a perception brings is the one goal that all spiritual disciplines have in view.
It is one pure consciousness, called Brahman, beyond the gunas of Prakriti, that is seen by the outward going senses as various objects and interpreted due to delusion in a distorted way as sound, touch, and other sensations. That same pure consciousness has manifested as the Mahat, Ahankara, its threefold expressions, the 11 senses, the 5 elements, and the self-conscious jiva. They form the cosmic shell, constituting his body, of which all the worlds are parts. This truth is perceived by one who is endowed with Shraddha, Bhakti, and unrelenting practice of spiritual disciplines, self-control, detachment, and dispassion. O Venerable Mother, I have expounded the doctrine that leads to the realization of Brahman. By grasping this, the truth about Prakriti and Purusha will be gradually understood. What is known as Bhagavan is the common object sought by those who follow the discipline of knowledge based on the scriptures, and by those who follow the discipline of wholehearted and unmotivated devotion to me. Just as one object with various attributes is seen differently through the different senses, say a flower fragrant to the nose, soft to the touch, and beautiful to the eye, even so the one Bhagavan is viewed and interpreted differently by different philosophies and scriptural writings in the light of their particular traditions. There are 3 stages of spiritual growth. The first stage is that of pious householders following the Vedic injunctions. It consists in the performance of Vedic rituals and sacrifices, in works of charity, in the study of the scriptures and reflection on their meaning, in practicing control of the mind and the senses, and in the discharge of one's duties as an offering to God. The second state is that of those who follow a way of life that combines both pravriti and nivriti. They follow the specific 9-fold discipline of bhakti, supported by disciplines of work and concentration. The third is that of advanced spiritual aspirants who have intense dispassion for the self-centered life and devote themselves exclusively to the realization of the Atman. It is the Bhagavan, the supreme principle of self-awareness, who is both Saguna and Nirguna, that all these aspirants worship and ultimately reach. O Mother, I have spoken to you of the 4 expressions of devotion. Devotion with desire for enjoyments. Devotion consisting in the surrender of the fruits of all actions to the Lord. Practice of the specific 9-fold devotional disciplines, and practice of spontaneous loving devotion. I have also instructed you in the nature of time, whose progress is imperceptible to the senses, but which pervades all things as the determinant of their lifespan. Further, I have describe to you how the jiva, having come under the influence of avidya and of karma, becomes completely forgetful of his true nature and transmigrates along the different paths to hell, heaven, and earthly life. These teachings are not to be imparted to persons who are wicked, haughty, barbarous, foul in conduct, hypocritical, given to sensuous indulgences, interested exclusively in their worldly concerns, who are without devotion to me, or who persecute my devotees. It may be imparted to persons who are endowed with faith, devotion, humility, goodwill to all, renunciation of sense objects, and the spirit of service. To these who are by nature peaceful, uncarping, free from jealousy, pure, and who love me above all things. O Mother, whoever hears or teaches this with faith and with a mind concentrated on me attains to my state. Conclusion. Maitreya said, hearing the words of her son Kapila, Devahuti, the wife of Kardama, had the covering of ignorance pulled away from her mind. She then circumambulated Kapila, having prostrations before him, and sang his praise as follows. Even Brahma, born of thy navel lotus, could only meditate in his mind on that unique form of thine stretched on the cosmic waters, the form which is the seed of the world's manifestation and the source of nature's powers, and in which the whole of nature is involved in latency. It is indeed a wonder that such a being could be born in my womb. With thy power diversified in the process of nature's evolution, thou, the unperturbed, the truth world, the Lord of all jivas, the insurmountable one with powers and attributes that appear contradictory, dost manifest this whole universe. O mystery of mysteries, that such a being who holds the entire universe in his abdomen should be born by me in my womb. But these contradictions are not contradictions in thee. For didst thou not appear as an infant sucking thy toe, lying on a banyan leaf that came floating on the cosmic waters of the universal deluge? O all-pervading being, assumption of a body by thee is for the suppression of evil and the advancement of holy living. This also is an incarnation of thine, like the cosmic ball. The purpose of this incarnation being the revelation of the path leading to the realization of the Atman. By hearing thy name, by singing thy glory, by prostrating before thee, nay, even by thinking of thee once, the greatest of sinners is transformed into a righteous man, worthy of performing sacrificial rites. What then can thy blessed vision not achieve? Oh, how wonderful! However low-born a man might be, if he has thy name on his lips, he is indeed elevated by that. For those who take thy name with faith must have already practiced austerities, performed fire sacrifices, bathed in holy waters, and studied the Vedas. They indeed are the worthy men. Salutations to Brahman, the Supreme Person, Mahavishnu, incarnate as Kapila, who is fit to be meditated upon by all contemplative souls, who outshines all the splendors of nature's forces, and who is the source of the wisdom of the Vedas. Maitreya said. Being thus praised, Kapila, the divine incarnate and the loving son of his mother, said to Devahuti in a grave and imposing tone. Kapila said, O mother, I have given you a kind of spiritual discipline that is easy for you to practice. By practicing it, you can easily become liberated in life. Bestow serious attention on this doctrine expounded by me. It has been the support of all seekers of the Brahman. By following it, one will attain to my state, from which there is no return to samsara. Those who do not follow it return to the world of birth and death again and again. Maitreya said, having thus imparted the truth about himself to his mother, Kapila now departed from that place with the permission of his illumined mother. Seated in her ashrama, which was like a floral wreath on the river Sarasvati, Devahuti concentrated her mind on the Supreme Being as instructed by her son. By bathing at the 3 sandhyas of the day, her hair became coppery, short, and matted. Dressed in tree bark cloth, her body became very slender, owing to the rigors of her austere practices. Devahuti had some time back abandoned her household conjured up by the power of the tapas and yoga of the Prajapati, a household that was unparalleled in grandeur and an attraction even for the devas. It had clean, milk-white beds, furniture of gold and ivory, golden stools, soft pillows. It had walls of pure crystal and emerald panels, on which shone lamps made of diamonds held by female figurines. It had courtyards with flowering plants and heavenly trees, wherein the delightful cooing of birds in pairs and the humming of inebriated honeybees could be heard. In the garden there were lakes whose waters were fragrant with the sweet smell of lotuses, and in which she had frequently bathed her superbly handsome body, the object of Kardama Prajapati's endearments and of the panegyrics of heavenly singers. She had abandoned all these blessings of a glamorous household and the envy of even celestial women, and subjected herself to strenuous austerities. And now that her son had left her, her face was overcast by a shadow of sorrows. The separation from her son, following on the heels of the departure of the husband who adopted the ascetic life, plunged Devahuti into grief, in spite of her knowledge of spiritual verities, just as a cow is afflicted when its offspring is removed from her. Thanks to her grief, she thought constantly of her son Kapila, who was none but Hari, and her mind was consequently freed from every kind of worldly attachment, including that to her splendid home. As instructed by her son, she meditated on the form of the Lord, on each of his parts individually, and on all parts together, and on that one whose face is calm and perceivable through intense meditation. By an unbroken flow of love, towards him by the practice of intense dispassion, by the observance of strict discipline in eating and other matters of daily life, by acquiring knowledge on spiritual matters, by the experience of all-inclusive being with its veil of Maya, which is removed by constant contemplation of him with a pure mind, by the elimination of individuality that is attained through the fixing of the mind on Bhagavan, who is none else but Brahman and who is the support of the jiva. By means of such disciplines, she attained to supreme peace, having removed all the obstacles to the dawn of this knowledge.
As she was in the state of samadhi continually and had transcended the sphere of experiences bound up with the gunas of Prakriti, she did not feel any identification even with the body, just as a man awakened from a dream feels no identification with the dream body. In spite of this elimination of bodily consciousness, her body survived, as it were, fed by others. Being without mental worries, she did not look famished, although covered with filth for want of a bath and proper dressing. She looked like a fire covered with smoke. Her mind, having penetrated into Vasudeva, and her body, having been transformed by the power of yoga and tapas, she survived merely by the power of prarabdha. With her hair dishevelled and clothes thrown to the winds, she hardly knew that she had a body. Thus, following the path shown by Kapila, she attained to that self who is called Param Atman, Brahma Nirvana, and Bhagavan. Where Devahuti realized this supreme attainment, that place became a holy spot, famous in all the three worlds as Siddhapada. O Vidura, her body purified by yoga was converted into that best of holy rivers, which aids the dawn of enlightenment, and which came to be resorted to by many enlightened ones. Kapila, the divine incarnate as a great yogi, having somehow consoled his mother, left his father's ashram at Bindusaras and travelled towards the northeast. Praised and hymned by Siddhas, Charanas, Munis and Apsaras, and welcomed by the masters of philosophy, he established his residence at a place respectfully offered by the Lord of the Seas, where he is still said to remain in spiritual absorption for the welfare of all the worlds. O pure-minded one, with this I have finished narrating to you the sacred conversation between Kapila and Devahuti, about which you have questioned me. Whoever hears of this, whoever hears or teaches with faith and devotion this most profound exposition of the sage Kapila's views on the doctrine of the Atman, will acquire unshakable devotion to the feet of Lord Vishnu and ultimately attain to his feet. Iti Tritiya Skanda Samaptaha. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Skanda 4, Chapter 1, Yajna and Dakshina. Maitreya said, Manu Swayambhuva had 3 well-known daughters, Akuti, Devahuti, and Prasuti. The Manu gave his first daughter in marriage to Prajapati, Ruchi according to the rite known as Putrika Dharma, the understanding in it being that the sons born of that marriage will go to the father of the girl. To this the Manu's wife Satarupa also agreed. Ruchi, radiant with his Brahmanic luster, begot in her, while fully absorbed in divine contemplation, a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Of these, the boy was none other than Mahavishnu incarnate as Yajna, while the girl, Dakshina by name, was a part of Sri Devi, the consort of Vishnu, who accompanies him whenever he incarnates. According to the stipulation made earlier, the Manu brought to his house Yajna, a boy of great spiritual luster, while the girl Dakshina was retained by Ruchi as his daughter. Yajna married Dakshina, who was in love with him, and begot in her 12 issue, to the great joy of both. Their names were Tosha, Pratosha, Santosha, Bhadra, Santi, Idaspati, Idma, Kavi, Vibhu, Swara, Sudeva, and Roshana. During the Swayambhuva Manvantara period of rule as Manu, these 12, who were collectively known as Tushitas, became Devas. Marichi and the others were the Sapta Rishis, and Yajna was the Indra then. The very powerful Priyavrata and Uttanapada, the sons of the Manu, were the kings during his period as Manu. And these two had many sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons in that Manvantara. O dear one, the Manu gave his second daughter Devahuti to Kardama Prajapati. This part of the story has already been narrated to you. The holy Manu gave his third daughter to Daksha Prajapati, a son of Brahma, the progeny of Daksha and Prasuti, multiplied beyond measure in the world. I had spoken to you about the 9 daughters of Kardama Prajapati, who were given in marriage to 9 Brahma Rishis. Hear from me the list of their children and grandchildren. Kardama's daughter Kala, whom Marichi married, gave birth to a son Kasyapa and a daughter Purnima. Their descendants filled the earth. Purnima gave birth to 2 sons, Virya and Visvaga, and a daughter Devakulya. This Devakulya, being bathed with the water with which Sri Hari's feet were washed, became in another birth the heavenly Ganga. Anasuya, the wife of Atri, gave birth to the 3 famous children, Dattatreya, Durvasas, and Soma, who were partial incarnations of Vishnu, Siva, and Brahma. Vidura said, O great teacher, please tell me why these great divinities, Brahma and others who perform cosmic functions like creation, were born as the children of Atri. Maitreya said, commanded by Brahma to engage himself in procreation, Atri, who was a knower of Brahman, went with his wife to Riksha, one of the mountains of great sanctity for the practice of austerities. Then, at the spot where the reverberations of the waterfall of the Nirvindya fill the air, there were trees like Asoka and Palasa laden with clusters of flowers abound. Atri, with his mind controlled through pranayama, stood on one foot without any food for 100 years, concentrating his mind on the Lord. He performed austerities praying, I seek shelter in the Lord. May I have a son equal to him. When the fire that was emerging from Atri's head as a result of his pranayama and concentration threatened to engulf the universe, Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, the Trimurti, appeared at Atri's place of austerity, accompanied by numerous celestial singers, devas and munis. Exalted with delight at the arrival of these great divinities, Atri received them, still standing on only one foot. Before these divinities, Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara, each seated on his respective vehicle, swan, eagle and bull, and with other appropriate paraphernalia, Atri threw himself in prostration and worshipped their feet with offerings of flowers and other materials. Their benign looks and smiling faces indicated that they were highly pleased with him. Closing his eyes that were dazed with their brilliance and concentrating his whole mind on them within, Atri now recited a hymn in his sweet voice on these great divinities, joining his palms in salutation. You three constitute the one deity who has made himself into three according to the guna of Maya assumed by you for purposes of creation, preservation and destruction of the universe. To you, Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara, my salutations. I would like to know which of you three is the Supreme Being invoked by me. It is on the Supreme Lord that I have been meditating and praying to for obtaining progeny. How then have you, the three divinities who preside over creation, preservation and destruction, and who are far away from the ken of men, come here? Great is my wonder at this. Please be gracious enough to explain it to me. Maitreya said. The triune divinity then spoke the following sweet words with a smile. The resolution of one like you, who is truth world, must necessarily come to pass. It cannot be otherwise. The three of us constitute that one supreme being you meditate upon. O dear one, you will have 3 sons, each being born of an aspect of one of us. They will be world famous and they will spread your name everywhere, bestowing on the couple the boon they sought, and accepting their worship, the divinities disappeared even as they looked on. Out of Brahma, Chandra, moon, was born as their son. Out of Vishnu, Datta, the master of yoga, was born. And out of Maheshwara, Durvasas. Now I shall enumerate the issues of Angiras. Listen. Shraddha, the wife of Angiras, gave birth to 4 daughters, Sinivali, Kuhu, Raka, and Anumati.
In Swarochista Manvantara, Angiras begot also 2 sons, the high-souled Uttatya and Brihaspati, a great knower of Brahman. Pulastya begot in his wife Havirbu a son named Agastya, who in a former birth was Jadaragni. He also begot another son named Visravas, who became a famous ascetic. Visravas had by his wife Idavida a son named Kubera, who became famous as the leader of the Yakshas. By another wife, he had 3 sons named Ravana, Kumbhakarna, and Vibhishana. Gati, the wife of Pulaha, gave birth to 3 sons named Karma, Jeshta, Varivayan, and Sahishnu. Kriya, the wife of Kratu, gave birth to 60,000 rishis of great spiritual powers, known as Balakilyas. Vashishta's wife, Urja, gave birth to Chitraketu and others who in later times became Saptarshis. The 7 sons born in Urja are Chitraketu, Surochi, Viraja, Mitra, Ulbana, Vasubridhyana, and Dyuman. In another wife, he had other sons like Shakti. Chitti, the wife of Atharva, gave birth to 2 sons, Dadichi and Aswasiras, noted for observance of orthodox ways. Now hear from me about the descendants of Brigu. O noble one, Brigu begot in his wife Kyati 2 sons named Data and Vidata, and a daughter named Shri, who was an aspect of Lakshmi. Mahameru married his 2 daughters, Ayati and Niyati, to Data and Vidata, and they had as progeny a son each, Mrikanda and Prana. Mrikanda and a famous son named Markandeya, and Prana another, Vedasiras by name. Brigu also had another son named Kavi, of whom was born the all-knowing Maharshi Shukra. O Vidura, all these rishis multiplied the population of the world by their issue. With this, I have finished the description of the progeny of Kardama Prajapati's daughters. One who hears about the above described line of Prajapati with faith and devotion will have his sins washed away. Now turning to other matters, Brahma's son Daksha Prajapati married Prasuti. Daksha had 16 daughters of exquisite beauty by her. Of these, he gave 13 in marriage to Dharma Prajapati. Of the remaining, 1 he married to Agni. Of the others, he gave 1 to all the Pitris together, and the last he gave to Sri Rudra, who is a divinity that destroys man's bondage. The names of Daksha's daughters given as wives to Dharma are Shraddha, Maitri, Daya, Shranti, Tushti, Pushti, Kriya, Unnati, Buddhi, Meda, Titiksha, Hri, and Murti. Of them, Shraddha gave birth to a son, Shubha, Maitri to Prasada, and Daya to Abhaya. Shanti gave birth to Shuka, Tushti to Moda, Pushti to Smaya, Kriya to Yoga, Unnati to Darpa, Buddhi to Artha, Meda to to Smriti, Titiksha to Shema, and Ri to Prasraya. The highly virtuous Murti begot the great rishis Nara Narayana. The whole world greeted this twin incarnation by putting on a very joyous appearance. The hearts of good men, the quarters, the winds, the rivers, the mountains all became calm and peaceful. In the heavens, the turiya and other percussion instruments were sounded. Gandharvas and kinnaras sang. The heavenly women danced with joy. Thus, auspicious signs were observed everywhere. Brahma and other devas recited the following hymn in praise of Nara Narayana. He who, by his inherent power, produced in himself the universe, as a man builds castles in the air. To reveal the nature of that being, hast thou now incarnated thyself as a rishi in the house of Dharma. May we, the Devas, who have been created out of sattva to prevent the breach of thy divine law, receive the shower of thy merciful looks, which set at naught the beauty of a lotus, and which are beyond the imagination of the world-bound soul. The divine twins, Nara and Narayana, after being thus hymned and worshipped by the Devas, who were delighted at the sight of them, resorted to the mountain Gandhamadana. It is these two, who are aspects of Sri Hari, that are now incarnated as Krishna and Arjuna for relieving the earth of her burdens. Swaha, the wife of Agni, gave birth to 3 sons, Pavaka, Pavamana, and Suchi, who consumed the offering. Of them, 45 devas of the nature of Agni were born. Thus, these 45 together, with their 3 fathers and 1 grandfather, make up the 49 Agnis. When the yajnas and other Vedic rituals are performed by the rishis versed in Vedic law, these are the names invoked at the sacrifices connected with the fire. The Pitris are of diverse categories: Agnishwatas, Varhishadas, Sumyas, Ajyapas, Sagnayas, and Anagnayas. Daksha's daughter, Swada, was the wife of them all. Swada bore them 2 daughters, named Vayuna and Tarini. Both of them were versed in the Vedas and endowed with the knowledge and experience of the spirit. But Sri Rudra's wife, Sati, though serving her husband, who was well matched with her in virtues and conduct, did not have any issue, for she happened to abandon her body by the power of yoga early in life, because she was hurt by a feud that her father Daksha developed against her innocent husband, Sri Rudra. Ata Dvitiyo Dhyaya. Confrontation between Rudra and Daksha. Vidura said, "For what reason did Daksha, who loved his daughter very much, transgress that love and come into confrontation with the high-souled Sri Rudra? Who would come into confrontation with such a great being as Sri Rudra, who is a world teacher, not inimical to anyone, peaceful by nature, and ever engrossed in the bliss of the Atman? How did such great enmity arise between the father-in-law and the son-in-law? Why did Sati Devi give up her life, which no one does lightly? Maitreya said, once there was a great satra of the Prajapatis, at which all the rishis and the devas, munis and agnis had assembled with their followers. Dazzling by his appearance, that assembly, Daksha Prajapati, luminous like the sun, came into the sacrificial hall, and all in that assembly, except Sri Rudra and Brahma, got up from their seats automatically, impelled, as it were, by the Prajapati's aura. Worshipped duly by all the assembled, Daksha made obeisance to Brahma, the creator of the world, and directed by him, took his seat. Seeing that Sri Rudra, who was already seated there, did not show any gesture of recognition or cordiality towards him, Daksha became wild with rage and spoke with a slanting look of his eyes that seemed to burn everything before it. O Brahmarshis, Devas and Agnis, be a witness to what I speak. It is neither ignorance nor antagonism that prompts me to speak in this way, but what I know about the conduct of good men. This Rudra is a blot on the reputation of the guardian deities of the quarters. He is shameless by not observing the rules of propriety recognized by worthy men. This incorrigible fellow is guilty of the desecration of the norms of the good life. Having married my noble and virtuous daughter before the sacred fire and holy Brahmanas, he has become my disciple. This fellow with the monkey's eyes has married my daughter with the beautiful eyes of a deer. He, who ought to stand up before me, did not care even to utter a word of welcome. To this Rudra, who is devoid of good conduct, wretched, indecent, and a violator of the codes of Dharma, I have, alas, given my daughter, though unwillingly, like one who teaches the Vedas to a Sudra. He generally lives and moves about in weird places like cremation grounds, attended by goblins and ghosts, and dances there shamelessly, naked and disheveled, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying, like one deranged. He covers himself with the ashes of cremated bodies. He wears as his ornaments the bones of dead bodies and garlands of filthy things given by ghosts. He is wrongly called Shiva, but he is in fact Ashiva. Himself intoxicated, he is the darling of all who have lost their senses by taking intoxicants. He is a lord of ghosts and goblins, who are mere formations of the forces of darkness. Alas, to this Rudra, who is unclean, cruel-hearted, and master of intoxicated beings, I have given my very virtuous daughter at the command of Brahma. Maitreya said, after thus insulting Rudra, who had done him no harm, Daksha purified his hands, sipped water ceremonially, and pronounced the following curse on him. May this Rudra, the most depraved among the Devas, cease to receive any portion of yajna as his share, unlike Indra, Upendra, and the other Devas. Though warned by many important personages from among the assembled, Daksha would not refrain from pronouncing the curse. In great anger, he cursed Rudra, left the sacrificial hall, and returned home. Infuriated at Daksha's curse, Nandishwara, the leader of the Rudra's retinue, pronounced a fiercer counter curse on Daksha and those few Brahmanas who supported Daksha's conduct.
He said, "May this important person, entrenched in his self-esteem, who is prepared to insult even a divinity who has done him no harm, may he lose his understanding of the truth. Attached to the false values of household life and the vulgar pleasures it affords, may his mind be at sea in the eulogistic passages of the Vedas and become addicted to ritualism. By constantly thinking of the body, may this Daksha lose spiritual consciousness completely and become animal-like and engrossed with women. May his face be soon turned into that of a goat. This Daksha, who mistakes ignorance-born ritualism as knowledge, is indeed dull-witted. Whosoever insults Sri Rudra, following the footsteps of Daksha, may they also continue to be entangled endlessly in samsara. May these haters of Hara, Rudra, become completely insensitive to truth, being overpowered and excited by the powerful intoxication of the flowery words of Vedic ritualism, eating anything and everything without any restriction, viewing learning, tapas, and the observance of disciplines merely as a means for their livelihood. Let them be turned into votaries of wealth, the body and the senses. Let them be reduced to hapless wanderers in samsara. When Bhrigu the high priest heard this curse being pronounced on the families of Brahmanas, he retaliated with the following irresistible weapon of a Brahmana's curse. Those men who have taken special vows with regard to Sri Rudra's adoration and those who follow such teachers will be considered atheists and unbelievers, and they will become hostile to the Vedas and other authentic scriptures. Unclean, brainless, and habituated to smearing the body all over with ashes, wearing matted locks and garlands of bones, may these resort to Shiva worship, wherein the means of adoration are liquor and other kinds of intoxicants. You are atheists inasmuch as you have insulted the Veda and its custodians, the Brahmanas. They protect men by their wise counsel, and it is the Veda that shows men what is dharma and what should form the bounds of our conduct in life. The Veda is the eternal guide for man in following the good path. It is the path laid down by the Veda that all the good and great men of the past followed. The authority of the Veda springs from God Himself. Abandoning the Vedic ways of life, noble, pure, and resorted to that by good men, at all times may you turn to the path of atheism, adoring the Lord of the Bhutas as the deity. Maitreya said, when Bhrigu delivered this curse, Rudra left the place with his followers in a grim mood. Then all the Prajapatis continued the performance of that satra, which consists of sacrifice to Sri Hari for 1,000 years. At the end of it, they had their final sacrificial bath, Avabrita Snana, at the place where the Ganga and Yamuna join, and then went home with their hearts purified by the sacrifice. Ata Tiyodhyaya. Sati Devi's desire to visit Daksha's sacrifice. Maitreya said, many years passed in this way with the father-in-law and son-in-law in confrontation. When Brahma, the supreme ruler, appointed Daksha as the leader of all Prajapatis, the latter's ego became terribly swollen. Without caring at all for those established in the knowledge of Brahman, he finished the preliminary sacrifice, Vajapaya, and started the performance of Brihaspati Sava. In that assembly, all Brahmarshis, Devarshis, Pitris, and Devas were present with their wives in their festive dress. Sati Devi now heard from the large numbers of Devas passing by their residence at Kailasa about the sacrificial festival that was going on in her father's house, and also saw that many of these Devas were going along with their wives, who were decorated with necklaces, earrings, and silken dresses, in their aerial vehicles to her father's palace to attend the function. Seeing all this, she said as follows to her lord, the master of the Bhutas, with great enthusiasm. O Lord, a great yajna has already been started by your father-in-law, Daksha Prajapati. If it pleases you, both of us shall attend it. As these devas are still bound for it, we can be sure that it is not over. It is certain that my sisters with their husbands will be going there, as it will give them an opportunity to meet all their friends and relatives together at one time. Along with you, I too desire to take part in these festivities. I shall see there my sisters with their well-matched husbands, my aunties and my beloved mother, all of whom I have been desiring to see for a long time. Besides, my lord, I can also witness the great sacrificial rite that will be performed by reputed Maharshis. O Divine Being, this wonderful world constituted of the three guna of Prakriti has been brought into existence and is being sustained by you. Therefore, nothing in it can evoke wonder in you. But it is not so with me, a mere woman without any knowledge of the truth. I intensely desire to see the place of my birth. O birthless one, see how even strange ladies, unrelated to us, are going there in numbers with their husbands, bedecked with all their finery. Their numerous milk-white aerial vehicles above make one feel that the sky is filled with white swans. Under these circumstances, how can a daughter remain at home and not go to her father's place? If the objection is that there has been no invitation, it is well known that good men go to the houses of their friends, even without an invitation. So also they go to the house of a husband, a teacher, or a father. O Divine Being, be gracious to me. It behoves you to fill my request. Though all-knowing, have you not assumed me as a half of your body, and thus become Ardha Narishwara, a deity who is half woman and half man? So please grant me this prayer. Maitreya said, Sri Rudra, the Lord of Mountains, on being thus addressed by his wife, recalled to his mind all the heart-piercing words of abuse that Daksha had spoken in the assembly of Prajapatis, and replied smilingly to her, "O good-natured lady, that good people visit the homes of their relatives even uninvited is true, where one is sure that they are not people who would find imaginary faults and wrongs in others at the dictation of their own excessively egoistic and violent disposition. Learning, austerity, wealth, a healthy body, youth, and noble birth, though these shine as virtues in basically good people, they assume a contrary nature in evil-minded ones. These develop in them an overweening pride and egoism which make them insensitive to the goodness and power in spiritual personages. They are perverted people who frown and cast unwelcome looks at their guests. Never should one even look at their houses under the mistaken notion that they are relatives. The sufferings of one wounded by the arrows of an enemy are nothing compared to what a man subjected day and night to the taunting and heart-piercing words of relatives has got to stand. I know very well that amongst his daughters you are the dearest to that leader of Prajapatis. Yet I am sure he will not give you a cordial welcome or extend the consideration due to a daughter because he abhors your relationship with me. There is a type of self-important and worldly-minded man whose heart aches with jealousy and hatred at great ones established in spiritual consciousness, because he cannot obtain the status and recognition that the latter get. It is just like the hatred of asuras towards Sri Hari. O good lady, when wise men make salutations, greetings, and offerings among themselves, they have in mind the indwelling spirit and not the body-conscious, ego-centered man. The word Vasudeva indicates pure sattva, for it is pure sattva that the Bhagavan reveals himself. He therefore dwells in the all as the buddhi, which is constituted of sattva. I am therefore ever engaged mentally in saluting him who is manifest in the hearts of all, and therefore there is no need to salute anyone individually. Though Daksha is your father, neither he nor any of his satellites deserves to be visited by you, nor is he a persecutor of mine. Having insulted me with bad words at the yajna of the Prajapatis, although I had never done any harm to him, it will not be for your good, if you reject my advice and go there, for insult from relatives may even cause death to a person who is accustomed to respectful treatment. Atta Chaturya Dhyaya. The death of Sati Devi. Having said that much, Rudra did not say or do anything more about it. Knowing that she would meet with death, whether she was restrained from going or allowed to go. And Sati, caught between her eagerness to see her relatives and the resentment of Rudra, wavered for some time, trembling with sorrow and disappointment at the rejection raised against her meeting her relatives, and intensely agitated and tearful out of love for them. Sati now looked at Bhava, the matchless one, in extreme anger, as if to burn him up.
Sri Rudra, dear to the hearts of all good men, had out of love for his wife gifted half of his body to her, but unmindful of his solicitude, Sati, moved by a woman's perverse will, and prompted by the heart stricken with intense grief and anger, left the place of her parental home. Seeing the Devi hurrying away alone, Sri Rudra's fearless attendants, like Maniman and Mada, with a long retinue of yakshas and the great bull, followed her apace. Those emissaries, themselves well attired, seated the Devi on the bull, graced her with paraphernalia such as a parrot, a ball, mirrors, lotuses, the ceremonial umbrella, chowries and garlands, and sounded musical and percussion instruments like the dundubi, the conch, and the flute. The Devi entered the sacrificial hall, where animal sacrifices were underway, accompanied by Vedic chants, where Brahmanas and Devarshis had assembled in large numbers, and where there was an array of various kinds of sacrificial vessels made of earth, timber, gold, darba grass, skin, etc. Except her mother and sisters, none offered any welcome to her out of fear of Daksha, the master of the sacrifice, with whom she was persona non grata. Her mother and sisters, however, embraced her with tears in their eyes. Though her mother, sisters, and other close relatives extended a warm welcome to her with loving inquiries, conversation, accommodation, etc., she did not accept any of these, as her father did not show even a sign of recognition. Besides thus meeting with scant welcome in the assembly, the Devi saw that the sacrifice was without the portion allotted to Sri Rudra, which implied a great insult to that Deva. Provoked to great anger by all this, it looked as if she was going to burn all the world in the flames of that anger. The Bhuta and goblin attendants of hers now prepared to attack Daksha and his party, but the Devi restrained them from such a move by the exercise of her own will. Moved to great anger, she uttered before the whole world the following words of criticism of the conduct of Daksha, who hated Shiva and whose ego had swollen incredibly owing to his adherence to Vedic ritualism. The Devi said, "He than whom there is nothing greater anywhere, he who, being the dear self of all, is neither friend nor foe to anyone, he who is the self of all and free from enmity, who except you would feel antagonistic towards such a personage. O fault finder, persons like you see only evil in the noble characteristics of another. There are others in the middling sensibility who distinguish the good and the bad features in others. They are indeed good men, but the sign of a great man, a sadhu, is that he sees only the good side and not the bad traits in another. Not only that, the most exalted of them see even the slightest trace of another's good quality in an exaggerated and magnified form. But alas, it is in just such an exalted being that you are finding faults. This habit of hearing insults on exalted personages is not in any way astonishing in evil-minded persons. But though these exalted ones may put up with such insults on account of their extreme forbearance, the very dust of their feet will angrily retaliate against such traducers and deprive them of their prowess and position. Such will be their reward. Alas, you are insulting him, of whose name even the causal utterance by the person would free him from all sins immediately. You, the concentration of all inauspiciousness, are insulting the center of all auspiciousness, the repository of spotless fame, the wielder of irresistible might. Alas, you add insult to injury you have done to that one whose lotus feet are resorted to by great devotees, honeybees as it were, in quest of the nectar of Brahmic bliss. On that one who is the friend and benefactor of all, and who showers every kind of blessing on those who seek it from him. Do you think that none but you know the truth about that auspicious one who looks inauspicious, having his residence in the cremation grounds amidst goblins, with his matted hair dishevelled, and with the garlands of flowers and ashes and skulls of the cremation ground as his decorations? Those like Brahma, who know him truly, wear on their heads the flowers and ingredients of worship offered at his feet. In a situation like this, where a holy personage and protector of Dharma is being abused wantonly by irresponsible, lawless, and evil men, one should close one's ears and run away from the place. Or if one is strong enough, one should cut off the evil and abusing tongue of that man and afterwards kill oneself. Therefore, I cannot bear to continue in this body born of you, a hater of noble Siva, who even drank poison to save the worlds, and therefore came to be known as Nilakanta. For one who has mistakenly taken impure food, the only means of purification according to the wise is to vomit that food. An inward-looking sage is not subject to the prohibitions and commandments of the letter of the Veda. His ways and conventional ways are poles apart, like those of devas and men. So one who is following one's own dharma should not condemn another following his, basing itself on the two contradictory tendencies in man, one for cultivating attachments and longing for worldly enjoyments, and the other for detachment and renunciation of them. The Vedas have laid down the paths of pravritti and nivritti. For a person who follows one of these paths, the other has no bearing. But in regard to Brahman, with whom Siva is identical, neither of these paths nor their rules have any relevance. Do not entertain the false notion that you are rich and all-powerful. The Rudra is only an insignificant being. You have not those spiritual potencies that rest in us, for they are not to be had by persons who spend their lives in sacrificial halls, eating the food available there and breathing the smoke that fills the place. they are quest of exalted knowing ones, whose presence cannot be seen or inferred, as the knowing ones never exhibit their powers. Enough, enough of life in this despicable body born of you, the traducer of holy Shiva. Great shame has befallen me because of my relationship with such an atrocious person as you. A body derived from the traducer of great ones is to be abandoned as worthless. If the bull emblemed Bhagavan Shiva happens to call by my parental name, O Dakshyani, I shall be cast into the depths of dejection and shame, without the capacity to put on even a pretended smiling response. Therefore, I shall certainly abandon this body born of you, which I consider to be a veritable corpse. Maitreya said, O Vidura, having said this much to Daksha in the sacrificial assembly, the Devi, who was dressed in yellow robes, became quiet. After taking a purificatory sip of water, she sat on the northern side, closed her eyes, and entered yogic concentration. After establishing herself in a firm and steady sitting posture, that most venerated lady regulated and brought about equilibrium in the functioning of vital airs, prana and apana, then raised the udana from the region of the navel and established it in the heart along with the determinative faculty, and from there raised it through the neck region in the middle of the brows. That lady of firm determination now invoked air and fire in her body by concentration, bent as she was out of anger against Daksha to get rid of her body, the very body that was often seated on the lap of Rudra and fondled by him, the greatest among great ones. Sati Devi, who was without the least taint of sin, concentrated her mind entirely on the sacred feet of her husband, Sri Rudra, the world teacher, and knew nothing else, while the body was burnt by the fire generated by the power of yoga. Alas, alas, came the tumultuous cries of all who watched that extraordinary occurrence in the sky and the earth. Sati, the wife of the all-powerful Rudra, has abandoned her body, roused to great ire by Daksha's insult. Look at the heartless conduct of the Prajapati Daksha, whose offspring the whole world is. Insulted by her, his own daughter had been forced to end her life. That great lady deserves indeed the respect of all. Hard-hearted and godless, thus Daksha will attain to limitless infamy in the whole world. A traducer of Shiva, he did not even move his little finger to prevent the death of his own daughter, caused by the insults he himself heaped upon her. While the people were thus expressing their horror at this unique demise of Sati, her attendants now got up with weapons in hand to attack and slay Daksha. Seeing the quick move of these attacking attendants, the sage Bhrigu made oblation in Dakshinagni to the accompaniment of the particular mantras of Yajurveda for the annihilation of forces that come to desecrate a yajna.
When Bhrigu, who was the chief priest of the yajna, performed this oblation, there came from the region of Soma a large host of devas called Ribus, who are beings that have attained to that region by their tapas. With flaming torches in hand, these devas possessed of Brahmi brilliance charged and drove away these emissaries of Rudra and their allies, the Guhyakas. Excuse me. Atha Panchamodhyaya, the destruction of Daksha. Rudra was roused to terrible anger when informed by Narada that Sati Devi had perished because of her being insulted by Prajapati Daksha, and that all her retinue, consisting of his attendants, had been put to flight by the Ribus invoked at that yajna. That Durjati Rudra, biting his lips in anger, plucked one of his matted locks, emitting rays like lightning and fire, stood up and dashed it on the ground with a terrific roar. There emerged from that matted lock the formidable form of Virabhadra. His head touched the sky, his body was black like a rain cloud, he had 1,000 arms, his 3 eyes resembled 3 suns, he had fierce-looking fangs, his hair was flaming like fire, and he wore a garland of skulls. With hands folded, he asked Bhagavan Rudra, What do you wish me to do? Asked thus, Bhagavan Rudra said, Go and destroy Daksha along with his yajna. O fierce warrior, you are the chief of my soldiers. You are a part of my own being. Being thus ordered by the furious Sri Rudra, Virabhadra circumambulated him and made prostrations before him. He now felt that he was irresistible in might, and that there was none whose strength he could not overcome. Then, giving out a terrific roar, followed by the resounding war cries of Rudra's retinue, he ran with clanging ankles on his feet and an uplifted trident in an arm powerful enough to destroy the god of death himself. Soon, far away in the northern direction, a cloud of dust was sighted by the people assembled at Daksha's sacrifice. The sacrificial priest, the sacrificer, the Brahmanas and their wives, they began to cogitate amongst themselves, Why this darkness? Why this cloud of dust? There is no storm raging, no bands of robbers can be expected now when the powerful king Prachinabharis is ruling. Nor are there any herds of cattle being driven away nearby. Is it then an evil portent, indicating the dissolution of the world? This is the consequence of Daksha insulting his innocent daughter in the presence of his other daughters. So said Daksha's wives, such as Prasuti and others, trembling with fear. How can good befall one, even if it be Brahma, who enrages him who performs his wild dance of destruction at the cosmic dissolution, with his hair dishevelled, his hands uplifted like flagstaffs, and holding terrific arrows and a sharp trident on which the Dig Gajas, elephants guarding the quarters, are impaled, who gives out thundering roars that splits the quarters, who is possessed of irresistible puissance, and who presents a terrific appearance with his brows curved by the anger sweeping his frame. While the fear-stricken people were speaking in this way, there appeared many portents in the sky and on the earth, generating fear even in so powerful a person as Daksha Prajapati. O Vidura, by that time that great sacrifice began to be disturbed and obstructed by the host of Rudra's followers who streamed in, equipped with various weapons, some of the dwarfs holding missiles in their uplifted hands, others red and yellow in complexion, and still others having bellies and faces shaped like those of a fish. Some of them cut the beams and other parts of the superstructure. Some attacked the inner apartments of women, some of the fireplace, some the halls, some the kitchen. Some broke the sacrificial vessels, some put out the sacred fires, some urinated on the sacrificial hearths, and still others broke the boundaries of the sacrificial enclosure. Some bound the assembled munis with cords, some threatened and abused their wives, and some chased and caught hold of the devas who were found running away to escape. Maniman caught and bound Bhrigu, Virabhadra Prajapati Daksha, Chandisa Pushan, and Nandishwara Bhaga. Seeing all this, and being hit with stones, all the sacrificial priests, the devas, and the assembled guests ran away in all directions. Virabhadra pulled off the hairs of the moustache of Bhrigu, the priest who made the sacrificial offerings with Shruva in hand, because this Bhrigu had ridiculed Sri Rudra, twirling his moustache. He plucked out the eyeballs of Bhaga, whom he had in great anger thrown down to the earth, for it was with these eyes that he had encouraged Daksha to insult Sri Rudra. Just as Balarama knocked out the teeth of the king of Kalinga, he knocked out the teeth of Pushan stretched on the ground, for it was with the display of those teeth that he laughed when Sri Rudra was insulted and cursed by Daksha. Standing on the chest of Daksha, Virabhadra tried to sever his head with a sharp sword, but failed to do so. He found it impossible to cut even the skin of Daksha with any of his divine weapons. Astonished at it, he thought deeply to solve the mystery. He then came to understand that the sacrificial method of slaughtering the victim had to be adopted here, and so he beheaded Daksha Prajapati in that way, making him the sacrificial animal. At that time there was the tumultuous sound of bhutas, pretas and pisachas acclaiming the act. There were also cries of protest from others. The terrific Virabhadra made an offering of Daksha's severe severed head in the sacrificial fire called Dakshinagni. Then he set fire to the whole campus where the yajna was being held and returned to Kailasha. Atha Shashtodhyaya, propitiation of Sri Rudra. Maitreya said, thus the devas were utterly defeated by Rudra's host. Wounded all over their bodies with the weapons of the letter, weapons like the trident, patissa, sword, mace, shield and hammer, they, along with the sacrificial rishis, approached the self-born Brahma and informed him of the situation. The lotus-born Brahma and Lord Narayana, the soul of the world, had abstained from attending the yajna, in which there was no place for Rudra, as they knew what was going to happen. On hearing their representation, Brahma told the devas that generally even attempts to retaliate the wrongs done by persons of great puissance are likely to come to grief. Then, what to say about the consequences when, without reason, wanton insult is heaped on such persons? You, who have wantonly offered Sri Rudra by withholding the portion of the sacrifice to which Sri Rudra is fully entitled, have now got to approach him with a contrite heart, fall at his lotus feet, and beseech his pardon. He is easy to please. Sri Rudra's anger can destroy the whole world with its protecting deities. If you want to revive the yajna and complete it, you must now quickly seek pardon of him, whose heart has been wounded by the death of his consort and the harsh words used against him. He is one about whose true nature, power and strength, none of us, including myself, Indra, yourself and other creatures, have any inkling. What else but asking his pardon can we do to propitiate such a being who is self-sufficient and depends on no one else for anything. Instructing the Devas thus, he, Brahma, accompanied by these Devas, Pitris and Prajapatis, left his abode for Kailasha, the chief of mountains and the favorite abode of Sri Rudra. Kailasha is the resort of superhuman beings who have attained to siddhis by birth or through mantras, potent herbs, austerity or yoga, and it is always thronged by kinnaras, gandharvas and apsaras. It has peaks full of precious gems, and it shines in different colors on account of its metallic composition. Trees, creepers, bowers, and animals of several kinds abound there. Waterfalls, caves, and spacious mountain slopes add to its beauty. The Siddhas and their wives find it an exciting place for their love sports. The musical sound of peacocks, the humming of inebriated honeybees, and the protracted cooing of kokilas and other sweet singing birds fill the place. The waving branches of tall fruit trees seem to invite the birds. As elephants move through the woods, the movement of the tree tops make one feel that the trees are moving, while the sound of the waterfall from unseen sources make one think that the forest is speaking. It is beautified by flowering trees like Mandara, Parijata, Sarala, Tamala, Sala, Tala, Kavidhara, Asana, Arjuna, Chutta, Kadamba, Nipa, Punaga, Champaka, Patala, Ashoka, Bakula, Kunda, Kurabaka, Satapatra, Vara Renuka, Malati, Malika, and Jasmine. Its attractiveness is further enhanced by the presence of various trees like jack, udambara, aswatha, mango, priyala, madukam, ingudam, bamboo, sugarcane, and many others. The place is made attractive by the cooing and chirping birds that flutter over the water lilies, lotuses, and other kinds of flowers abounding in its lakes. It has lakes that are surrounded by forests of plantain trees and frequented by animals like deer, monkeys, wild boars, lions, wild kettles, tigers, wild buffaloes, wolves, musk, deer, and several other species. And the whole region is surrounded by the river Nanda, whose waters were sanctified by Sati when she bathed in them. The Devas and other followers of Daksha were astonished to see the sublimity of the region. There they saw the most attractive city called Alakapuri, where there is a forest of Saugandikas, a kind of flower belonging to the species of lotus. Alakapuri is surrounded by the two rivers Nanda and Alakananda, which are sanctified by the dust of Sri Rudra's feet. O Vidura, the women of Indra's heaven, exhausted by amorous indulgences, come down into these rivers and engage themselves in water sports with their consorts. The water of these rivers, red with saffron from the bodies of these bathing beauties, is being drunk by the male elephants after they have helped their females to drink. Spread all over are residential pavilions, inlaid with gold and silver, and studded with diamonds, which look like a sky with somber clouds, illumined by streaks of lightning. Passing through Alakapuri, they saw the Saugandika forest, which is beautified with trees having various kinds of flowers, fruits, and leaves, where the sweet sounds of the kokila make the humming of the honeybees merely tolerable by contrast, where the lakes teem with that type of lotus flower, of which royal swans are most fond, where the sandalwood trees, crushing by the rubbing of wild elephants, emit an inebriating fragrance that agitates the minds of all the womenfolk there, which has bathing tanks with plenty of lotuses, and steps made of precious metals and stones, and which forms the favorite haunt of Kimpurushas. Far away from all of this, they sighted a banyan tree. That banyan tree was 100 yojanas in height, with branches 75 yojanas in length, extending in all sides. There was perpetual shade all around it, and the tree was free of birds.
Underneath that tree, bathed in a spiritual atmosphere and affording shelter to all seekers of liberation, sat Sri Rudra. To the Devas, he looked like the god of death, with all his anger spent. Sanandana and other sages of calm demeanor, as well as Kubera, the chief of Guhakyas, were attending on Siva, the veritable abode of peace. Friend of the whole world that he was, he always engaged himself out of love in the practice of worship, concentration, and samadhi for the good of all. He wore all the emblems of an ascetic: ashes, a staff, matted locks, and the like. The crescent moon peeped from his body, that had the tint of the evening clouds. Seated on a bed of darba grass, he was imparting knowledge regarding the eternal Brahman to Narada and other sages, who were questioning him and listening to his words with great reverence. He sat there with his left leg on the right thigh and his left hand on the left knee, with the chapamala on the left wrist and the other hand held in the teaching pose. Saint Rudra, as described above, all the guardian angels of the quarters and the sages saluted him, the first of the Manus, who is ever absorbed in the intuition of Brahman and established in the way of yoga. Sri Rudra, who was an object of adoration for both Devas and Asuras, rose from his seat when he saw the Brahma and prostrated himself before him as Vamana, the divine incarnate, did before his father Kashyapa Prajapati. The Siddhas and Maharishis who were sitting around Rudra also got up and made prostrations to Brahma. After being adored by all including Rudra, Brahma began to speak to Rudra as follows: I know you to be that Brahman, the Lord of all, the supreme over Shakti and Shiva, the womb and the seed of the worlds. You, the Lord Supreme, to verily start as undivided Shiva Shakti, projecting and withdrawing the universe as the spider does its web. For the protection of the Veda, which gives man virtue and wealth, you ordained Yajna through the instrumentality of Daksha. The codes of morality and other disciplines were ordained by you. Brahmanas observe these commandments of yours sincerely. You alone award heaven or the worlds of bliss to those who do good in life, the hell to those who do the contrary. How then can what is contrary to this law happen, as in the case of Daksha, who was performing the holy sacrifice for the strengthening of the Vedic teachings? Even those holy men who have surrendered themselves at your feet and who therefore see you in everything and in all things as one with you, the Archman, are not generally overcome by anger like animals. Therefore, Great personages like you should never retaliate towards persons who are entrenched in the divine world view, who are firmly pursuing the path of Vedic ritualism, and who are hard-hearted and jealous, even if these God-forsaken people indulge in intolerably abusive words that pierce the heart. Great men show extreme tolerance and never an attitude of vengeance towards the mistakes committed by persons whose minds have been stricken by the Lord's Maya with a divisive outlook and the infatuation arising from it. You are not affected by the Lord's mysterious power of Maya and are all-knowing. So, O Lord, it behoves you to bless those on whom the infatuation of Maya acts and whose thoughts are guided by the tendencies of the karma they have acquired in the past. O Great One, deign to take steps to complete the yajna of Daksha that had been obstructed and brought to an untimely end, in spite of the fact that these evil-minded priests officiating at the yajna have failed to allot the yajna portion due to you, who are the bestower of the fruits of yajna. May Daksha, the master of the yajna, come back to life. May Bhaga's eyes be restored. May Brigu get back his beard and Pushan his broken teeth. May the Devas and the sacrificial priests who have been wounded by weapons and stones be made whole very soon by your grace. O Rudra, let the whole whirl of remaining parts of the yajna be made your portion. O destroyer of yajna, let the yajna be now completed with your portion restored. Ata Saptamojyaya, the completion of Daksha's sacrifice. Maitreya said, O Vidura, hearing these words of Brahma, Sri Rudra was very much pleased, and he replied, smiling, I never take a really serious view of the transgression of jivas who are under the deluding influence of the Lord's Maya. In the case of Daksha, I did all this in order to effect a purification in him, and not out of revenge. The Prajapati, whose head was burnt, will have the head of a goat in its place. Bhaga will see his portion of the sacrifice through the eyes of Mitra. Let Pushan, who has lost his teeth, have for his food powdered rice, or let him masticate with the teeth of a master of the sacrifice. And may those devas who gave the remnants of their yajna as the portion due to me have their limbs restored. The Adravarya and the sacrificial priests who have lost their arms will have hands generated from those of the Ashwini Devas and Pushan. Let Brigu have the goat's beard in place of his lost one. Maitreya said, O Vidura, all persons who heard these words of Rudra acclaimed it as satisfactory. The Devas then prayed to Rudra that he himself should proceed to the sacrificial site and set everything right. So the party of Brahma, the Rishis and the Devas started to that site, accompanied by Sri Rudra. They did everything as directed by Sri Rudra, and then taking the head of the sacrificial goat, connected it to the trunk of the dead body of Daksha Prajapati. As Rudra cast his benign glance on the reconstructed body of Daksha, he came to life again as a person awakes from sleep. The first sight he saw was Sri Rudra standing before him. Thereupon, the vision of Shiva purified the Prajapati's mind that had till then been made turbid by his hatred of him, just as the season of Sarat clarifies the water of muddy lakes. The Prajapati wanted to glorify Rudra with a hymn, but failed to do so because of the tears that began to flow from his eyes due to the upsurge of feelings caused by the memory of his late daughter. Controlling his feeling in a way, the high-souled Prajapati, whose mind was melting with love, now addressed a hymn to Rudra in a highly devotional mood. Daksha said, "Though I insulted you, you have bestowed a great blessing on me. For you did not leave me where I was, but inflicted on me a punishment that had led to my correction. You and Sri Hari never despised even a degraded Brahmana. Much less would you do so in regard to a Brahmana under the vows of a sacred undertaking. Assuming the form of a Brahma, you created from your face the Brahmanas endowed with learning, austerity, sacred vows and observances, etc., in order to sustain the knowledge connected with the Atman in this world. Consequently, just as a cowhead with a rod in hand protects the cows from external danger and keeps them within proper bounds with the help of his rod, so do you with the Brahmanas. May the Lord take satisfaction in his own noble act of bestowing this gracious glance on me and saving me from the hell to which I would otherwise have been condemned for insulting a great one in an assembly with piercing words of abuse owing to my ignorance of the truth." Maitreya said, propitiating Sri Rudra in this way, Daksha was commanded by Brahma to complete the yajna, and he did so with the assistance of a preceptor, the sacrificial priests and the fires. The Brahmanas made offerings to 3 kapalas of Purudasha to Rudra in order to amend for the miscarriage of the yajna and to sanctify the sacrificial hall rendered impure by the contact of the goblins. O Vidura, afterwards then, with the sacrificial offering in hand, the master of the yajna, along with the sacrificial priest, Advaryu, meditated with a pure heart on Sri Hari. He immediately appeared in the very form meditated upon by them. His brilliance, illuminating the 10 directions, eclipsed the luster of all the other assembled divinities, as he was ushered in by his vehicle Garuda, who had the Sama mantras, Brihad and Radhantara, as his wings. He was blue in color. He had the golden hued wearing cloth and a diadem brilliant like the sun. His face was rendered attractive by his ear ornaments and by the curly locks that resembled honey beetles. His hands, bearing his divine insignia, the conch, discus, mace, lotus, bow, arrows, sword, and shield, and held up in eagerness to protect the devotees, looked like the branches of the Karnikara tree in blossom. The goddess Shri dwelled on his chest, as did the floral wreath, the Vanamala. His smile and his looks showered joy on everyone around. He was being fanned on both sides with 2 white chamaras resembling the two royal swans, and above him shone the ceremonial white umbrella like the moon itself. On his arrival of the Devas, headed by Brahma, Shri Rudra and Indra made prostrations before him.
Their luster eclipsed by his, their voices trembling, their minds agitated by intense feelings, and their hands held in salutation, they began to praise that transcendent being. Brahma and others, who were expressions of his glory, though unable to understand fully the greatness of that being, yet according to their capacity praised him who had assumed this form for their blessing. With palms joined in salutation and surrendering himself at his feet, Daksha then extolled the Lord, who is the teacher of all Prajapatis, who was attended on by Sunanda, Nanda and others, and who had graciously accepted the ingredients of worship offered by him. Daksha said, "The one eternally independent entity, transcending Maya and surpassing all states of the buddhi, pure, fearless, and the essence of consciousness, though none the less dost manifest thyself at the same time as a limited being with imperfections, thou, the eternally free, alone can do this." The sacrificial priest said, "O Immaculate One, due to the curse of Rudra, Nandikeshwara, we have been deprived of the knowledge of thy true nature and have got bogged down in ritualism with a view to the fulfillment of low desires. We know only the sacrificial cult, dealing with the Dharma as proclaimed by the Veda, for the sake of which the system of divinities has come into being." The assembled seers said, "Look at the predicament of man traversing the paths of samsara through the forest of ignorance. O shelter giver, the paths are difficult to tread, beset with obstacles and without protection. The fierce serpent of death is always waiting to spring upon the traveler. The mirage of sense objects allures him. The burden of one's body and worldly concerns sits heavily on him. The pitfalls of happiness and sorrow endanger his path. The wild beasts of evil men threaten his safety, and he is ever stricken with the malady of sexuality. How and when can man, caught up in such a predicament, obtain shelter at thy feet, unless it be by thy bounding grace?" Rudra said, "O boon giver, though devotion to thy feet can bestow all the desirable objects of worldly life, great sages worship thee with pure devotion, eschewing all worldly desires. If the ignorant world considers me a mannerless and unclean vagrant, all because of the entire absorption of my mind in thee, I care not the least for such criticism, strengthened as I am by thy grace." Bhrigu said, "All embodied beings, including Brahma, caught in the sleep of ignorance by the influence of thy invincible Maya, and thereby deprived of the awareness of themselves as spirit, are not able to grasp thy truth, even though thou abidest in them as their innermost self. May that Lord, the friend of all who take refuge in him, be propitious unto me." Brahma said, Thy real nature eludes the perception of man, endowed with the power of seeing only differences. Though the ground of all things, be they manifest as centers of consciousness, objects or attributes, thou transcendentest all products of thy mysterious power of Maya. Indra said, O changeless one, this form of thine, with the divine weapons uplifted in thy 8 arms for the suppression of evil doers, is the source of all formful existence and a fount showering bliss on the eyes and the minds of all. The women folk said, O thou, the soul of Yajna, this Yajna was instituted by Brahma for thy worship, but it has been obstructed and shattered by Rudra because of his anger at Daksha. O Lord, by thy sanctifying glances, deign to reinstate thus Yajna that has been reduced to a joyless cremation ground. The Rishis said, O Lord, thy ways are mysterious in the extreme. Though thou art engaged in the creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe, with thyself as its material and instrumental causes, these activities do not affect thee in the least. And though Shri, the goddess of wealth and prosperity, whom even all the devas seek eagerly, come seeking thee, thou dost not care a bit for her. The Siddhas said, the elephant of our mind, burning and thirsty in the forest fire of worldly travails, has taken a dip in the pure nectaring stream of thy excellences and their recital. It is now completely forgetful of that fire, but it refuses to come out of that blissful river of thy service, even like one united with Brahman. Thy Bhajananda is indeed equal to Brahmananda itself. The mistress of the sacrifice said, O Lord, hail unto thee, we offer our salutations. O Shri Nivasa, the residence of Shri, be thou, along with thy consort Shri, propitious unto us, and give us protection. Lord, without thee, a sacrifice, though otherwise full in all its parts, shines not, like a body without its head. The Lokapala said, Thou art the innermost seer within all beings, by whose presence all objects of perception become manifest. So how can our power of perception, which is fit to grasp only the subjects of the world, reveal thee, the ultimate subject? It is indeed by the power of thy Maya that thou, the transcendent sixth sense, appearest as the 5 sense objects and their combinations perceived by the 5 senses. The Yogeshwara said, There is none dearer to thee than the devotee who sees thee, the soul of all, as non-separate from his own being, or as the all-inclusive being of whom his own self is an inseparable part. Yet, O Lord, O dear one, bless us who contemplate thee with unswerving devotion, for we feel the need of the support of thy blessing to succeed in our efforts. In the work of the creation, preservation, and destruction of the worlds, thou, acting in accordance with the karma of jivas, dost manifest thyself as this world of differences through thy inherent and mysterious power of Maya. Yet all these changes do not affect thee in the least, and thou remainest as the transcendental self, beyond all the mutations caused by the gunas of Prakriti. Salutations to thee. Shabda Brahma said, salutations to him who, embodied in the form of Shuddha Sattva, revealest the Dharma, but who at the same time is the impersonal and the absolute being, transcending all forms and all the gunas of Prakriti. How the same being can be simultaneously both personal and impersonal, with gunas and without gunas, is a mystery regarding thy ultimate nature, to which no philosophy, including that of the Veda, can give a final solution. Agni said, he by whose brilliance I, fire, led by ghee, received the capacity to burn bright at the Vedic sacrificial altar and become the medium for conveying the oblations to the gods. He who assumes the sacrificial form consisting of the 5 kinds of sacrifice, known as Agnihotra, Darsha Purnamasa, Chaturmasya, Pasu, and Soma, wherein he is invoked by 5 kinds of Sama hymns. To that Supreme Being manifest as sacrifice, I offer my salutations. The Devas said, at the end of the Kalpa, thou dost consume all the worlds that thou hast created, and rest on the serpent bed in the causal waters. It is the spiritual state which perfected sages contemplate. This very one, the Supreme Being, has now manifest before us in the form to protect us. The Gandharvas said, Lord, all these celestial beings like Brahma, Rudra, Indra, the Marichis, and others are only expressions of a particle of thee, O unlimited being. This whole universe is but thy toy. Thee we salute always. The Vidyadhara said, even after obtaining a human body, which is helpful in attaining to the spiritual summum bonum, man gets stranded by the power of thy yoga maya in the body consciousness, in the feeling that he is the body and nothing but the body. Even when insulted by his faithless sons and relatives, he continues to stick to his identification with the body, fascinated as he is with the attractions of sense objects. Only those who are devoted to the hearing of accounts of thy spiritual excellences and sportive divine manifestations can overcome this infatuation. The Brahmana said, thou art indeed the yajna and all its parts, the sacrificial ingredients, the sacrificial fire, the mantras uttered, the sacrificial fuel, the dharma grass, the sacrificial utensil, the priests, the assembled guests, the master and mistress of sacrifice, and also the deities invoked. Thou art also the rites like Agnihotra, the Swada, Swama juice, ghee, and the sacrificial animal. O thou, the embodiment of the Veda, in times of yore, thou who art both Yajna and Kratu, didst manifest as the cosmic boar, and with a terrific roar lift up the earth on thy tusks, as a king elephant might lift a lotus flower. While all the sages stood praising thee, be thou propitious unto us, who are anxiously awaiting thee for the completion of the sacrificial rite that has been marred. Salutations to thee, the mere mention of whose name redresses any mistake conducted committed in the conduct of a yajna. Maitreya said, O Vidura, while all were thus praising the Lord, the protector of all yajnas, the very proficient Daksha Prajapati started again the yajna that had been destroyed by Rudra. Though the soul of all and the consumer of everything, the Lord Mahavishnu was pleased with the sacrificial portion of the 3 kapalas of offerings allotted to him, and he addressed Daksha thus. Sri Bhagavan said,
I, who am known as the supreme cause of the worlds, its soul, its ruler, the witness of everything, the self-effulgent being, and attributeless absolute. In truth, I am both Brahma and Rudra. O learned one, verily I assume different names like Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, appropriate for the creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe, which I perform by assuming my Yoga Maya, which has its 3 constituent gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. In me, the all-comprehending and all-pervading self, known as Brahman, the ignorant man sees Brahma, Rudra, and other entities as different. Just as a man will not consider the members of his body, like the head and the limbs, as different from himself, but only parts of himself, so does one who has taken refuge in me see all beings as parts of me. He attains eternal peace who does not perceive any difference between the 3, Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, who are one in nature and who pervade all beings. Maitreya said, being thus instructed by the Lord, Daksha, the chief of all Prajapatis, worshipped Sri Hari with Kapaleshti and the other devas with Anga and Pradana. With a concentrated mind, he made oblations to Sri Rudra with Yajna Vashishta, the residue of sacrificial offerings, and to other devas with Antyeshti. Then he, along with the sacrificial priests, took the bath known as Ritashnana, indicating the successful completion of the yajna. To Daksha, who had all attainments by his own prowess, the devas vouchsafed their blessing, that his mind might always remain steady in the pursuit of Dharma, and they returned to their respective heavens. I have heard from the rishis that the daughter of Daksha, after giving up her body, was born anew in Mena, the wife of Himavan. She again chose Lord Shiva, the one goal of all wholehearted devotees, as her beloved husband, even as Shakti, latent during Pralaya, manifests again and returns to the Lord. I happened to hear about the sport of Bhagavan Parameshvara dealing with the destruction of Daksha's yajna from the great devotee Uddhava, the disciple of Brihaspati. O Vidura, the account of the sport of Parameshvara confers on one listening to it with faith and devotion, fame, longevity, and freedom from all sins. Whoever hears or recites this episode with devotion, that pure soul will bring about the liberation of himself and others. Ata Ashtamo Dhyaya. The story of Dhruva. Among the offspring of Brahma, Sanaka, and the other 3 Kumaras, and also Narada, Ribu, Aruni, Hamsa, and Yati remained as perpetual brahmacharis. They did not marry and had no descendants. Adharma and had Mrisha as his wife. She gave birth to Damba and Maya. These 2 became united as husband and wife, and they had as their son the Rakshasa Niriti, who was himself without issue. O Vidura, Damba and Maya had also as their progeny Lobha and Nikriti. From them, Krodha and Himsa were born. They gave birth to Kali and his sister Durukti. Kali begot in Durukti Bhaya and Mrityu, and these in turn begot Yatana and Niraya. O pure one, I have thus in brief expounded to you the Pratisarga, counter-evolution based on adharma, which led to the degradation of jivas. If a man seriously listens to this line of progeny 3 times with a view to avoid them at all costs, he will be able to overcome the evil of the heart and attain to great virtue. O son of the Kuru clan, I shall next describe the extremely holy line of Swayambhuva Manu of extensive fame, who was himself a portion of a part of the Lord. Priyavrata and Uttanapada, the 2 sons of Swayambhuva by his wife Satarupa, were endowed with a part of the Lord himself, and they engaged themselves in governing the world. Of these, Uttanapada had 2 wives, Suniti and Suruchi by name, of whom the latter was very dear to the king, while the former, the mother of Dhruva, was not so dear. One day, King Uttanapada was fondling Uttama, his son by Suruchi, holding him on his lap, when Dhruva, the son of Suniti, also came forward to be fondled. The king did not, however, encourage him for fear of Suruchi. Extremely haughty as she was, Suruchi, on seeing her co-wife's son, Dhruva, presenting himself to be seated on the king's lap, along with her own son, burst into the following bitter words at him in the very hearing of the king. Boy, you do not deserve to be seated on the king's lap, for though you are the king's son, you are not born of me. Being a mere boy, you are not aware that you were born of the womb of another woman. So you sought this privilege, which is impossible and improper for you to think of. If you aspire to sit on the king's lap, you have got to worship the Lord, and by his grace be born in my womb. Hit by the sharp words of his stepmother, the boy hissed out long breaths like an angry serpent hit by a stick. Crying aloud, he ran away to his mother, as he found his father sitting unmoved by all that he heard and saw. The boy, who was weeping disconsolately with prolonged sobs and trembling lips, was taken on her lap by his mother, Suniti, who now heard, to her great sorrow, from her household attendants about the mean and cruel words of her co-wife. Suniti's advice to Dhruva. Caught in the forest fire of sorrow, that young lady lost self-control like a creeper wilting before a fire. Ruminating over the words of her co-wife, she grieved and wept, shedding tears from her lotus-like eyes. The helpless lady, finding no relief for her sorrow, sighed deeply and told her son, "Bear no ill will towards others. Whoever causes distress to others reaps the fruits of it afterwards in the shape of sufferings." What Suruchi said was right, for you were born in me and nourished by me, an unfortunate creature whom the king is ashamed to admit as wife or even as a handmaid. Dear one, accept without any ill will the advice given to you, even though it be from the co-wife of your mother. Worship the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu if you desire to be seated in the king's lap, even like Uttama. It is by the service of Mahavishnu, who has assumed a sattvika form for the purpose of protection of the worlds, that Brahma has come to occupy the Satyaloka, which even yogis with perfect self-control aspire to gain. In the same way, your grandfather, Swayambhuva Manu, attained to worldly felicity and the bliss of liberation, so difficult to obtain otherwise, by propitiating Sri Hari with yajnas accompanied by very liberal gifts. Dear one, install that all-pervading being in your heart, being prepared by the observance of Bhagavata Dharma and by unswerving devotion, and worship him who is fond of his servants and whose feet all liberation seekers strive to attain. Dear boy, I can think of none but that lotus-eyed Lord Mahavishnu to assuage your grief, for his greatness is so transcendent that even Padma, whose favor all the other devas are courting, is ever engaged in service at his feet. Maitreya said, hearing the sound advice of his mother, though given in the form of a grief-stricken prattle, the boy Dhruva controlled his mind somehow and left his father's city. Sage Narada, coming to know of it, approached the boy and placing his sanctifying hand on his head, thought as follows in great surprise. In the matter of his honor, how sensitive a Kshatriya is. Even a small boy like him cannot forget the cruel words of a stepmother. Narada said, "O dear child, I find little relevancy for considerations of honor and dishonor in the case of one like you, whose interest at this age should be in your playthings. One may have the sense of being honored or dishonored, but the feeling of happiness and unhappiness associated with these are only due to the infatuation caused by ignorance. For happiness and unhappiness in life are due to karmas of the past. O dear one, a wise man who has faith in the divine dispensation should feel satisfied with whatever happens, as this is the Lord's will. The Supreme Lord, whose worship has been advised by your mother, is, as I see it, difficult to be served and propitiated. Great sages, devoid of worldly attachment, worship him through the constant practice of samadhi, and yet fail to understand his state. Therefore, abstain from your present resolution, as it will be a fruitless effort. You can do all that after you reach the proper age, for the performance of such holy deeds. A person who remains satisfied with the happiness and suffering that accrue to him according to the Lord's will in course of time overcome ignorance.
If one comes across another with superior qualities, one should congratulate him and not feel jealous. With a person with inferior qualities, one should be sympathetic, and with one equal to oneself in virtue, one should entertain friendship. One who follows this rule never suffers. Dhruva said, that path to peace, which is difficult for persons like us to understand, is what you now declared for the benefit of creatures distressed by the pairs of opposites, like happiness and misery. But this advice does not make an impression on my mind, which has the Kshatriya character of pride and resistance to injury. In this instance, generated by the arrows of abuse inflicted on my heart by my stepmother Suruchi. O Great One, show me the way to attain to a state far superior to all in 3 worlds, and which even my grandfather could not attain. You are truly the son of Brahma, for sounding your veena and sing the glory of the Lord, you go about the world for its welfare like the sun itself. Maitreya said, the all-knowing sage Narada was very much pleased to hear Dhruva's words and advised him mercifully as follows for his own good. Sri Narada said, it is beyond doubt that you can attain to the supreme good only through Vasudeva, as pointed out by your mother. Therefore, worship him and with complete dedication of your heart. The worship of the Lord Sri Hari is the one common means for the attainment of any of your 4 aspects of human welfare: Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. Therefore, O dear boy, go to Madhuvana on the banks of the Yamuna, where there is the presence of the Lord at all times. May good befall you. Bathing at the 3 Sandhyas in the holy water of the Yamuna, duly honoring the deities, adopting the proper seat, and performing the 3 kinds of pranayama for the gradual purification of the senses and the mind, one should meditate on the Lord, the Supreme Teacher, with a firm and concentrated mind. He should be meditated upon in a form with a calm and pleasing demeanor, and an expression revealing his readiness to protect his devotees, with beautiful eyebrows and nose, with charming cheeks, with a beauty that is dazzling even to the devas, endowed with youth and attractive features, having ruddy lips and eyes, affording shelter to all refugees, showering bliss on all, forming an ocean of mercy and a heaven of refuge, having the auspicious mark Sri Vatsa, looking blue like rain cloud, dwelling in the hearts of all, adorned with a wreath of tulasi, having 4 hands rendered impressive by the conch discus, mace and the lotus held in them, decorated with a diadem, earrings, armbands, and bracelet, sporting the jewel kastuba on his neck, wearing a yellow cloth, adorned with girdles and anklets of gold, calm, impressive and attractive to the eyes, seated in the heart lotus of the worshipper and illuminating it with the radiance of the gem-like nails of his toes. The mind that has been ingathered by contemplation on all the above features of the Lord should in its concentrated state be fixed finally on his face, which beams with benevolence and a readiness to fulfill all prayers of the worshipper. The mind of the devotee contemplating thus the auspicious form of the Lord will soon be filled with bliss that he will never lose. Now, O Prince, hear from me the mantra that is both sacred and secret, and that is to be repeated in the worship of Sri Hari. By repeating this continuously for 7 days, a man may see divine forms. The devotee with a proper understanding of the time and place should repeat this mantra of 12 letters. Om Namo Bhagavati Vasudevaya. Om, salutation to Bhagwan Vasudeva, and worship him with various auspicious materials. Make offerings to him with pure water, flower garlands, fruit and roots of the forest, materials like shasta, kura, and amsuka, a kind of tender grass and bark, and above all with tulasi, which is very dear to the Lord. Worship may be done before an image made of stone or metal. It may be on the earth or in the water. The worshipper must control his senses and must be contemplative, peaceful, given to speaking only on divine topics, and living on a spare diet of pure substances. One should meditate on the heart-bewitching exploits of the Lord in various incarnations which he has assumed or will be assuming through his mysterious power of Maya. Whatever forms of worship great men have instituted in the past, all that may be performed for him, the embodiment of mantras, using the 12-lettered mantra alone, since it is quite essence of all mantras. Being worshipped devoutly in this way by the body, speech and mind, the Lord, who enhances devotion in his sincere worshippers, bestows on his devotee whichever of the 4 values of human life, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, the devotee seeks of him. One who has no hankering after the life of the senses should worship the Lord with genuine, unswerving, and one-pointed devotion with a view to liberation from the life of ignorance. After Narada had thus completed his instruction, Prince Dhruva circumambulated the holy sage and departed to Madhuvana, beautified and sanctified by the feet of the Lord. On the boy's departures to Madhuvana, Narada went to the palace of King Uttanapada, worshipped, honored, and comfortably seated. The sage spoke to the king thus. Narada said, O king, what are you brooding over with gloomy face? You have nothing wanting with respect to worldly welfare, whether it be dharma, artha, or kama. The Raja said, O great one, my atrocious and merciless self is responsible for the expulsion of my noble-minded and intelligent son of merely 5 years, along with his mother. Will not wolves attack and eat that boy lying perhaps somewhere in the forest, helpless, hungry, tired, and looking almost lifeless? Alas, alas! Look at the meanness of which I have descended due to my subjection to a woman's charms. My despicable self rejected the loving advance of my boy to be seated on my lap. Narada said, grieve not, O king. The boy is protected by the Lord as his very son. You are not aware of his greatness. He is going to be a world-famous personage. Soon will that masterly boy return after accomplishing feats which even the guardian deities of the quarters cannot equal, and in the process also enhancing your name. Maitreya said, Hearing these words of Devarshi Narada, the king became absorbed in the thought of his son, forgetting even his prosperous kingdom. As for Dhruva, he bathed in the Yamuna to purify himself, fasted for the night, and meditated on Sri Hari with concentration as instructed by Sri Narada. He spent 1 month in the worship of Sri Hari, eating only some fruits like kapita and badara once in 3 days to maintain his body. In the second month he carried on his worship, eating only grass and dry fallen leaf once in 6 days. Taking in only water once in 9 days, he spent his third month of worship in continuous samadhi. During the fourth month, he established control over his breath, and taking in only air once in 12 days, he remained in unbroken samadhi. When it came to the fifth month, Dhruva established absolute control over his breath, abandoning even taking in air once in 12 days. Absorbed in meditation, he began standing on a single leg like a fixed post. Withdrawing the mind, the source of all senses and sense perceptions, into the buddhi, he perceived nothing but the Lord's form, which he was meditating upon. As he meditated with perfect concentration on Brahma, the support of Mahat and the other cosmic categories, is also the master of Pradhana and the Purushas. All the 3 worlds trembled at his puissance. As the boy periodically shifted his stance from one leg to the other, the earth rocked under the pressure of his toe, as a boat rocks under the feet of an elephant standing in it. When after restraining the prana and all his orifices, he began to meditate on Sri Hari as one with the universe and himself as none other than him, everyone in the universe, including the devas and guardians of the quarters, began to feel breathless, and they resorted to Sri Hari for relief and shelter. The devas said, "This universal asphyxia, afflicting all the worlds at once, is totally unknown to us. Therefore, deign to free us from this difficult situation. We are taking shelter in thee, who are fit to be so resorted to by all." The Lord said, "Do not be frightened. I shall take steps to stop the practice of this unheard of austerity that has been undertaken by a certain boy, on account of whom you are experiencing this breathlessness. Dhruva, the son of Uttanapada, is meditating in a perfectly breathless state on me, as one with the whole universe, and himself as none other than me, that universal being." Atha Navamo Adhyaya. Dhruva's divine wisdom. The Devas now returned to their heavens after making respectful obeisances to Mahavishnu, whose words of assurances had rid them of all fear. As for the Lord himself, being anxious to see this devotee, he soon started for Madhuvana on his eagle vehicle. Thereupon the lightning-like and luminous form of the Lord that Dhruva was experiencing in his heart with the help of his buddhi, and that was consolidated by the practice of yoga, disappeared from his vision. And when he opened his eyes, he found the Lord in that very form standing before him. Excited beyond measure at his sight, the boy straightway fell down before him in prostration. He greeted him with his whole being, as if he were absorbing him with his eyes, kissing him with his face, and embracing him with his arms. Anxious to praise the Lord with a hymn, but unable to do so for want of learning, the boy stood before him with hands held in salutation. He, the resident of the hearts of all, understood the boy's desire and touched his cheeks with his conch, which is verily the Veda itself. The boy Dhruva thereupon became endowed with the power of poetic expression and also with the knowledge of Paramatman. Overcome with the highest devotion, he slowly began to recite a hymn to the Lord whose greatness and glory are revealed far and wide.
Dhruva said, "My salutations to the Supreme Being, the possessor of divine majesties, who, having entered my heart, has quickened my dormant limbs, senses, and vital powers, and has presently awakened the power of speech with which I can now express myself in this hymn. Though thou art the one without a second, thou hast, through thy infinite power of Maya, constituted of the three gunas, projected all the categories from Mahat down, and then, having entered into them as the indwelling self, hast manifested thyself through their effects, the several outward going senses, each with its distinctive powers and its presiding deity, just as the fire expresses itself variously through different kinds of fuel. By thy grace alone could the great Creator Brahma, who was like a sleeping man awaking from his slumber, have come to the prescience of the universe. How can a man of spiritual understanding then forget thee, O friend of the afflicted, who art the source of the intelligence and power of Brahma himself, and whose feet constitute the sole shelter for those who seek salvation? They indeed are lost souls who approach thee, a veritable wish-yielding tree that can bestow even liberation from the cycle of birth and death for the mean sensual satisfactions of this cadaverous body, satisfactions which can be had even in an animal body. Even by absorption in Brahman, thy own transcendent greatness, aspirants do not get that intense bliss which they find in the contemplation and service of thee, the divine person, and in listening to the narration of stories connected with thy devotees. What to speak then of the satisfactions which desire-filled people get in the aerial cars of the celestial worlds, which are ever threatened with destruction by the uplifted sword of time? O Infinite One, may I always enjoy the association of thy devotees, who are absolutely pure in mind, and who are ever engaged in cultivating loving devotion to thee. Imbibing the accounts of thy excellences in their company, I shall be inebriated with devotion and easily overcome the sea of unbearable troubles and tribulations that samsara is. O Lord, thou who holdest the world lotus in thy navel, those who maintain intimacy with devotees who are inebriated with the fragrance of thy lotus feet forget their own dear body and all associated with it, that is, son, wife, friends, home, and wealth. To me, only the gross form as the universe is visible, the form manifest as animals, birds, plants, snakes, devas, asuras, and men, and constituted of categories related as cause and effect, like Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the rest. Thy transcendent state, which words cannot describe, is not perceptible to me. At the time of the cosmic dissolution, thou dost gather all the worlds into thy abdomen and lie on the serpent bed of Ananta with the consciousness indrawn. In the navel pool of thee so lying arose the golden world lotus, and on its pericarp was seated the luminous Brahma, the Creator. My salutations to thee. Thou art the eternally free, pure, and wakeful Spirit. Thou art the original being, undecaying, and the master of all divine majesties, as well as of all material forces. Transcending all, thou, the worshipful one, and the Lord of the whole world process, standest as the witness, whose eternal and indivisible consciousness supports and illumines the consciousness of individual beings. I take refuge in thee, the all-inclusive and infinite being known as Brahman, the source of all, the one without a second, the infinite, the perfect, the essence of bliss. In thee, all contradictory powers, such as the creative and the destructive, the illumining and the concealing, the redeeming and the adjudging, all coexist and shed the oppositions. O Lord, to a devotee of thine, who is desireless and ever engaged in worship of thee, who art the very embodiment of man's highest aspirations, thy feet are the sole object of quest. He seeks no other boons. Yet, O Lord, thou who art ever bent on bestowing thy grace on all, dost protect the weak and the suffering, even as a cow protects its newborn calf. Maitreya said, the Lord, who loves his devotees, was very much pleased with the truthful and intelligent Dhruva and his hymn, and said to him as follows. The Lord said, O princely boy, I understand what you have in mind. I shall grant it to you, even though normally it is inaccessible. May you be happy. O dear one, there is the eternal luminary known as Dhruva among the heavenly bodies, which none has attained till now. All the planets, nakshatras, and other galaxies are centered on it. More lasting than spheres that disappear in intermediary kalpas, the Dhruva is a sphere around which all the stars, including Dharma, Agni, Kashyapa, Shukra, and Saptarshis, circumambulate like animals attached to an oil mill. After you succeed to the throne, on your father's retirement to the forest, you will rule over the earth with unimpaired vigor for a period of 36,000 years. Your brother Uttama will meet with death while hunting, and his mother Suruchi, while going about the forest in great anxiety in search of a son, will be consumed in a forest fire. You will worship me, the yajna formed, with numerous yajnas, accompanied with bounteous dakshinas, enjoy countless felicities here on earth, and in the end attaining complete disenchantment with the life of the world, become again entirely devoted to me. Afterwards, you will attain to that realm of mine described earlier, which is superior to every other realm, and attaining which a man never returns to the earth. Maitreya said. Thus, after receiving the adoration of Dhruva and showering on him blessings that included the attainment of his divine sphere, the Lord with the eagle emblem disappeared as the boy looked on. Having obtained through Mahavishnu's grace the fulfillment of all his desires, indeed, being fulfilled to so great an extent as to make him desireless for all time, he went back to his city with a somewhat uneasy mind. Vidura said, how could that Dhruva, a knower of the truth, in spite of having attained the Lord in one birth, which is something impossible for bound souls ordinarily, consider himself as balked of his goal and feel uneasy in mind? Maitreya said, remembering the wordy shafts of his stepmother that had pierced his heart, he could not think of mukti, even when face to face with his Lord, the granter of mukti. It was this thought that made him uneasy in mind. Dhruva said, alas, in a short period of 6 months, I attained to a state of near proximity to the Lord, for which sages like Sanandana practice continence and samadhi in repeated lives. And yet the fool that I am, I have abandoned it owing to my worldly ambitions. Shame, shame unto me, an ill-starred fellow. See how my hankering after material fulfillments has influenced me to prefer these short-lived felicities, even after attaining to the feet of the Lord, which cut asunder all worldly bonds. It must be the jealousy of the gods, their fear that I might surpass them, that has affected my intelligence and prevented me from grasping the import of the genuine words of Sri Narada. Influenced by his yoga maya, I was like one in the dream state and was overcome by the false sense of separateness which made me consider my brother an enemy. Vain is this worldly advantage that I have sought, just like the treatment given to a dead man. After propitiating the Lord, the soul of the worlds, whose grace is so difficult to obtain, I have, alas, sought of him who is the destroyer of samsara, my continuance in it. Owing to my stupidity and misfortune, I have sought the Lord, grantor of eternal bliss, the fulfillment of worldly ambitions, just like a beggar who goes to an emperor and begs for chaff. Maitreya said, O dear Vidura, devotees like you who approach the Lord solely for serving him, never seek of him any worldly goods, yet all their wants are automatically fulfilled unsought. When King Uttanapada heard that his son was returning, it was at first as unbelievable to him as the news of a dead man returning. He could not believe that such a great piece of good luck could ever befall an unfortunate being like himself. Then he remembered the words of the Devarshi Narada on the subject. It brought him hope and cheer, and he at once presented a valuable necklace to the messenger who brought the gladdening news. Seated in a gold inlaid chariot with excellent horses harnessed to it, accompanied by Brahmanas, elders of the clans, ministers and relatives, and amidst the auspicious sound of Vedic chant and the sound of conch, flute, and drums, the king started from his city with great enthusiasm to meet his son. Both Suniti and Surichi, the wives of King Uttanapada, along with Uttama, his son, got into palanquins and went to receive the homecoming Dhruva.
Meeting his son at the outskirts of the city, the king got drawn down from his chariot and rushing to him in the excitement of a strong paternal affection, embraced with both arms the body of his son, which had been freed from every trace of sin by contact with the holy being of Mahavishnu. He expressed his love by kissing the crown on his son's head again and again. Having fulfilled his long-standing desire, the king bathed his son with tears of joy. Versed as he was in the rules of good conduct, Dhruva made obeisances to his father respectfully and was in turn blessed by him and welcomed. He then made prostrations to both his mother Suniti and his stepmother Suruchi. Suruchi thereupon lifted up the boy, prostrating at her feet, and embracing him and shedding tears, wished him a long life in a trembling voice. There is no wonder in this change of heart in Suruchi. Thus, whomever the Lord is pleased for his virtues, like love and a fellow feeling to him, everyone bends his head just like water flowing to a low level. Uttama and Dhruva embraced each other with great mutual affection, all their hair standing on end and their eyes shedding continuous tears of joy. And Suniti, the mother of Dhruva, having embraced her son, who was dearer to her than life, was thrilled with joy by the contact of her son's body and felt relieved of all her sorrows and sufferings. The cool tears of joy flowing over her breast brought streams of milk from them as an outburst of maternal affection. People congratulated the queen on the recovery of her son, saying, "At last your son has, thank God, come back. Though he was given up for lost, he will be capable of removing the sorrows of all people. He will rule over the whole world. Surely you must have propitiated Sri Hari, the savior of those who take refuge in him, through whose worship great sages have conquered even the invincible god of death." With Dhruva, who was being lionized by the people, placed on an elephant along with Uttama, the overjoyed king entered the city, praised by his subjects on all sides. In the city of Uttanapada, all the houses along the way were adorned with various decorations, festooned wreaths with fish-shaped pendants, fruit-bearing plantain trees, young acronaut, plants with nuts, tender mango leaves, clothes, flower garlands, pearl chains, lighted lamps, purnakumbhas filled with ritualistic water containers. With such things the fronts of most houses were decorated. They entered that city in which one could see everywhere rampant high gate towers, and mansions with gold-covered domes, which abounded in compounds, high roads, lanes, and wall tops, dusted and clean, and where one is greeted everywhere with the sweet smell of sandal water and the sight of auspicious substances like puffed rice. Akshata, flowers, fruits, and other ingredients of worship. The city women who received Dhruva standing here and there on the road exclaimed, out of love, words of greeting and blessings, and showered on him auspicious substances like white mustard, akshata, curd, pure water, Dhruva grass, flowers and fruits. Hearing the song sung by them, he entered his father's palace. There he stayed, lionized by his father, in a mansion studded with precious stones like a deva in heaven. That palace abounded in beddings white and soft like the foam of milk, in bedsteads made of ivory and inlaid with gold, costly thrones and chairs and silver utensils. It had walls of crystal, studded with emeralds, on which were statues of handsome women and brilliant lights. There were attractive gardens full of rare and exotic trees, singing birds and buzzing honey beetles inebriated with nectar of flowers. There were lakes with bathing ghats, cuts made of precious stones, and with an abundance of flowers like kumuda and utpala, and water birds like the swan, karandawa, chakravaka, and sarasa. The Rajashri Uttanapada was deeply impressed by the prowess displayed by his son, with what he saw in him and heard about him. Later on, finding that Dhruva had attained youth, and that he was acceptable to his council of ministers and popular amongst the citizens, he had him anointed as emperor, and he in turn retired to the forest, full of age and of dispassion for worldly enjoyments, in order to contemplate on the self. Ata Dashamo Adhyaya. Maitreya said, Dhruva married Brahmi, the daughter of Prajapati's Sisumara, and had 2 sons by her, Kalpa and Vatsala. In another wife named Ila, the daughter of Vayu, he had a son named Utkala and a daughter renowned by her beauty. Uttama was unmarried. While on a hunting expedition to a mountain in the Himalayan region, he was killed by a powerful yaksha. His mother Suruchi went in search of him and died in the course of the search. Overcome by grief and anger on learning of the killings of his brother, Uttama, Dhruva started on his chariot victory to Alankapuri, the land of yakshas. Going northwards towards the Himalayan valleys, he reached Alaka, inhabited by Kuyakas and frequented by Rudra's attendants, the Bhutas. Dhruva of powerful arms now blew his conch loudly, causing reverberations in the sky in the 4 quarters. Hearing it, the women of Alaka trembled, their eyes quivering in fright. Roused to anger by the challenging sound, the powerful army of Kuyakas came out of the city armed to the teeth. Superb car warriors and powerful archer that he was, Dhruva struck them all, each with a triad of arrows. Those Kuyaka warriors, on each of whose foreheads 3 of Dhruva's arrows hit, felt they were almost defeated and admired the skill of Dhruva. Like snakes provoked by trembling, they were roused to great anger by his attack. and with a desire to pay him back doubly in his own coin, they covered him en masse with arrows and wounded him. A lakh and 30,000 Goyaka's warriors now joined the fray intent on retaliation and stormed Dhruva, his chariot and his driver, with numerous types of weapons like parika, nishtrimsha, prasa, sula, parasvada, shakti, rishti, pusundi, and silimukha. Under this shower of weapons, Dhruva, the son of Uttanapada, became invisible like a mountain veiled by a very heavy shower of rains. There arose cries from the Siddhas crowding the skies. Alas, the son of Dhruva of the line of Swayambhuva Manu has been drowned in the ocean of Goyakas. At this, the Goyakas began to rejoice in their victory. But soon did Dhruva and his chariots come out of the cloud of weapons, like the sun from a thick mist. Twanging his divine bow, he released to the grief of his opponents a volley of arrows which shattered and scattered those of the enemy, as a powerful wind blows away the clouds. The sharp and powerful arrows he released pierced the armor of the Goyakas' shoulders and penetrated their bodies even as Indra's thunderbolt weapon cut the mountains. The battleground presented a highly exciting scene of heroic persons, covered as it was with severed heads, still wearing lovely ear ornaments, with dismembered legs shining like golden palms, with arms having bracelets on them, and with pearl necklaces, golden armbands, diadems, and costly turbans. The surviving Goyakas, having been wounded by Dhruva's arrows, ran away terrified like an elephant herd before the charge of a lion. There were now no armed soldiers before him. He had a desire to enter Alakapuri, to see it, but he did not enter it, as one could not be sure of the designs of highly crafty and treacherous enemies. Speaking to his charioteer about this matter, Dhruva stood there ready to face any eventuality. Just then was heard a rumbling sound like that of the ocean, and clouds of dust were found rising in all directions. Quickly the sky was overcast by heavy clouds with bright flashes of lightning and terrific peals of thunder. O Vidura! Down came rain of muck like blood, phlegm, feces, urine and fat. Headless trunks began to fall before Dhruva. Then a mountain became visible in the sky. A rain of granite pieces was followed by a flight of various weapons like mace, club, sword and iron pestle. There was a rush of serpents hissing terribly and vomiting fire from their eyes, of elephants in ruts, of lions and tigers. The ocean was found fast approaching with terrific waves and a deafening roar, threatening to inundate the whole earth as at the time of Pralaya. The fierce Goyakas created several such phenomena to terrify the cowardly by means of their asuric magical powers. Seeing the magical war of a formidable nature that the Goyakas had opened on Dhruva, the rishis came to pray for the good of Dhruva. The rishis said, O son of Uttanapada, may the Lord Mahavishnu, who is the support of all who resign themselves to him, destroy your enemies. For, O dear one, by hearing and repeating his names, men easily cross even the ocean of samsara, which is otherwise difficult to cross.
Athaika Dashodhyaya. Swayambhuva's counsel to Dhruva. Maitreya said, hearing these words of the rishis, Dhruva, after performing the necessary purificatory rite, made ready the missile known as Narayanastra for being released. The moment the Narayanastra was fitted on his bow, all the magical phenomena created by the Guhyakas disappeared, as attachments and other mental obstructions disappear on the dawning of knowledge. As he aimed the Narayanastra on his bow, there came out innumerable arrows of great power, with golden handles and winged like swans. And as peacocks flock into the forest, they flew with a tremendous sound into the midst of the enemy forces. Wounded all over with the sharp arrows, the Guhyakas were roused to great anger, and they attacked Dhruva with uplifted weapons, just as serpents rush at Garuda with their hoods outspread. The Guhyaka warriors who rushed at him met with death, their hands, thighs, necks, heads, or bellies being severed or disemboweled by his arrows, and they were elevated to the highest realm beyond that of the sun, which is a destiny of heroes falling on the battlefield. Seeing that a very large number of Guhyakas were being destroyed, the Manu Swayambhuva, the grandfather of Dhruva, was overtaken with pity, and appearing before him with the rishis, such as said as follows. The Manu said, Son, you are killing a large number of these innocent Guhyakas out of anger, which is a sinful tendency leading to hell. It is not befitting the traditions of our family to engage in the slaughter of innocents, which all good men condemn. Dear one, for the sorrow caused to you by the slaughter of your brother by some one person, you are indulging in the indiscriminate slaughter of such a large number of people who are quite innocent of it. It is not the way of the devotees of Mahavishnu to be cruel to living beings, mistaking the inert body for the Atman, like a senseless animal. Sri Hari, who has his residence in all beings, is nonetheless very difficult to realize. You have, however, realized him in his highest aspect as the soul of everything. You who have made yourself dear to Sri Hari, who have received recognition at the hands of his devotees, who have been the model of a virtuous man to all in the world, how did you happen to commit the sinful act? The Lord, who has assumed all these forms, is most pleased with persons who are forbearing, merciful, friendly to all, and possessed of same-sightedness. If the Lord is pleased with a person, he is released from the bondage of Prakriti and its effect. He gets released from the whole of the subtle body and attains to the infinite bliss of Brahma. It is from the five elements that evolve into the living body that the distinction between man and woman first arose, after man and woman reproduced in this world by mutual intercourse. By the power of the Lord's Yoga Maya, the gunas of Prakriti gets agitated, and out of this agitation, creation, preservation, and dissolution take place. The Lord, who transcends the gunas of Prakriti, stands only as an unmoved mover of it. His presence, this universe functions in its causal and effectual aspects, just as metals are set into motion before a magnet. By the operation of his power of time and the consequent agitation of the gunas of Prakriti, he becomes an agent and yet not an agent, a killer and not yet a killer. The operation of his power, time, cannot be exactly conceived. So mysterious it is. Time is without beginning and without end. Time makes man procreate man. He also destroys all, including those who are themselves destructive forces, by using others as his agents of destruction. Destroying all, he remains endless and unspent. Time makes no distinction between friend and foe, for in the form of death he approaches all alike. Living beings who are subject to their karma are perforce drawn after him as he runs, just as a cloud of dust is helplessly carried away by a gust of wind. The Lord, who always remains the same without growth or decay, subjects to these two processes all beings who are laboring under their own karma. Some refer to this mysterious power behind the destiny of the world and man as karma, others as swabhava, nature, and still others as kala, as providence, or as the will of God. No one can understand the will of that being who is unmanifest and unprovable. Under such circumstances, how can an ordinary man know the truth of God, of Him who is the ultimate cause? It was not these Gohyakas who killed your brother, but he in the form of time. He alone creates the world, sustains it, and devours it. But as he is without the eye sense in any of these activities, he is not affected or bound by them. By means of his power of Maya, he creates, preserves, and destroys. But Maya does not affect its substratum, the Lord, who is the soul of all, the Lord of all, and the origin of all. O dear one, He, the Lord, is both death and immortality. Take refuge in Him, the refuge of the world, with your entire being. All, including the Creator Brahma, are laboring for Him like cattle controlled by their nose string. Cut to the quick by the harsh words of your stepmother. Even at the tender age of 5, you left your mother and went into the forest where you meditated on the supersensuous reality of Mahavishnu and attained to a state that transcends all the three gross worlds. Seek within yourself that very being, the one, the undecaying, free and non-dual, who is the support of the fleeting universe, and whose presence is felt in hearts that are free from all passions like anger. Attaining to complete and wholehearted devotion to the Bhagavan, the indweller in all, the eternally blissful and the possessor of all powers, you will gradually overcome ignorance and the sense of I with regard to the perishable body. Just as one controls a disease with a powerful drug, one can overcome anger, the enemy of all the higher spiritual developments, by repeatedly hearing and thinking about the truth of the Atman. A man who possesses discrimination and aspires to freedom from fear should not become a slave to anger, for his anger will evoke agitation and fear in others. You have insulted Kubera, who is very close to Rudra. He is the king of the Gohyakas, many of whom you have killed under the impression that they have murdered your brother. O dear one, before the prowess of the great man whom you have wronged becomes a menace to our family, you must propitiate Kubera with humility and good words. After advising his grandson in this way and accepting his adoration, Swayambhuva Manu departed to his abode along with the rishis. Atha Dvadasha Dhyaya. reconciliation with Kubera and after. Maitreya said, when Dhruva gave up his anger and stopped his campaign against the Gohyakas, Lord Kubera, attended on and hymned by a large number of his followers, amongst whom were Charanas, Yakshas, Kinnaras, etc., appeared there and was received by Dhruva with a respectful salutation. Kubera said, Hail unto you, scion of Kshatriya family! Hail unto you, pure one! I am much pleased with you, for, on the advice of your grandfather, you have dispelled from your heart enmity, which is very difficult to do. You have not killed the Yakshas, nor have the Yakshas killed your brother. For the cause of the birth and death of creatures is verily the Lord in the form of time. It is by identification with the body caused by ignorance that men entertains false distinctions like I and you. It is as false as dream experiences. It is a cause of bondage and suffering. O Dhruva, may good befall you. You may depart now. To be free from samsara, worship the Lord as the soul of all and as the all-inclusive form, as one worthy of worship by all, who is one with his Atma Maya, his power, in both activity and rest. O son of Uttanapada, whatever boon you want, you may ask of me without hesitation. You are a fit recipient for boons, for we understand that you are a very intimate devotee of Mahavishnu. Maitreya said, induced in this way by Kubera to ask for a boon, Dhruva, high-souled and intensely devoted to the Lord, that he was, prayed for unbroken remembrance of the Lord Hari. For, through his remembrance, men easily cross the darkness of ignorance. Granting this boon with great joy, Kubera disappeared from sight in his very presence, departing from his realm. Dhruva too returned to his city. Afterwards, he worshipped Mahavishnu, the Lord of all sacrifices and the bestower of their rewards, by performing several sacrifices which required many sacrificial materials, rituals, and devatas, and was accompanied with very liberal sacrificial gifts. For the devotion to the Lord, who is the soul of all, and yet beyond all, imperishable, that increased day by day to a state of extreme intensity, he arrived at a state in which he constantly perceived his presence in himself and in all beings. Being virtuous, reverent to holy men, extremely merciful to the afflicted, and a protector of the ways of Dharma, he came to be loved by his people as their very father. He ruled over the earth for 36,000 years, exhausting his merits by the enjoyment of the pleasures of life and his demerits by the performance of yajnas. That great man, Dhruva, after having spent a long time in pursuit of the first three values of life, namely Dharma, Artha, and Kama, with perfect control over the senses, installed his son on the throne as a reigning monarch. He realized that all this world has been fashioned by the Maya of the Lord and his own being, just as ignorance conjures up in the individual mind's dreams and castles in the air. So, realizing the transitoriness of all the values, things of life, one's body, wife, children, friends, army, treasury, palace, pleasure resorts, the Sangiri, the seagull empire, he abandoned them all and went to Badarika Ashrama, bathing there in the Alakandanda, purifying the mind by the observance of Yama and Niyama, mastering a steady sitting posture, bringing the vital energies under control through pranayama. withdrawing the mind from all sense objects and fixing it on the Lord's cosmic form, gradually overcame the distinction between the meditator, the act of meditation, and the object of meditation, and entered into samadhi, a state in which the mind gives up the form that is the object of meditation also. As his mind flowed continuously towards Sri Hari in utter devotion, tears of joy overcame him repeatedly. His heart melted in love. All his hair stood on air, and he completely overcame the body consciousness which makes one think, I am thus, with reverence to the body.
Dhruva now saw an aerial vehicle descending from the skies, illumining all the quarters like the moon. In that aerial vehicle were seated two celestials of importance. They were blue in complexion, four-armed, youthful, lotus-eyed, armed with maces, and bedecked with diadems, pearl necklaces, armbands, and beautiful earrings. Recognizing them to be leading emissaries of Mahavishnu, of holy fame, Dhruva got up in haste, forgetting all formalities, and stood before them with joined palms, repeating the Lord's name continuously. Sunanda and Nanda, who were trusted emissaries of the Lord, seeing Dhruva standing with head bent, hands folded in salutation, and mind engrossed in the Lord, now said to him with a smile, O King, may goodwill befall you. Listen to us attentively. You are the one who pleased the Lord immensely by your one-pointed meditation on him, even in your 5th year. We are the emissaries of Mahavishnu, the Father of all the worlds, come here to take you to his exalted realm. You have qualified yourself to attain to the supreme realm of Vishnu. Even the Saptarshis, unable to attain it, must stand far away, saluting it. All the celestial luminaries, the suns, the moons, the planets, the stars, the galaxies, etc., all move about circumambulating it. You are welcome to that supreme realm of Mahavishnu, adored by all, which neither your father, nor your grandfather, nor other great men could attain. Please step into this aerial vehicle, which the Supreme Lord himself has sent. Maitreya said, hearing the nectar-like words of the Lord's emissaries, the devoted Dhruva performed his bath and his daily divine services, and then made obeisance to the sages there and received their blessings. Circumambulating that majestic vehicle and making obeisance to the Lord's emissaries, he desired to ascend into the vehicle in a divine body. Dhruva then saw Yama, the god of death, ready to claim his toll, but Dhruva ascended the aerial vehicle, using the head of death as a stepping stone. Then there arose the sounds of kettle drums, mridangas, and tabors. The Gandharvas sang hymns and showered flowers. As he was thus on his way to the divine sphere, he remembered his poor mother and felt reluctant to leave her helpless, himself going to heaven. Guessing this idea of Dhruva, the emissaries of Vishnu pointed out to him his mother, who was going in advance in another aerial vehicle. Praised and deluged with flowers on the way by divine beings stationed in their mansions, he passed the planets one by one. Speeding in that aerial vehicle, he transcended the three worlds and then the region of the Saptarshis and attained to the realm of Vishnu, from which one can never fall. It is with the reflection of the luminosity of that realm of Vishnu that other regions shine. No one who oppresses other beings attains to it, while those who do good reach there. Those that are peaceful at heart, even-sighted, pure, benevolent to all, and who look upon him as their only friend and relative, attain to it easily. Thus, Dhruva, the son of Uttanapada and the great devotee of the Lord, became the crest jewel of the three worlds. The great circle of celestial luminaries are attached to Dhruva, the pole star, and go round and round him like a vigorous team of oxen yoked to an oil mill. Realizing the greatness of Dhruva, the sage Narada recited 3 verses about it to the accompaniment of his veena at the sacrificial festival conducted by the Prachitasas. The spiritual goal which Dhruva, the son of the virtuous Suniti and the possessor of infinite prowess arising from his tapas, gained cannot be approached even by learned masters of the Vedas, though they know the way to it. Much less is it possible for Kshatriyas and others. Being wounded at heart by the shafts of his stepmother's cruel words, he left hearth and home for the forest at the age of 5. Directed by me, he meditated on Mahavishnu, who is unconquerable by any except by his devotees through their virtues. What other Kshatriya can even think of attaining to the state attained by him, even in several thousand years? But Dhruva, a mere boy of 5 or 6 years, attained to that state of Vaikuntha in a few months. Maitreya said, O Vidura, I have narrated to you what you asked of me, namely, the story of Dhruva, which is far famed for its holiness and capable of giving delight to all good men. This account of Dhruva gives prosperity, fame, peace, and longevity to those who study it with devotion. It is also an eradicator of sins, a means to heaven, and a bestower of the state of Dhruva, the firm state that is not lost. On hearing the story of the great devotee Dhruva, one will acquire devotion to the Supreme Being, and consequently all his troubles will cease. Dhruva's story is something like a pilgrimage for those who aspire to holiness. One who hears it will be endowed with good conduct. He will have a prowess and fame if he wants, and the high-minded will attain honor. This sacred story of Dhruva should be recited in the morning and the evening in holy company with great reverence and devotion. This episode should be read or expounded to men of faith on a full moon day, on the 14th day of the dark fortnight, on the 12th day of the fortnight Dwadasi, on the Stravana Nakshatra, at sunset on Vyatipata on the first day of the month or on a Sunday. One who does so without any selfish motive will feel blessed. Whoever instructs ignorant people on topics connected with the knowledge of the Supreme Being, that merciful person, sympathetic towards his fellow beings, will receive the blessings of all the deities. O Vidura, I have now finished narrating to you the famous story of the holy Dhruva, who left his toys, mother and home as a mere boy of 5 and wholeheartedly sought shelter in Sri Mahavishnu. Atta Trayodasho Dhyaya. From Dhruva to Veena. Hearing the account of Dhruva's ascension to Vaikuntha as described by Maitreya, Vidura was filled with the highest devotion to Mahavishnu, and he questions the sage further on this theme. Vidura said, O Holy One, you have spoken of the Prachitasas and of Sri Narada singing in praise of Dhruva at the sacrifice of the Prachitasas. Who were these Prachitasas? Whose sons were they? In what line did these famous personages take birth? Where did they conduct their satra, a sacrifice of long duration? I deem Narada, whom even Devas can meet only rarely, as one of the greatest devotees of the Bhagavan. It was he who promulgated the code of rituals for the worship of Sri Hari. Is it not the great devotee Narada's teaching that whoever performs his swadharma, duty laid down by scriptures, is worshipping the Lord through that performance? Please narrate to me, a keen listener, all those accounts of the Lord's doings and excellences narrated by Narada at the satra of the Prachitasas. Maitreya said, Utkala, the son of Dhruva, who succeeded his father on the retirement of the latter to the forest, had no desire for the royal throne or the prosperous kingdom. By birth he was of peaceful mind, unattached and even-sighted. He saw the Atman pervading the universe and the universe subsisting in the Atman. He perceived Brahman as the sole existence, peaceful, non-dual, consciousness, bliss, and all-pervading, and himself as none other than he. Ignorant folk, meeting him on the way, mistook him for a deaf and dumb man, or a blind man, or one inebriated and senseless. For, like a fire that has consumed its fuel and died down, his real nature was not revealed externally. The ministers and the headmen of the clans, finding him behaving like an idiot or an inebriated man, placed on the throne in his place his younger brother Vatsara, the son of Brahmi. Vatsara's principal consort, Swaviti, gave birth to 6 sons: Pushparna, Tigmaketu, Isha, Urja, Vasu, and Jaya. Of these, Pushparna had 2 wives named Prabha and Dosha. Prabha gave birth to 3 sons: Prata, Madhyandina, and Saya. They are the deities of the 3 Sandhyas. Dosha's children were Pradosha, Nishita, and Vyushta. These are the deities of twilight, midnight, and dawn. Of these, Vyushta had a son named Sarvatejas by his wife Pushkarini. Sarvatejas
Sarvatejas had by his wife Akuti a son, the Manu Chakshus, whose wife Nadvala gave birth to several sons. Their names are Puru, Kutsa, Trita, Dyumna, Satyavan, Rita, Vrata, Agnisthoma, Atiratra, Pradumnya, Sibi, and Ulmuka. Of these, Ulmuka had by his wife Pushkarini the following 6 sons: Anga, Sumanas, Kyati, Kratu, Angiras, and Kaya. Anga's wife Sunitha gave birth to a son named Vena, who turned out to be extremely cruel by nature. Utterly disappointed by his son Vena's conduct, King Anga absconded from his palace. O dear one, because of his cruelty, Vena was struck dead by the thunderbolt of the curse of the sages. The sages then churned the right arm of the dead Vena. With the death of Vena, the land became without ruling authorities. Anarchy led to the oppression of the people by thieves and other unsocial elements. So, when the sages churned the right arm of Vena, out came from it a partial incarnation of Mahavishnu named as Prithu, who was the first of kings. Vidura said, "How is it that so high-souled, pious, devoted, and noble a king happened to get a son cruel enough to make the king run away from his kingdom? What was the sin of Vena that induced the sages versed in the sacred law to curse him to death, even knowing that he was a ruling king and was needed to maintain law and order in the country? Even a sinful king should not be treated with disrespect by his subjects, for the king embodies in his function the powers of all the divine protecting forces. O Holy One, tell all about this King Vena to me, who am deeply interested in hearing these matters and in serving you." Maitreya said, "The pious king performed the great Ashwamedha sacrifice, but none of the devas presented themselves there, though invoked by sages versed in the Vedas. So the sacrificial priest said to the king in great surprise that the deities were not receiving his oblations offered with Vedic mantras. They said, "O king, the sacrificial offerings of yours are pure, fresh, and prepared with faith and devotion. The Vedic mantras are being uttered by experts without any fault. We do not see any flaw anywhere which can account for the deities failing to witness the sacrifice and receive their portion." Anga, the master of the sacrifice, was extremely sorry to hear the report of the Brahmanas, the officiating sacrificial priests. In order to know the reason for this, he broke his vow of silence and, with the permission of the priests, addressed the leaders of the assembly thus: "The devas are not coming even when invoked. They are not receiving the pots with the sacrificial offerings. O elders of the sacrificial assembly, tell me what wrong I have done to merit this unfortunate situation." The numbers of the sacrificial assembly said, "O king, you have not committed any sin in this birth, but there is one sin committed by you in your previous birth, for which reason you are now without issue. O king, may good befall you. Try to have an issue in which case the Devas will accept your offerings. If you worship the Lord, who receives all the sacrificial offerings, with a desire for an issue, he will surely give you a son. If you devote yourself to Sri Hari for the sake of an issue, all the Devas will accept their sacrificial portions. What men desire, that he gives. The fruits that his worshippers get depend on the nature of their worship. In accordance with this advice of the Brahmanas, an offering of Puradasa was made to Sri Hari. Then there came out of the sacrificial fire a divine personage dressed in a white cloth and wearing golden necklaces. He had in hand a golden vessel containing payasa cooked in the proper way. With the permission of the priest, the king received that payasa and after smelling it himself, gave it to his wife with great joy. The queen, who was barren, consumed the payasa, which had the power to make her fertile. So soon the queen was pregnant, and a son was born to the couple in due time. The child from the first followed in the footsteps of his maternal grandfather, Mrityu, who represented Adharma. He grew into a cruel and unrighteous person. With bow in hand, he chased animals in the forest like a hunter and indulged in the cruel practice of killing large numbers of innocent creatures. So people began to call him Vena, tyrant. On the playground, he killed his playmates heartlessly like animals. In many ways did the king try to correct him, but failed and became very miserable on account of it. He reflected, "It is indeed a householder without any issue that must be considered as having worshipped the Lord and received his grace, for he is thereby saved from the prospect of unbearable sorrow that an unworthy son can give, as in my case." No intelligent man would welcome that embodiment of delusion called a son, who is the cause of untold infamy, unrighteousness, antagonism, and mental worries. The householder's life is plagued with sorrow if there is such a son. In another respect, however, it is better to have a bad son, causing great sorrow, than to have a good one. For when life in the house becomes very miserable on account of a bad son, then there is a chance of one developing intense renunciation for worldly life. Thus, being filled with the spirit of renunciation, the sleepless king got up one midnight and, unknown to anyone, left the splendor of his palace and his sleeping wife. Finding that the king had disappeared out of disgust, the ministers, priests, and the king's relatives went in search of him all over the land, but found him nowhere, just as pseudo-yogis wander about here and there in vain in search of the Lord. Failing to learn the whereabouts of their master, they gave up the search and returned to the city. They then approached a group of rishis who had gathered in a spiritual congregation and intimated to them with tears in their eyes about the disappearance of the king. Vena's misrule and death. The vagaries of Vena, Brigu, and other rishis, finding that without a king the people were relapsing into animality, called the mother of Vena to find a solution. For the good of the land, they installed Vena as king, in spite of the disapproval of the ministers. Hearing that the fierce Vena had become king, all the Dakus and the brigands in the country disappeared out of fright, just as rats disappear before a serpent after being enthroned. Vena considered himself endowed with powers of all the guardian deities. Becoming extremely conceited and proud, he began to insult even holy men and men of great status. Blind with pride and without self-restraint, he traveled all over the world in his chariot, spreading terror everywhere, like an elephant freed from the hook. With the beating of drums, he announced, O Brahmanas, you shall henceforth perform no sacrifices. You shall not give gifts. You shall offer oblations in fire. You shall forbid all acts of piety. The rishis in consultation, seeing the wickedness of Vena and the misery that befell society, consequently, many great sages assembled out of pity for the world and deliberated thus. Alas, like unto a piece of wood burning at both ends, the people are suffering the deprivations not only of thieves but also of the king, who is supposed to be the protector. For fear of anarchy, Vena was made king, though he was not fit for it. Now that king himself has become the source of fear for the people. How can we secure the good of all beings? To feed and nourish a serpent with milk is dangerous even to the man who does so. As a son of Sunitha, Vena is by nature brutish. In spite of this, we made him king in the belief that he would protect the people. But now he seems to be bent on ruining the people. As we were responsible for this, his sins will partially affect us also. Let us try and see whether he can be reformed by advice. We installed him on the throne, knowing the wicked turn of his nature, the unrighteous man that he is. He may reject the good and reasonable advice that we want to give him. In that case, we shall burn him up by our power. He is already a lost soul on account of his transgressions against the people. Resolving thus, the sages, without showing their displeasure outwardly, approached Vena and spoke the following conciliatory words. The sages said, O great king, please listen attentively what we want to communicate to you. By so doing, you will gain longevity, prosperity, fame and strength. The righteous actions that men do by word, mind, body and in intellect enable them to attain to the joys of the heavenly regions if they are prompted by desires, and to the eternal status of mukti if they are without desires. O brave one, may you not be devoid of virtue, which is reflected in the people's welfare. Good fortune deserts a king who is not righteous. A king will attain to joy in this world and the next, if he protects his subjects from oppressive officers and thieves, and collect taxes in accordance with the scriptural law. In whatever countries people worship the Lord through the conscientious discharge of the duties accruing to them as set forth in the sacred law of Varnashrama, were the rulers of such countries who thus enforce his commandments. The Lord, who is the creator of all beings, will be highly pleased. If he, the master of the divinities that control the destiny of the world, is pleased with one, there is nothing that one cannot attain. All the worlds and their protecting divinities make offerings unto him. You should encourage those of your subjects who perform for your prosperity various kinds of yajnas in honor of him who is the master of the worlds and the presiding deities, and who is of the form of all the Vedas, of all the articles of the sacrifice, and of all tapas. On account of the yajnas that the twice born in your territories perform, the Supreme Hari will be pleased, and he being pleased, all the various devas, who are only parts of Hari, will also be pleased, and they will bestow all prosperity on you and your country. On no account should these devas be outraged.
When Vena replied, "It is a pity that you must take your own vice to be a virtue. For, overlooking me, the king, from whom you derive your livelihood, you go after another master, like an unchaste woman after her paramour. Those who insult the king, who is none but the Lord in that form, will never attain to felicity here or in the hereafter. Who is this Yajna Purusha, the Lord worshipped through all yajnas, to whom you direct your devotion as harlots do towards their lovers? In the king is present all the devas like Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, Indra, Soma, Agni, Varuna, and all others who are supposed to bless and punish mortals. In fact, the king is the embodiment of all the devas. Therefore, O Brahmanas, without further ado, offer your worship to me, the king. Pay my taxes without stinginess. Who is there to be adored other than myself?" Maitreya said, "Thus that luckless, perverted, and sinful Vena did not heed the words of advice tendered to him by the rishis. When the rishis were moreover insulted by the pretentious scholarship of Vena, and when they found that their noble prayer for the welfare of the world as a whole was rejected, their anger was aroused, and they said, 'Let him be destroyed, let him perish. He is by nature a perverted monster. To let him live is to allow the worlds to be reduced to ashes. An evil person like him deserves not to sit on the throne. For see how shamelessly he insults even Mahavishnu, the object and lord of all worship. Who else but this Vena, this perverted fellow, would indulge in such derogatory words against the Lord, by whose blessing he has attained to such prosperity?' The rishis, who now resolved to destroy him, expressed their anger manifestly, and by the utterance of the mantra, killed him, who was already all but dead owing to his traducing the Supreme Lord. After the rishis had departed to their ashramas, Sunita, the sorrow-stricken mother of Vena, had his dead body preserved with the help of mantras and embalming agents. Meanwhile, the rishis, after taking their bath in the Saraswati and performing their offerings in the sacred fire, were sitting on the river bank and discussing spiritual matters. Noting many portents indicative of misfortune for the land at large, they began to question among themselves whether there was no way of protecting the land, now bereft of its ruler, from the depredations of thieves and outlaws. While the rishis were thus deliberating, they noticed clouds of dust rising at some distance, and evidence of the robbers who were running and looting all over the land. When there ceased to be a king to rule the land, persons bent on robbery and murder had commenced to afflict it. Plunder became the order of the day, and the country grew weak due to the lack of a law-enforcing authority. Though aware of the harm that would result from this anarchy, and though they had the power to remedy it, they did nothing at first. A Brahmana might be even-sighted and calm in disposition, but if he cannot sympathize with the afflicted, all the merits of his austerity comes to naught, like water kept in a broken pot. The line of the Rajarshi Anga did not deserve to become extinct, for it had produced many great and devoted kings in the past. Thinking of this, the rishis churned the thigh of the dead Vena, whereupon a dwarfish person came out of it. He was black like a crow. All the parts of his body, including his arms and legs, were short. His jaws were broad, his nose was flat, his eyes red, and his hair coppery. He approached and made obeisance to the rishis and asked them what they expected him to do. They told him, "Nishida, sit down." So he became Nishida, or the progenitor of a forest tribe. As the dwarf was born heir to all the sons of Vena, his descendants became an uncivilized tribe wandering in the hills and forests. Atta Pancha Dasho Dhyaya, Pritu's advent and coronation. Maitreya said, next when the sages churned the arms of the issueless Vena, a couple, a man and a woman, emerged. Those rishis, stalwart followers of the Vedas, were overjoyed to find that the couple were parts of the Supreme Mahavishnu, and said among themselves, the rishis said, this one, the male, is part of Mahavishnu's protective aspect, and the other, the female, is a part of Mahalakshmi, who is never dissociated from him. Of these, the male will become to be known as Pritu, the founder of the institution of kingship. He will enhance the prestige of rulers and will be famous for his piety too. This handsome lady, a veritable ornament of ornaments, will be known as Archi and will wed Pritu. Pritu is a part of Mahavishnu incarnated in this world for its protection, and this Archi is Shri, ever devoted to Mahavishnu and following him wherever he goes. Maitreya said, the Brahmanas glorified him. The leading Gandharvas sang, the Siddhas showered flowers on them, and the Apsara women began to dance. The sky reverberated with the sounds of conches, drums and pipes. Hosts of devas, pitris and rishis gathered overhead. Brahma, the father of the worlds, presented himself there along with the devas and the guardian deities. He saw on the right hand of Pritu the emblems of Mahavishnu, including the mark of Chakra, the divine discus. On the soles of his feet there was also the lotus mark. They declared him to be an incarnation of Mahavishnu, for none but such a one can have the clear mark of the discus on his palms, uncrossed by other lines. The Brahmanas, votaries of the Vedas, now began the performance of the ceremonial bath conferring on him kingship, while the people in general brought all the articles needed for the rite. Then came the presents from the rivers, the oceans, mountains, serpents, cows, birds, deer, and from heaven and earth. The installation over the new king with his queen, Archi, in the splendor of all their dress and royal decorations, shone like another Agni. To him, Kubera, the lord of treasures, presented a golden throne, while Varuna gave a ceremonial royal umbrella. moon-like and always dripping drops of water. Vayu, the wind god, gave 2 chauris, Dharma, a glorious necklace, Indra, a splendid crown, and Yama, a scepter symbolic of punishment to evildoers. Brahma gave a protective armor fabricated from the Vedic mantras. The goddess Saraswati a valuable necklace. The Lord Mahavishnu his discus Sudarshana, and his consort Shri inexhaustible wealth. Shri Rudra gave him a sword with the marks of 10 moons. Ambika, a shield embellished with 100 moons. Soma, handsome horses, and Twashta, a well-constructed chariot. Agni gave him a bow made of the horn of a goat and bull. The sun, arrows penetrating like his rays, the earth a pair of shoes that transport one anywhere at will, and the sky a daily supply of flowers. The Siddhas gave him skill in dance, music, and the use of musical instruments, and the power to disappear at will. The Rishis, their fruitful blessings, and the ocean conscious from its depths. The oceans, rivers, and mountains endowed his chariot with the power to go across them all. Next came to him masters of court ceremonies like heralds, bards, and panegyrists. Knowing that they had come to sing and proclaim his praise, Prithu, smiling, said in his deep, resonant voice, Prithu said, O bards and panegyrists, my virtues have not yet been manifested or demonstrated till now. On what basis are you then going to sing my praise? So do not indulge in vain flattery. When I have proved my worth in this future, you are free to extol my virtues in your songs. You cannot say that people are prompting you to sing about me, for when there is the Supreme Being with countless virtues to praise, no one will direct you to sing about me, who have no special merit. Though one may well acquire in time many of the qualities of great ones, what straightforward man will presume to make panegyrists sing as if those qualities are possessed by him already? He should have to be unaware of the ridicule of others if he were to do so. Those who are endowed with virtues like generosity and are capable of acquiring all other virtues too, are very modest in regard to the actual virtues they possess and consider it deplorable to encourage self-praise. O storytellers, we who are as yet unknown in the world for any great achievement, how could we childishly encourage the singing of our own praise? Maitreya said, directed by the sages, the singers, and the panegyrists, who are highly pleased with the king's words, began to sing his praise. The singers said, we are indeed incapable of describing the greatness of one like you, who is none other than the Supreme Being, who has incarnated himself by association with his Yoga Maya. Even Brihaspati cannot describe the prowess of this one who is born of a limb of Vena. Still, at the prompting of the rishis, we are going to describe with great regard the glorious future achievements of Prithu, who is a partial incarnation of Sri Hari, to the extent that the instruction of our teachers has made them known to us. He will be the noblest among the upholders of Dharma, himself following the
dictates of Dharma, he will preserve its regulations and conventions and punish its transgressors. Singly, he contains in himself all the Lokapalas, the custodian deities protecting the world, and embodies their powers to work for the welfare of both worlds in accordance with the needs of the times. Like the sun, he is impartial to all, taking wealth from them by his power and releasing it afterwards for their welfare, as the sun does in regard to water.
Endowed with immense sympathy for the sufferings of others and possessed of forbearance like the earth, he will be capable of pardoning even people who rise against him. When, by withholding rain, Indra subjects people to suffering, he will protect them like a real leader. For he is Sri Hari himself, who has taken the form and role of a king. He is showering bliss on this world with his moonlight face, lit up by an inspiring smile and shedding rays of loving glances. Prithu is in all respects like Varuna. His mental outlook is limitless. His state secrets are confined within himself. He is one with great depth of thought. His wealth is well guarded. His greatness is endless. And he is the ground of all virtues. And he is disciplined in every way. This fire of Prithu churned out of the Arani of Vena is as inaccessible and formidable to enemies as close quarters as at a distance. None can overcome him. Though he keeps in close touch with the thoughts and actions of everyone through his spies, he remains an unmoved spectator, just like the all-pervading witness self within. As the enforcer of law, he would never inflict punishment on an innocent man, even if the man be his enemy's son. On the other hand, he will never hesitate to inflict punishment on an offender, even if it is his own son. This King Prithu's writ shall run unimpeded wherever the sun sheds his light and heat, even unto the Manasa mountains. Because he will delight the world with his actions, his subjects will call him Raja. He will follow austere disciplines in his life. He will be truthful, devoted to holy men, serviceable to elders, a refuge to all beings, respectful to all, and benevolent to the inflicted. The others' wives he will show the respect due to one's mother. To his wife he will be as loving and devoted as to his body's other half. To his subjects he will be as affectionate as a father, and to enlightened men he will be like a servant. To all embodied beings he will be as dear as their own self. In regard to friends, he will foster in them greater and greater joy. He will be attached to the non-attached, and towards the wicked he will be like Yama. He in whom the wise perceive this manifold world as a meaningless manifestation conjured up by ignorance, that supreme being, the unchangeable, the all-powerful, the immanent self in all, has partially incarnated himself in Prithu. Unrivaled hero that he is, he will rule over the whole earth from the mountain of dawn in the east. Seated with bow in hand in his victorious car, he will go round the world like the sun. On his way, here and there, local rulers and their overlords will gather to greet him and offer him tributes. their womenfolk, will look upon this first king as Mahavishnu himself and sing about his glory accordingly. Recognizing it to be his duty to provide a livelihood for his people, this ruler of men will milk the earth in the form of a cow. And just as Indra did of old, he will, as if in play, split mountains with the end of his bow and level the earth. He will go about twanging his bow made of the horns of a goat and a bull, before the might of which there will be none to stand in the battlefield, and evildoers in all places will melt away into oblivion, just as animals will do in a forest when a lion appears with uplifted tail. He will perform 100 Aswamedha sacrifices. The goddess Saraswati will make her appearance at his sacrifice. During the 100th sacrifice, Indra will steal away the horse while the sacrifice is being performed. He will meet in his palace garden the sage Sanat Kumara, who is all-knowing and who travels alone, and worshipping him with devotion, get from him instruction for the realization of the Supreme Brahman. This King Prithu, whose reputation and heroism are far famed, will hear his praise being sung by people wherever he goes. Of exceeding greatness, he will reign as the supreme ruler over the whole earth, having destroyed all the oppressive forces in the world by his prowess, and established his unchangeable sway over the whole land. His greatness will be sung about by Devas and Asuras alike. Punishment of the Earth Goddess. Maitreya said, being thus made widely known by the panegyric regarding his great qualities and future achievements, Prithu in return thanked the singers and gave as presents all they desired. He expressed his respect and goodwill for all in the country, the Brahmanas and other Varnas, ministers, officers, learned men, citizens, subjects from the Mafuzal, artisans, and his servants and subjects in general. Vidura said, why did the earth goddess assume the particular shape of a cow when she could have taken any form she liked? Who was the calf that helped in the milking? What was the vessel used for the purpose? The earth is naturally full of hills and dales. How did he level it? Why did Indra steal away his sacrificial horse? O learned one, having received theoretical instruction and practical realization of Brahman from the great illumined soul, Sanat Kumara, what state did Prithu attain afterwards? Devoted as I am to you and the Lord, it behoves you to tell me all about the Lord's incarnation as Prithu, and of his milking the earth, which had assumed the form of a cow. Sutta said, requested thus by Vidura to elaborate on Vasudeva's doing, Maitreya approved of his questions and began to speak overjoyed. Maitreya said, soon after Prithu was installed by the Brahmanas with the declaration that he was the protector of all in the country, a large number of people who were reduced to skeletons by starvation approached the king and said, O king, just like a tree with fire in its crevices, we are being burnt by hunger, the fire in the stomach. As you have been appointed as king to provide us with livelihood, we come to you, the refuge of all, for relief. O king, may you be pleased to take steps to provide us with food before we perish from hunger. Is it not your duty as the protector of the land to provide us with sustenance?" Maitreya said, Prithu thought for a long time over this pitiable submission of the people, and at last the cause of it dawned in his mind. Finding that the earth was the cause of the trouble, he took his bow and aimed his arrow at her great anger, like Maheswara, the destroyer of the Tripuras. Finding him about to strike, the goddess Earth trembled with fear, and taking the form of a cow, ran away, like a deer pursued by a hunter. Wherever she ran, she was followed by Prithu, with eyes red with anger, and holding the arrow ready to strike. She ran in all directions. She ran to heaven, the middle region, and the terrestrial region, but everywhere she found Prithu chasing her, weapon in hand. When the earth goddess, flying terror-stricken from Prithu, found shelter nowhere, as men before death, she turned back broken-hearted. She said to Prithu, "O righteous one, you always show pity on those who take refuge in you. You have taken the form of a king to protect all, so it behoves you to give refuge to me also. Why do you want to kill me, an insignificant person who has done no wrong? Besides, I am a woman. How can you, learned in the codes of Dharma, kill me, a woman? Even uncultured people do not strike women, even if they be guilty. How can a kind and merciful personage like you do so? I am the firm boat on which the whole world is conveyed. If I am destroyed, then there will be only water to support you and all creatures." Prithu said, "O earth, I shall certainly destroy you if you do not submit to my command. You receive your portion in the yajnas we perform, but you do not yield us cereals in return. Every day you are eating grass, but you do not yield milk. When you have grown thus perverse, it is only proper that you should be punished for it. The seeds of all edible grains created by Brahma for the food of men are retained by you in your bowels out of stupidity, instead of releasing them. With the fat drawn out of your body by my arrows, I am going to assuage the sorrow of these people suffering from extreme hunger. Whether one is a man, a woman, a neuter, if one becomes too self-regarding, perverse, and merciless to living creatures, a king may kill such a person, and under the circumstances it is not considered slaughter. Arrogant and haughty as you are, I shall cut into bits your falsely assumed body of a cow, and shall afterwards sustain these subjects by my yogic power." Seeing him as anger embodied and looking like another Yama, the earth goddess trembled in fear and said with palms held in salutation. The earth goddess said, "Salutations to the Supreme Being, who has manifested himself as the multitudinous universe by his power of Maya, and who is the spirit behind material evolution. Salutation to him who is unaffected in his essential nature, in spite of his manifestation into object, action, and actor in this world of multiplicity. He, the Creator who formed me before all other creatures as their residence, me, in whom all creatures born of Prakriti and subject to karma dwell, if that all-powerful and self-sufficient being himself is coming to destroy me, to whom can I flee to seek protection? He who in the beginning created all the world by his creative power, which has its support in him, and which is impossible to understand through argumentation, even he has now come to protect the world, his creation, as the Lord incarnate. How can such a one, who is devoted to righteousness, think of destroying me? He who is the one in his essential nature, and the many in manifestation, who is nonetheless the Lord and Master of everything, who created Brahma and gave him the power to continue creation. His will and motives cannot be understood by anyone whose mind is uncontrolled because of the influence of the Lord's Maya.
Salutations to that Purushottama, to whom the creative process is but a sport accomplished through the absolute control he exercises over the manifestations of his cosmic power, such as the elements, the organs, the deities, intellect, egoism, and the like. O Lord, O Eternal One, I, the earth, was created by thee to be the residence of beings with bodies formed of elements, sense organs, mind, etc., and in order to protect these beings, thou, having assumed the form of the cosmic boar, didst lift me up from Rasatala. That same being who once appeared as the uplifter of the earth is now here as the heroic Prithu to protect the men inhabiting the same earth, which is the veritable boat that sustains itself and its occupants on the waters of the ocean. And strangely enough, he now wants to destroy me, who am floating on the waters of the ocean, owing to the delusion caused by the working of the Lord's Maya, which sets the three gunas of Prakriti in motion. Persons like me are not able to know the minds of divine personages. Much less can we in the case of incarnations like you. Salutations to the divine personages, whose association helps heroes to augment their fame. Atashtadasho Adhyayai. The milking of the earth goddess as a cow. Maitreya said, after thus praising Prithu, whose lips were still quivering in anger, the trembling earth goddess somehow controlled her mind and began to speak further. O Lord, deign to control your anger. Please listen to what I have to say. An enlightened man, rather like a bee, collects the essence of things everywhere. In this world and in those beyond, whatever has been known and done by great men for the welfare of mankind in the past will easily yield its fruit to men of later times too, if they are moved by great faith in it and are guided by proper codes of procedure. On the other hand, in the case of one who disregards the experience of the past and begins to do things as he likes, failure will attend to all his efforts. O King, I saw how bad men, devoid of self-restraint, ate up all the cereals that Brahma had created for the purpose of yajna. When the whole world became full of thieves because of the neglect and misrule of its rulers, I took into myself all these cereals in order to conserve them for the yajna. Because of the long lapse of time, these are lying in me in decayed condition. Adopting any means approved by great men, you can recover them. Find a suitable calf and a pot for milking, and then milk in the form of all your wants can be drawn from me. O great hero, if you wish to milk in tasteful and strength-giving food for the people, you should also appoint a competent milker. O King, Also level me in such a way that the waters that the rainy season brings may spread everywhere and be available even after the season is over. Hearing the reasonable and pleasuring words of the earth goddess, Prithu made Swayambhava Manu the calf and milked out all cereals into his own palm. Following Prithu's example, all others milked out whatever they wanted from the earth, who had been brought under control by Prithu. The rishis used Brihaspati as calf and milked the Vedas and such other scriptures into the vessel constituted of the senses. The Devas made Indra the calf, and into a golden vessel they milked the nectar, the milk that gives strength of mind, senses and body. The Asuras, who are the sons of Diti and Danu, making Prahlada the calf, milked spiritual liquor and wine into iron vessels. The Gandharvas and the Apsaras made Vishwavasu the calf, and milked music, sweetness of words, and beauty into a pot fashioned from a lotus. The Pitris, the deities controlling the Shraddhas, used Aryama as the calf, and reverentially milked Kavya into an unbaked pot. Making the sage Kapila the calf, and using the sky as the pot, the Siddhas milked the eightfold psychic powers, and the Vidyadharas milked the art of travelling in the air. Kimpurushas and kindred beings with magical powers made Maya the calf, and milked the psychic power of disappearing from sight at will. Yakshas, Rakshasas, and flesh-eating Pisachas, using Rudra as the calf, milked intoxicating blood into a skull. Snakes, scorpions, serpents, and Nagas, using Takshaka as the calf, milked poison into their own mouths. Cows, making the bull of Sri Rudra the calf, milked the milk of grass into the pan of the forest. Flesh-eating animals, with powerful fangs, using the lion as the calf, milked meat into the body as pot. Trees, making the banyan the calf, milked tastes like sour, pungent, and the like, while the hills, making the Himalaya the calf, milked various precious minerals into their valleys. In this way, making the leading one of the species the calf, they milked into their particular vessels their requirements from the wish-yielding earth, who had been brought under control by Prithu. O Vidura, in this way Prithu and the others, who were in need of substances like cereal, milked from the earth their requirements with the help of their respective vessels and calves. Then King Prithu, being exceedingly pleased with the earth for providing all with their requirements, adopted her as his daughter. This great and powerful King Prithu shattered to pieces the peaks of mountains with the ends of his bow, and made the earth more or less level. Next, Prithu, who was loved by his subjects like their own father for having provided them with livelihood, began to build according to need in the proper places, villages, towns, cities, various kinds of fortresses, barracks for troops, tunnels, agricultural colonies, and hill settlements. Before the time of Prithu, there was no hard and fast distinction between villages and town. Now all the people, rural and urban, stayed happily in their respective places without fear. Athai Kauna Vingsho Dhyaya. The story of Prithu's horse sacrifice. Maitreya said, Prithu now resolved to perform 100 horse sacrifices in Brahmavarta, the seat of Swayambhava Manu on the banks of the east flowing Saraswati. Indra, the king of the gods, could not tolerate Prithu's yajnas, as he found that they would excel his own performance. Present in that yajna was Mahavishnu, the lord of all yajnas, the soul of all, the teacher of the worlds, the omnipotent being, and the controller of all. Together with the Lord were Brahma, Parameshwara, their attendants, and the guardian deities of the quarters, as well as the Gandharvas, Munis, Apsaras, and others. The Lord was accompanied by several other kinds of beings anxious to serve him, like the Siddhyas, Vidyadharas, Daityas, Danavas, Guhyakas, Sunandas, and great devotees of his like Kapila, Narada, Dattatreya, Sanaka, and his saintly group, and a large number of Bhagavatas devoted to him. The wish-yielding earth goddess appeared as a cow and gave all the havis and other things required for the ceremony to the master of the sacrifice. The rivers began to flow with milk, curd, food, etc., while the big trees became burdened with honey-dripping fruits. The ocean gave great quantities of precious gems, and the mountains 4 kinds of food. All the worlds with their protectors brought presents for the occasion. Seeing the sacrificial ceremony of Prithu, a great devotee of the Lord, Indra became extremely jealous and created obstructions for the sacrifice. When Prithu was performing his last sacrifice, the jealous Indra hid himself in the vicinity and stole away the sacrificial horse. The Maharshi Atri saw Indra running fast in the sky in the form of a barbarian, one accustomed to find dharma in adharma. Prithu's son, who was a great cow warrior, followed him as directed by Atri, and in great anger ordered him to halt. When he saw the barbarians with his matted hair and ash-smeared body, he thought he was dharma embodied and did not shoot his arrow at them. To him who was thus hesitant to shoot, Atri cried out again and again, "Oh, kill him, the dastardly Indra, the breaker of the sacrifice." At his prompting, the enraged son of Prithu rushed at the fleeing Indra, like Jatayu after Ravana. Thereupon, Indra abandoned the horse and his assumed form, and disappeared from sight, and the heroic son of Prithu brought back the horse to his father's sacrificial ground. O Vidura, in recognition of this heroic action of his, the rishis gave him the name Vijitaswa, one who victoriously got back the horse. The clever Indra now created a dense darkness, and under cover of it stole away the horse, lifting up the gilded rope with which the horse was led to the sacrificial post. Atri again pointed out Indra, who was flying fast in the sky. The son of Prithu did nothing at first against Indra, who was equipped with a skull and the weapon called Khatwanga. Then, prompted by Atri, he aimed an arrow at Indra in great anger. Thereupon Indra disappeared, leaving the horse and barbaric form as well. Prithu's son then returned to his father's sacrificial ground with the horse, while men of low intelligence adopted that barbarous-looking form of Indra, assuming it to be a model of perfection. Whatever forms Indra assumed for the obstruction of yajna, they are, as it were, expressions of sin. The forms, being part of sin, are known as khanda. The forms which Indra abandoned in his effort to steal the horse and obstruct the yajna of Prithu are the pseudo-religions of the Jainas, Buddhists, and Kapalikas, with their extremely attractive but fallacious arguments which people misguided by atheistic tendencies consider to be dharma. On coming to know about the depredation of Indra, the valiant Prithu was full of anger, and fixing his arrow on the bow, was on the verge of attacking Indra. When the sacrificial priest saw Prithu in his unbearably lustrous and terrible mood, they resisted him from his attack on Indra, saying, "O great one, here in this sacrificial field no killing except that of the sacrificial animal is permitted. This Indra, obstructor of yajna, is already deprived of his prowess by your glorious reputation. We shall invoke Indra's presence here by powerful mantras, and then by force make an oblation of him in the fire." O Vidura, Instructing the master of the sacrifice thus, the priests, with shrook in hand, were about to make the oblation when Brahma appeared and forbade them, saying, "This Indra, whom you want to destroy through the sacrificial offering, is the one of whom all the devas are manifestations. Besides, this present Indra, named Yajna, the son of Akuti by Ruchi, is an incarnation of Mahavishnu. He does not deserve to be destroyed. O Brahmanas, look at the many systems of atheism that have been created by this Indra in the process of his obstructing this Yajna of the king. So it is better to be reconciled with Indra, as atheism will be further strengthened if he is antagonized. Let Prithu, who is already very famous, be satisfied with 99 yajnas. And as for you, O Prithu, there is nothing more to be achieved through the performance of yajnas. For you are one endowed with an understanding of moksha dharma. It is not proper for you to be on inimical terms with Indra, who like you is an expression of Mahavishnu. O Emperor, do not grieve over the obstruction of this yajna. Listen to my words. If man persists in doing anything that the divine will has obstructed, his mind will only become extremely agitated, and it will sink into darkness. He will never have any peace. Let your yajna stop now. Indra is prompted by his own narrow interests, and is therefore very difficult to dissuade. Already the true dharma has been very much affected by the schools of atheism that Indra has created. See how the world is already drawn towards these attractive theories of atheism originated by this Indra, who stole your horse and wanted to obstruct your sacrifice.
You were born in this world to restore the Dharma propounded by the Sastras, which has been lost on account of the perverted acts of Vena. You who are turned out of the arm of Vena are an incarnation of an aspect of Vishnu. Therefore, O King, think over the present situation and about the people's welfare. It behoves you to fulfill the expectations of the Prajapatis. You have to overcome this magical power of Indra, by which he has made people think of these cruel atheistic paths as the real Dharma. Maitreya said, advised in this way by Brahma, Prithu gave up his resolve to perform the yajna and made peace with Indra. The great deities who were invoked and propitiated at the yajna bestowed liberal boons on Prithu, who completed the great sacrificial ceremonies with Avabrita Snana. O Vidura, the great Brahmanas, whose good wishes never go in vain, were very much pleased with the parting gifts given with great respect, and pronounced their blessings on Prithu. They said, O heroic one, all the devas, Pitris, and men you invited and gathered here have been properly honored and rewarded by you. The Lord blesses Prithu. Maitreya said, Lord Mahavishnu, who is the controller of all yajnas and the deity adored in all yajnas, was very much pleased with Prithu's sacrifice, and in company with Indra spoke to him thus. The Lord said, this Indra obstructed your 100th yajna. He is penitent about it, and you should excuse him for it. O King, wise men who understand that the Atman is not the body will never injure others, as they are devoid of the false identifications with the body. If even great personages like you are infatuated by the Lord's Maya, then spiritual practices like the long service of holy men are reduced to mere purposeless exertion. After having understood that this body is the product of karma generated by desires, the offspring of avidya, A wise man awakened from ignorance will not be attached to it. Which wise man who has outgrown the attachment of the body will entertain the idea of mine with regard to house, son, wealth, etc., which have their source in the body? The Atman is different from the body, for the Atman is one, pure, self-conscious, non-material, the ground of matter and its modifications, the all-pervading, without any covering, the witness and the selfless self. He who understands this Atman to be the essence in himself does not become attached to the modifications called matter, though he may dwell in the physical body, for he is established in me. Whoever adores me through the performance of Swadharma daily, without any extraneous motive, attains little by little the purity of mind. One who has achieved purification of mind overcomes the material nature and gains spiritual insight, by virtue of which he realizes the peace of Brahman consciousness, which consists in oneness with my being. Whoever realizes the changeless and unattached spirit within as the witness of the body, organs of knowledge and organs of action, he attains to the highest good. It is the Linga Sarya, constituted of subtle matter, senses, mind, and a reflection of the spirit, that is subject to transmigration. Hence those who are attached to me and not to the body remained unperturbed in prosperity and adversity. Therefore, O hero, carry on the work of governing the land, maintaining an equality of outlook towards all, superior persons, middling persons, and common people, remaining unperturbed in happiness and suffering, and amidst all the paraphernalia of state bestowed by me. The king derives his highest good by protecting his people. A king who protects his people well will derive 1/6 of the merits of his subjects in the life hereafter. But a king who collects taxes from people without administering their affairs properly will lose all the merits to his credit, and will inherit the sins of his people to boot. You will for some time rule this earth, following the ancestral code of Dharma approved by the sages, and completely unattached while doing so. Soon you will become dear to all. Then you will meet in your palace the great devotees, Sanaka and his brothers. O king, seek some boon from me. I have been won over by your virtues and your noble behavior. Neither sacrifices nor austerity can make me easily available. I reside in those who have control of their mind and the resulting state of equanimity. Being thus commanded by the Lord, King Prithu gladly agreed to do so. He lovingly embraced Indra, who was now prostrating at his feet, repentant of his mean conduct and freed from the spirit of confrontation. The Supreme Lord, the soul of the world and the friend of the good, was now worshipped by Prithu, who prostrated himself and clung to his feet in utter devotion. Then the Lord was about to depart, but seeing Prithu, he delayed, looking at him with compassion for a long while. Prithu, the first of kings, could not even see the Lord because of the tears of devotion welling up in his eyes, as he faced Hari with his hands held in a devout salutation. Nor could he speak owing to the feeling surging within him and expressing themselves as tears. Speechless he thus stood, embracing Sri Hari with his heart. Wiping away the tears from his eyes, he saw Hari standing before him like a human being, with his feet contacting the earth, and resting one of his arms on the high shoulders of his eagle vehicle, Garuda. Unsatiated by merely seeing him, Prithu now expressed his feelings in the following hymn. Prithu said, O all-pervading one, how can a man of intelligence seek boons from thee, who art the master of even the boon-giving divinities? Indeed, a body-minded man alone could not do so. For such enjoyments as are born of boons, being purely physical, can be had even in animal bodies. For me, they have no attraction. O thou who art capable of granting liberation to Jivas, but I care not even for liberation, if it is a state devoid of facilities to imbibe the nectarine drink that is the narration of thy glories and excellences, a nectar from the hearts of thy supernal devotees flowing through their lips. So if a boon of my choice is to be disposed, grant unto me 10,000 ears with which I may support my soul in the boundless joy that listening to the words of great men on thy excellencies alone can impart. O glorious one, even a little of the breeze laden with particles of the ambrosia of thy excellences, coming as the spoken words of saintly ones, can purify fallen yogis and restore them to the knowledge of the Atman from which they have deviated. Such being the case, what other boon shall I seek than eternal absorption in the contemplation of thy endless glories and excellences? O thou far famed for thy virtues, he indeed is a beast who, having even by chance fallen into the company of holy men, feels satiated with and withdraws from the recital of thy holy excellences heard in such company. None endowed with a sense of soul-elevating virtues would ever do so. For, see how even Shri, thy consort, in a quest for one embodying in himself all that is glorious and virtuous, found in thee alone such a person, one whom she could choose without hesitation. For the joy of thy service includes in itself every form of bliss, and it being therefore the summation of all values, there is nothing higher for an individual to seek. Therefore, I too, like Padma, thy consort, shall most enthusiastically serve thee, the supreme and the receptacle of all excellences. But would this not result in a rivalry between us two, as between two consorts, seeking thy feet as our common refuge, and thyself as our common Lord and Master? O Lord of all, rivalry between me and the Mother of the universe will certainly arise, for I have developed an interest in what has been her exclusive privilege, namely, the work of serving thee. In the event of such rivalry, I have no fear of any partiality in thee for Shri. For, O friend of the lowly, thou dost accept even the humblest of services from a true devotee without consideration of high and low. And pray, what attraction does Shri hold for thee, who art ever engrossed in thy inherent bliss? Holy men worship thee, in whom there is no trace of the delusion born of the effects of Maya. We believe that a holy man finds no meaning for his own existence except in the opportunity it gives for the service of thee. Thy words offering boons to me, who am engaged in thy worship, is typical of the sort of allurement thou hast placed before the whole world. For it is thy words in the scriptures, promising rewards for various forms of worships and ritual, that are prompting them again and again to perform works for the sake of such rewards. O Lord, the whole world is stricken by thy mire, else why should all stupidly run after petty enjoyments, rejecting thee, the essence of truth? Just as a father protects a son unasked, it is meet that thou dost protect us, as thou alone knowest what is good for us.
Maitreya said, being thus hymned by Prithu, the first of kings, the Lord said, may you have devotion to me. It is indeed fortunate that you acquired that type of discriminating intelligence with which we have been able to accomplish the very difficult work of overcoming my Maya. O King, do with all attention what I have commanded. Good befalls all who obey my commandments. Maitreya said, after thus accepting the weighty words of Prithu with approval and his worshipful adoration, the Lord pronounced a blessing on him and was ready to depart. Then all who had come in response to Prithu's invitation, Devas, Rishis, Pitris, Gandharvas, Siddhas, Charanas, serpents, Kinnaras, Apsaras, men, birds, and various other kinds of beings, also departed after being adored respectfully by the king with gifts, words, and salutations, as veritable manifestations of the divine. The Lord now disappeared from the sight of Prithu, and the priests, carrying away the king's heart, as it were, in the process. The king then made prostrations to the one unmanifest to the mind and eyes of men, but who had nonetheless manifested himself to him in one of his forms, and had now disappeared from his view. He then departed for his city. Athai Kavingsho Dhyaya. Prithu's exhortations to his subjects. King Prithu entered his city, which was decorated with the following: pearl garlands, flower garlands, silk garments, golden embellishments, fragrant incense, roads and compounds wetted with water mixed with fragrant substances like sandalwood and uguru, fruits and lamps, plantain trees in fruition, young aconite plants, garlands of various tender leaves. All these were part of the profuse decoration of his city. The citizens received him with auspicious articles, like curd pots and lighted lamps in their hands, and he was greeted by an array of noble virgins, their faces aglow with their brilliant ear ornaments. He now entered his palace, heralded by the blowing of conchs, the beating of drums, and the chanting of Vedic hymns. But none of these honors created him even a hint of self-importance in him. As generous as he was famous, he was received and honored by his subjects wherever he went, and he in return fulfilled all the needs of the inhabitants of his own towns and villages. Most worthy among worthy persons that he was, he established his fame far and wide by his noble and flawless works, and after a long rule over the whole earth, he attained to the supreme state. Sutta said, O Shanaka, having heard from Maitreya the story of Prithu, reputed for the dynamic virtues it embodies and the adoration it elicits from the wise, Vidura, after duly honoring Maitreya, now addressed him. Vidura said, Prithu was anointed king by the Brahmanas, receiving divine honors from all, and mowed the earth with his hands. What else did he accomplish with those arms endowed with the power of Mahavishnu? Is there any intelligent man who would not care to hear about his famous deeds? Even today, most of the kings and rulers of the earth are carrying on with the help of his legacy. Maitreya said, he lived in a region between the Ganga and the Yamuna, enjoying the fruits of his good karma, not with any attachment, but only to exhaust them. His sway extended all over the continents, and his world directed the affairs of all communities, except those of Brahmanas and devotees. Once, he took the vow of performing a great satra, a sacrifice of very long duration, which was attended by many devas, brahmashis and rajarshis. In that assembly, after the worshipful ones were honored in appropriate ways, he stood up and looked around like the moon amidst the stars. Tall, with long and powerful arms, fair in complexion, and endowed with lotus eyes, a prominent nose, pearl-white teeth, and muscular shoulders, he stood up and looked around. Endowed with a broad chest, broad hips, 3 abdominal folds, a waist as slender as a banyan leaf, a deep navel, powerful and golden-colored thighs, and well-arched feet, he stood up and looked around. Having locks that were curly, oily, and mixed with black and white hair, a conch-like neck with 3 lines, dress consisting of 2 silk clothes and a deer skin, having a body exposed and shining because of the removal of all ornaments as part of the sacrificial rite, he stood up in that assembly and looked around, dharma grass in hand. With his kindly and peaceful eyes, he viewed the audience and then spoke in words that were charming, pleasing, meaningful, and couched in language that was rich in figures and vocabulary and conducive to the welfare of all. Prithu said, O assembled guests, O worthy men, may good befall you. May you be pleased to hear my words. One who wants to understand more and more of the principles of Dharma has to declare in the assembly of good men what he has already understood. I have been installed as the king in order to administer justice and mete out punishment, to protect the country and people, to provide livelihood for people, and to see that men observe the social norms. By the proper administration of the kingdom, I shall be eligible for all those higher realms of which Vedic thinkers speak. A king who collects taxes from people but cares not to see that they tread the path of virtue will inherit the sins of his subjects and moreover is forsaken by his good fortune. Therefore, O my subjects, I beseech you to abandon all mutual discord. Think of the Supreme Being and follow your respective duties laid down by Dharma. You will thus be doing me a great favor. O Devas, Pitris and Rishis, encourage these subjects to follow this rule in life by your appreciation of their conduct. For in works that affect the hereafter, the one who performs a good action, the one who makes him do it, and the one who encourages by appreciation, all alike share the merit of that action. O honored ones, it is certain that there is a Supreme Being who determines the destiny of all beings and who distributes the results of their good and bad actions. For both here in this life and in the hereafter, we find some aspect of life which are full of light and joy, and others just to the contrary. How can this distribution of enjoyment and suffering be understood without accepting a bestower of these differing experiences? Swayambhuva Manu, Uttanapada, the great King Dhruva, the Rajarshri Priyavrata, my grandfather Anga, and several other great personages like Prahlada, Mahabali, Brahma, and Sri Rudra, all found it a compelling necessity to accept a Supreme Being. Accepting some unfortunate persons like Veena and others who are the grandchildren of Mrityu, and for this reason devoid of a sense of higher values like dharma and moksha, all accept the idea of God who is the cause of swarga and apavarga, heaven and liberation. The thirst and taste for his service washes away the dirt of evil tendencies from aspirants which they have acquired in the course of innumerable past births, just like the sanctifying waters of the holy Ganga streaming forth from his stove. There is no more involvement in the miseries of samsara for one whose mental impurities have been cleansed, who is endowed with the strength that is born of knowledge and supported by detachment, and who has made the Lord's feet his abode. Therefore, worship you all the feet of him who is the granter of all your wants, with remembrance, praise, prostrations, and service, as well as through the discharge of all your social duties as an oblation unto him, so that you may attain to a spiritual goal that is in accordance with your capacity. Though the Lord is by nature the condensation of pure consciousness and beyond all the gunas of Prakriti, he manifests as yajna with the division of various substances, qualities, actions, parts, mantras, objects, names, forms, etc. The fire lodged in the fuel manifests according to the shape and nature of that fuel. So also, as the reflected consciousness in the buddhi, the Supreme Being has entered into this body, which is a product of the cooperation of material substances, time, tendencies, and karma, and accordingly to the nature of that buddhi, he manifests the experiences of enjoyment and suffering. Those subjects of mine are really a blessing to me, who by example and persuasion prompt others to perform all their duties as an offering to the Supreme Divine, the consumer of all sacrifice. Let not the men of royal caste, proud of their power and prosperity, inflict their insolent pride on the community of holy men and devotees who are established in the practice of austerity, forbearance, and spiritual discipline. By devotion to their feet, even Sri Hari, the greatest of the great, attained to endless glory and fame. Let the service of that community of holy men be practiced by all. The Supreme Lord, the resident of all hearts and the lover of holy men, is most highly pleased whenever one serves holy ones. So let all who are devoted to the world-protecting dharma that he has propounded and who are endowed with genuine humility serve holy men with sincerity. By daily association with and service of them, man attains to mental purity and peace without any other aid. He is the most exalted mouth of the devas, and feeding him is therefore like making sacrificial offerings to the devas. The knowers of truth understand that all offerings made on the occasion of a yajna in fire in the name of different devatas are really offered unto him, the Supreme Being. If these offerings are made in the shape of food into the mouths of holy men, invoking the names of different deities, they will be more effective than offerings made in the fire. For he is the quest of the Paramahamsas, will be more pleased by having the living beings of a holy man as the consumer of offerings than a lifeless phenomenon like fire. May I have the opportunity to put on my head the dust of the feet of holy men, who study and recite the eternal and unblemished Vedas and practice austerity, purity in life, faith, restraint of speech, sense control, and concentration with a view to ascertaining the true meaning of the Vedas. In the Veda, the whole world is reflected as a face in a mirror. O noble ones, may I find it possible to wear the dust of their feet on my head all through life. For, in the case of one who does so every day, all his sins are washed away, and all virtues come to him unsought. He who is virtuous, who has character as his wealth, who has the trait of gratitude, and who gives shelter to and serves the old, prosperity seeks him out with her rewards. May holy men, cows, and Janardana with his followers be gracious unto me.
Maitreya said, all the noble ones assembled there, the Devas, the Pitris, and the Brahmanas, expressed their unqualified approval of the king's worthy words. The Shruti says that the father attains to meritorious realms through his son. How true it is! Even Vena, killed by the Brahmanas, curse, a sure candidate for the darkest hell, has been saved by this noble king born of his body. Also Hiranyakasipu, who was heading for hell because of his transgressions against the Supreme Lord, was saved from that fate by the goodness of his son, Prahalada. O hero, O father of your people, may you live for 1,000 years. For wonderful is your devotion to Achyuta, the Lord of all the worlds. O you of holy fame, by virtue of the fact that you are our king, we have come under the protection of Mukunda, the granter of salvation. For in you we find the clear manifestation of Mahavishnu, to whom the holy man is the highest object of respect. It is no wonder that your rule over us is benign and conducive to our welfare. For love of his subjects is the inborn characteristic of a gracious king. He who have been wandering in the sphere of ignorance, like blind men tossed about by fate, you have enabled us now to go beyond the limits of that darkness. He who protects the Kshatriya, man of action, by guiding him through the Brahmana, who protects the wise man by supporting him through the Kshatriya, and who protects the whole world by working through both the wise man and the Kshatriya, to that supreme being manifested in a form of abounding sattva, our salutations. Atha Dvadishodhyayah. The Sermon of the Kumaras. Maitreya said, while his subjects were thus lauding Prithu of unrivaled prowess, there arrived at the place the group of 4 great sages, the Kumaras, headed by Sanaka, who seemed as brilliant as the sun. These sages, noted for the spiritual radiance with which they purified the whole world, were seen to come down from the skies. On seeing them, Prithu and the assembled persons sprang up from their seats at once, as if to bring back their prana that had gone out, and received the sages as the jiva. The master of the senses receives sense objects. With his native gravity, restraining his exuberance, and with his head bowing in humility, he worshipped the yogins after they were first presented with argya and seats of honor. As if to respect the rules of good conduct, he sprinkled all over his hair the water with which he washed their feet. Elder even to Sri Rudra, These sages shone like fire, rising from the sacrificial altar as they sat on gilded thrones. To them, Prithu said as follows, with great reverence and in well-chosen words. Prithu said, O holy ones, receptacles of all that is auspicious, I wonder what meritorious deeds I have done for this great blessing. Today I am favored with a meeting with you, which even great yogis cannot easily have. What is unattainable by one with whom the holy men as well as Shiva and Vishnu with their followers are pleased. You travel all over the world, but living beings do not see you. It is just like the presence of the Atman in the midst of all the material categories as their seer, without himself being seen by them. A householder may be poor, but he must be considered rich in merit, if his home and humble articles of reception become pleasing and acceptable to holy men. Even a prosperous home is like a tree, inhabited by serpents, if the washings of the feet of great devotees have never flowed there. O great Brahmanas, welcome to you. Utterly egoless like children, you care only for the divine life and are given to stern, austere living. O honored ones, can there be any happiness for householders who, mistaking sense objects to be the supreme good of man, have fallen under the influence of past karma into the vortex of samsara, which is nothing but a veil of sorrow. In regards to personages like you, who are ever immersed in the bliss of the self, it is not proper to inquire about health, welfare, etc. For in their minds there are no mental modifications of pleasure and pain, enjoyments and sufferings. Therefore, in full faith, I ask you, austere sages and the friends of all who are in suffering, how man can work out his welfare quickly in this cycle of birth and death. The Supreme Being, who is specially manifest in spiritually illumined ones and who is the immanent spirit in all, verily goes about as an enlightened teacher in order to bless all his devotees. You verily are such embodiments of the divine. Maitreya said. Hearing these words of Prithu, relevant, meaningful, brief, and pleasing, Sanat Kumara, one of the 4 Kumaras, began to speak with a beaming face and a pleasing smile. Sanat Kumara said, O great king, your question is indeed fine, though, knowing everything, your question is meant for the good of all. For it is in the nature of good men to work for the good of others. Conversations about holy themes bring about the good of both the speakers and the listeners. The questions and answers at such meetings are for the good of all. O king, you have in you that rare attainment, the feeling of attraction and delight in hearing and describing the excellences of Sri Hari. This delight, if firmly and constantly established in a devotee, easily dispels lust, a mental impurity that is otherwise difficult to overcome after deep philosophical reflection. The scriptures have determined that man can achieve his all-round welfare only through detachment from material concerns and an unfailing delight in Brahman, who transcends the gunas of Prakriti. That love of God is attained through firm faith, performance of Bhagavata Dharma, philosophical discrimination and reflection, the practice of concentration to 8-limbed yoga, association with holy men, and listening to the recital of the Lord's works and excellences. One who wants to cultivate devotion should eschew the company of men whose only interest is in sensuous enjoyments, and also avoid the objects and places that are pleasing to such people. When there is no convenience to listen to the recitals of Sri Hari's excellences, one should engage in philosophical reflection or resort to some solitary place. By the practice of non-injury, by living as a Paramhamsa, by meditating on the Lord, by listening to the nectarine accounts of the Lord's doings, by the absence of desires, by self-control, by spiritual disciplines, by the avoidance of criticism of the fates of others, by eschewing work done for one's selfish purposes, and by practicing equanimity in joyous and painful situations alike, this firm devotion to the Lord develops. The Lord's excellences constitute the real ear ornament of devotees. For, by listening to these, the sentiment of devotion is augmented without any difficulty. It develops renunciation for everything gross and subtle in sensuous life, and generates spontaneous delight in and through, for, the Supreme Being, who is pure spirit and who transcends the gunas of Prakriti. When a person under the instruction of a genuine teacher develops a firm and constant delight in and attachment to the Supreme Being, then he is endowed with the power of renunciation and spiritual enlightenment. This power burns up, as a fire does its fuel, the shell of one's self-centered individuality, which is composed of the 5 aspects of ignorance: avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesa, and which is worn thin by spiritual disciplines. The aspirant whose mind has been thus burnt up and is thereby freed from the limitations imposed on it sees no longer an inside and an outside for the self. It is the mind that acts as a barrier in the self, causing the distinction of the subject and the object. The state of one in whom this divisive factor has been obliterated is like that of one awakened from a dream. It is only when there is the medium of the mind that one feels through that medium the distinction between the object, the subject, the instruments, and the like. It is only when there is a reflecting surface between, like water or a mirror, that the seer sees the distinction between himself and the reflected image. When the reflector is gone, the reflection too disappears, and only the seer remains. The mind of a man who is captivated by external objects loses its discriminative faculty, even as the water in a lake is dried up by the reeds on its margin. If thought is weakened or distorted, the sense of the continuity of events is lost. If that is lost, intelligence is forfeit. If intelligence is lost, man is as good as having attained to self-destruction. Therefore, there is no greater loss than such self-destruction. For it is for the sake of the self that everything else is valued. By a continued preoccupation with wealth and sex, man misses the real human fulfillments. For an unending preoccupation with these things deprives him of spiritual knowledge and experience, and he is gradually reduced to the state of trees and other vegetation. One who aspires to overcome the thick darkness of ignorance should never seek contexts that are contrary to the fourfold end of life: dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Of these 4 ends, moksha alone is accepted as the really stable value to be sought, for the other 3 are subject to the destructive force of time. Whatever is born as the effect of the transformation of the 3 gunas of Prakriti are like castles in the air, struck down in time by the whirl of the Lord. They do not lead to the ultimate goal. O King, in the hearts of all beings who, as it were, form a cluster of body, mind, senses, prana, buddhi, and ahankara. The Lord shines as the Master, a real presence, the indweller. Know yourself to be a part and parcel of Him. He in whom Maya, in the form of the universe of causes and effects, shines, even as a snake seems to appear in a wreath in the state of ignorance, and is sublated in the wake of knowledge. In Him, who is ever free, ever pure, ever awake, and who transcends this work-burdened realm of matter, I seek refuge. Ascetics endowed with renunciation and control of the senses are not able to cut the knot of self-centeredness fortified by tendencies acquired in the past with the same ease as those devotees who love the Lord and are devoted to His service. Therefore, practice devotion to Vasudeva. Without Thee as the boat, it is very difficult for one to cross the ocean of samsara. For those who attempt to do so, the crocodiles of 6 passions make it well nigh impossible. Therefore, taking Sri Hari's worshipful feet as your boat, cross this ocean of samsara, which is so full of sufferings and so difficult to cross.
Maitreya said, being thus instructed by Sanat Kumara, the son of Brahma and a noble of Brahman, and having realized Brahman through that instruction, the king spoke in praise of him. The king said, the merciful Lord Hari had given me his blessings long ago. O Great One, it is to complete this divine mercy that you have come to me. Your merciful selves have now actually brought fulfillment to that blessing. My body and my kingdom are only the remnants of what holy men have returned to me as a blessing as a blessing after I had given all my belongings to them. So what can I offer to you, O Great One? I have already made an offering of all that I have, my life, spouse, child, estates, utensils, kingdom, army, farms, treasury, etc. The command of the army, the government, the administration of justice, and the lordship of the whole country, all these really belong to the holy ones who know the Vedas and the Shastras. What the holy man eats in his own food, what he wears in his own cloth, what he gives in his own wealth, he is the owner of everything. But the food that the Kshatriyas and others eat is only what the holy man gives them as a gift. So you, knowers of the Veda, who in the course of your spiritual discourse have so effectively expounded the supremacy of Bhagavan, will have to be satisfied with the thought that you have done this good deed prompted by mercy. For I have nothing with which to compensate you for your spiritual service beyond offering my salutations. To do anything more would be ridiculous, since my debt to you is beyond measure. Maitreya said, then the Kumaras, the great messengers of the spiritual gospel, after being duly worshipped by Prithu, departed praising the great qualities of Prithu. As they rose in the sky, all those present looked on. Prithu, the greatest among the great, considered himself to have achieved life's ultimate purpose, since he had been established in the Atman consciousness through the concentration he developed when
with the aid of the spiritual instruction he received from the sages. He made an offering of all his works to the divine, performing them according to propriety as dictated by time, place, capacity, suitability, and financial solvency. Offering the fruits of all actions to the Lord, unattached with the mind ingathered, considering himself as a spirit transcending matter, assuming the attitude of a mere onlooker in all his actions. Priti lived in his palace amidst the abundance that royalty brings in its train. But as there was no ego-centeredness in him, he remained unaffected by sense objects, even as the sun who shines over everything. In the course of his active life, which was based on total dedication to the Lord, he begot 5 sons worthy of himself by his wife Archis. These 5 sons are Vijit Taswa, Dumrakesa, Haryaksha, Ravina, and Vrika. And Priti manifested in himself the qualities of all the Lokapalas. Like Soma, the deity of the moon, Priti, the divine king, under the guise of an earthly ruler, worked for protection of the world, with his mind ever devoted to the Lord, and delighted his subjects with his thoughts, words, deeds, and with gentleness of his personality. As the sun takes and gives out water, he collected wealth as tax and gave it back to his subjects in proper time. And through the province he held all the subordinate kings in their proper places. He was formidable like fire, invincible like Indra, patient and equanimous like the earth, and generous like the sky. Like the clouds, he rained on the world all that is desirable. Like the ocean, the depth of his great personality was immeasurable. And like Mount Sumeru, he was a center of power in his kingdom. In administering justice, he was like Dharmaraja. In generating awe and wonder, he was like unto Himawat. In wealth, he was like Kubera. In the inexhaustibility of his treasury, he was like Varuna. In strength of body, mind, and senses, he was like the wide-ranging air. In the invincibility of his prowess, he was like Rudra. In beauty, he was like Kamadeva. In courage, he was like a lion. In tenderness of feeling, he was like Manu. And in lording over all, he was like Brahma. In Vedic scholarship, he was like Brihaspati. In control of senses, he was like Hari. In his devotion to holy men and devotees, in his humility and polite behavior towards all, in his abhorrence of unbecoming acts, and in his zeal in works for the welfare of others, he was comparable only to himself. Just as the reputation of Rama became familiar to all good men, the greatness of Prithu reached the ears of everyone, including women, through the paeans of praise sung about him by the people in all parts of the country. Atatriyo Vidashyo Atyaya. Skanda 4, chapter 23. Maitreya said, King Prithu had now completed his work, the mission for which he had incarnated. The towns and villages he had built and had now become prosperous. He had provided a means of livelihood for all living beings. He had, for the education of his subjects, set an example of righteous living by his own life. He therefore entrusted the earth, his beloved daughter, now weeping as it were at the impending separation to his sons, and prepared himself to go away to a forest hermitage, accompanied only by his wife, to the great sorrow and disappointment of his subjects. With the same zeal and he had shown in subordinating the world in the past, he now entered the field of asceticism prescribed for vanaprashtas and practiced in according to its stringent rules without any break or compromise. In adoration of Sri Krishna, he underwent austerities of the most rigorous type, sometimes eating only roots and fruits, sometimes only dry leaves, sometimes only water, and sometimes only air. In summer, he remained amidst fires. In rainy season, he exposed himself to the rain. In winter, he remained in neck-deep water. He slept on the bare floor and patiently suffered every unpleasant or painful experience without a murmur. He observed silence, practiced self-control, observed brahmacharya, and controlled the pranas. These austere practices gradually rid his mind of all impurities acquired from the past. By pranayama, the senses came completely under his control. He was free from all bondage. What spiritual instruction holy Sanat Kumara had imparted on him, according to that he worshipped and meditated on the Supreme Being. Soon, unwavering and spontaneous devotion to Sri Hari was generated in the heart of the Great One, who followed unceasingly the disciplines of divine adoration and worship with a great faith and sincerity. In his mind, purified by divine service and perfected by the intense love of the divine growing in him, renunciation and knowledge dawned automatically. With the sharp edge of knowledge, he cut asunder the self-centered I consciousness with which man is innately identified. Having realized the Atman, having abandoned the sense of identification with the body, and having cut asunder the knot of I sense with the sword of knowledge, he abandoned even those spiritual disciplines. For a yogi is liable to suffer a fall from the path only so long as he has not developed unfailing delight and attraction for the Lord's excellences. Priti, that hero among heroes, then united his Atman with the Supreme Self in spiritual communion and attained to an abiding Brahmic consciousness, and in due time abandoned his physical body. Pressing the anal region with the heel, he raised up the prana gradually from the Muladhara to the region of the navel, and from there to the still higher regions of the heart, chest, neck, brow, and the Brahmic orifice in the brain. Utterly detached, he dissolved his prana in the universal prana. He also dissolved the physical elements constituting the body into the respective universal counterparts: air in the universal air, earth in the universal earth, space in the universal space, and water in the universal water. Then he dissolved those universal elements, the categories, into their respective causes: earth in water, water in fire, fire in air, and air in akasha. He dissolved the mind in the senses, and the senses in the subtle elements, forming their cause, reducing them all into ahamkara. They were dissolved in Mahatattva. Mahatattva, the support of all forms, was dissolved in the individual self, the jiva, which is a projection of the Lord's power of Maya. Abiding in his matrix, the Supreme Spirit, the limitations of jivahood too were cast off. Priti's wife and queen, Archis, noted for her beauty, who had till then never travelled on foot, had accompanied Priti to the forest hermitage.
She was soon reduced very much physically, owing to the severe austerity of her husband's life, the strain of serving him, and the eating habits of ascetics, which she felt constrained to follow. But she never felt all this as suffering, because she could serve her husband and have his affection. Now, on Pritu's death, seeing the lifeless body of her husband, who was the ruler of the whole earth, Archis wept for a while, and afterwards placed his body on a funeral pyre erected at the foot of a mountain. Then she bathed in a river, performed the water offering for her husband, saluted the devas who were watching from above, went round the flaming funeral fire 3 times, and entered into the fire with mind concentrated on her husband. The wives of many devas of an exalted nature sang the praise of Pritu's virtuous wife on seeing her follow that hero into the funeral pyre. While raining flowers in the valleys of Mount Mandara and sounding the musical orchestra of the celestials, these consorts of the devas sang her praise as follows. The consorts of the devas said, "Glory unto this queen who served her husband devotedly in both life and death, even as Shri attends on Mahavishnu. Accompanying her husband, this great lady who had lived in a way that inferior women can never do, is bound to attain to realms much loftier than ours. What is there difficult to obtain for those who in the course of this short and uncertain lifespan manage to attain that knowledge leading to realization? Human birth, which can bring felicities that culminate in salvation itself, is very difficult to obtain. Having attained it, if a person fritters it away in sense enjoyments, he is indeed a God-forsaken man." Maitreya said, as the heavenly consorts were thus praising her, Archis attained to the same realm as the great king, the most outstanding amongst the wise ones and devotees. Such was the greatness of Pritu, unique among the devotees of the Lord, whose story I have narrated to you. Whoever reads, hears, or expounds the sacred account with faith and concentration will attain to the same realm that Pritu attained. If a Brahmana studies this, he will be endowed with Brahmic splendor. If a Kshatriya studies it, he will become a king. If a Vaishya does, he will become very wealthy. And if a Sudra does, he will become a very good and respectable person. Whoever they may be, whether man or woman, those who hear this account 3 times with faith and devotion will get good progeny if they be issues, and an abundance of wealth if they are poor. An unknown man will become famous, and an ignorant man a scholar. It saves men from ill luck, and it promotes his good. This account deserves the devout attention of all who aspire to the 4 values of human life: Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. It gives one wealth, reputation, longevity, and heaven. It wards off the evil influences of Kali and fulfills all the wants of men. It therefore deserves to be studied with deep attention and devotion. A king who sets out for battle after hearing this account will gain success and be the recipient of attributes from other rulers, even as Prithu was. Without any other desire in mind, man should hear and read the account of Prithu with a steady, unwavering devotion to the Lord. O Vidura, I have now narrated to you this account, the import of which is the description of the Lord's wonderful excellences. One who is devoted to it will attain to the same state as Prithu. Whoever hears or reads every day this account of Prithu with faith and reverence, that fortunate person will attain to a deep-seated devotion to the feet of the Lord, which are verily the boat that can take him across the ocean of samsara. Ata Chatur Vimsha Adhyaya. Maitreya said, after Prithu, his son, the far-famed Vijitaswa, succeeded to the throne. Being very much devoted to his younger brothers, he gave them certain provinces of his empire to govern. Hariyaksha was put in charge of the eastern province, Dumrakesha of the southern, Vrika of the western, and Dravina of the northern. Vijitaswa was popularly known as Antadharna, the hidden one, because of his power of disappearing from the sight of others, thanks to a boon that Indra gave him after his confrontation with him at the horse sacrifice of his father. He left behind 3 issues by his noble wife Sikandani. Once, owing to the curse of Vashishta, the 3 fire deities, Pavaka, Pavana, and Suchi, had to be born as human beings. After being born as the 3 sons of Vijitaswa, they attained to their original state through their yogic power. Antadharna, otherwise known as Vijitaswa, noted for the restraint he showed in not killing Indra in spite of his seeing the latter stealing the horse, had a son named Havirdhana by another wife, Nabashwati. Considering that a king's duties like tax collection, inflicting punishments, collecting fines, etc., involved great cruelty, he, Havirdhana, abandoned it under the guise of engaging himself in a satra, a fire sacrifice of long duration. Being a knower of the Atma, he adored only the Supreme Being, the great Savior of all, even through all that yajna, and attained to his glorious realm through a perfect samadhi. Havirdhana had 6 sons by his queen Havirdhani: Barishchat, Gaya, Sukla, Krishna, Satya, and Jitavrata. Parishat, the son of Havirdhana, was noted for his proficiency in Vedic rituals and in yoga. As he was performing one yajna after another in quick succession, the whole land became a field of yajna and became covered with kusa grass with its ends turned to the east. This made him known as Prachina Barish. He married Satadruti, the daughter of the seas as suggested by Brahma. Satadruti, of tender years, with well-proportioned limbs and well adorned, was so attractive that while she circumambulated the fire at the time of marriage, she stole the heart of the fire deity, as Suki, the wife of the Saptarishi, was said to have done. Even the very sound of the anklets of the damsel was so charming that all the devas, asuras, gandharvas, siddhas, men, etc., were overpowered by it. Prachinabarish had by Satadruti 10 sons who were known under the single collective name as Prachetas. They were knit together by a common way of life and were noted for their understanding of Dharma. Commanded by their father to multiply the species, they first resorted to the ocean of performing tapas. For 10,000 years they performed tapas there, meditating on the Supreme Being, who is the bestower of the fruits of all tapas. On the way, they were instructed by Parameshwara, and they followed those instructions on worship and meditation in order to obtain the grace of the Supreme Being. Vidura said, O Holy One, how did the Prachetas happen to meet with Sri Rudra on the way, and what was the precious instruction he imparted to them? Embodied beings cannot contact Sri Rudra. Even rishis practicing renunciation can commune with him only in meditation but not physically. Even though Sri Rudra is immersed in the bliss of the self, he, for the proper functioning of the world order, often goes about in the mood and form that strike terror in all. Maitreya said, the noble-minded Prachatas, in obedience to their father's command, set their mind on practicing austerity and for this travelled in a westerly direction. On nearing the sea coast, they found an extensive lake with water as pure and limpid as the minds of Mahatmas. Blue lotuses, red lotuses, white lotuses, kalhara, blue-white lilies, etc., were blooming on the surface of the lake. Birds like swans, storks, chakravakas, and karandavas filled the air with their varied warblings. There were trees and creepers which looked as if they were covered with horripilations on hearing the buzzing of honey beetles maddened with flower nectar. The whole atmosphere there was fragrant with the pollen of flowers, with which the place abounded. The Prachatas were astonished to hear notes of heavenly music to the accompaniment of many musical instruments like Brindanga and Panava. They saw coming out of that lake the blue-throated, three-eyed Lord Shiva of the complexion of burnished gold, accompanied by his retinue and a host of singing Gandharvas and Devas. Seeing him, the thrilled Prachatas made prostrations before him. Lord Shiva, who always relieves the sufferings of those who seek his protection and who is fond of those who follow the Dharma, was highly pleased with the Prachatas for their virtue and their knowledge of the ways of righteous living. He spoke to them as follows. Rudra said, you are the sons of Prachina Barish. I understand what you are after. May good fortune attend you. It is only to bless you that I have made myself visible to you. Dear to me is that fortunate devotee who has taken shelter wholeheartedly at the feet of Vasudeva, who is subtler than and transcends both Prakriti and Purusha. Those who have lived adhering to their Swadharma for 100 lives go to the sphere of Brahma. Those who have done so for still a longer period come to my sphere, but the greatest devotees of Mahavishnu go directly to his transcendent sphere immediately after the death of the physical body, just as Indra, I, and other Kalas do at the end of our mission. You, the devotees of Bhagwan Vishnu, are as dear to me as the Bhagwan himself, and to the devotees of Bhagwan there is none so dear as I. I shall teach you a hymn of praise which takes men to the highest goal of liberation. You have to repeat this holy and auspicious hymn in clear accents. Now listen to it.
Maitreya said, saying so with a very loving heart, Shiva, who was wholly devoted to Narayana, spoke thus to those prachetas standing before him with hands joined in salutation. Sri Rudra said, O Lord, victory unto thee, thy supremacy is for the exaltation of the great nobles of the Atman. May good befall me, thou art the ever self-fulfilled. Salutations to thee who bearest the cosmic lotus in thy navel, to thee who art the controller of all the evolutes of Prakriti latent in that lotus. Salutations to thee, manifest of Vasudeva, the peaceful and the unperturbed, the self-effulgent and the Lord of Chitta. Salutations to thee of Sankarshana, the master of the categories of Ahamkara, or the eye sense, whose nature is subtle and infinite, and who consumes the world. Salutations to thee as Pratyumna, controller of the intellect, the bestower of consciousness on all beings, and the inner ruler. Salutations to thee, manifest of Anuruddha, the controller of manas, which regulates the senses. Salutations also to thee, manifest as the sun, whose glorious light spreads everywhere, and who is ever the same. Salutations to thee, the gateway to heaven and to salvation, the eternal resident of the pure heart. Salutations to thee in the form of fire, the accomplisher of the rite of Chaturhotra and the support of all yajnas. Salutations to thee who assumed the form of the food of the Pitris and the Devas, who protectest the Devas, and who art the Soma juice which forms the essence of yajnas. Thou art the essence of water which satisfies the thirst of creatures and keeps them happy and contented. Salutations to thee who art of the nature of earth, who art the bodies of all beings, and who abides as a cosmic body. Salutations again to thee who art the air that holds sway over the whole universe, and who art the vitality that supports the minds, the senses, and the bodies of all. Salutations to thee who art the support of the conceptions of within and without, and who, as the ether dost manifest sound, by which objects have come to be denoted. Salutations again to thee who art unlimited brilliance and the heavenly region that is attained through great merit. Salutations to thee who art the meritorious deeds that take one to the worlds of enjoyment and the holy living that leads one to the realms of the spiritual glory. To thee who art also death and the inflictor of the sufferings which accrue as a result of evil deeds. Salutations to thee who art the fulfiller of all prayers and the omniscient first cause. Salutations again to thee, Krishna, who art illimitable intelligence and the teacher of the universal gospel. To thee who art also the ancient being, who revealed the Samkhya and the Yoga. Salutations to thee who art Rudra, the embodiment of the eye sense and the seat of the triune efficiency of action, instrument of action and action itself. Salutations to thee who art also Brahma, who is the source of all scriptures and is endowed with the power of knowledge and action. Thou who art the light of consciousness that reveals all perceptions, grant unto us who are praying for it the vision of that form of thine which is dear to all devotees and which is worshipped by all Bhagavatas. Grant unto us a vision of thee, who has the blue complexion of a fresh water laden rain cloud, who art endowed with 4 well-proportioned arms and a handsome face, who has eyes like lotus petals and attractive eyebrows, nose, teeth, cheeks, face and ears, whose sidelong glances overflow with joy, who has handsome locks of hair, ear ornaments, and a wearing cloth yellow in color like the inside of a lotus flower, who art bedecked with a shining diadem, bracelets, pearl necklaces, anklets, girdles, etc., and rendered attractive with hands holding the conch, discus, mace, and lotus, besides jeweled chain and the like, who has shoulders powerful like those of a lion, and lustrous with various ornaments, a neck beautified with the gem Kaustuba, and a chest with Shri clinging to it, which thereby eclipses the beauty of a polished stone edged with gold, who has an abdomen broad and indrawn like a banyan leaf, and beautified by its 3 creases and the slight movement caused by breathing, who wears on his comely waist of bluish tinge a bright yellow cloth encircled by a golden waistband, who has handsome flanks, thighs, knees, and feet, and whose feet resemble an autumnal lotus in beauty and remove the darkness of sin, overcasting the mind with the spiritual radiance of its nails. O teacher of all, thou art verily the revealer of the path to be trodden by all spiritual aspirants groping in the darkness of ignorance. To those who aspire for self-purification, meditation on this form offers the means. For those who discharge their duties as offerings unto thee, their devotion provides them with protection. Only man endowed with supreme devotion can attain thee, the rarest of all attainments for men, the object of the quest even of inhabitants of heavenly regions, and the supreme goal of all endowed with self-knowledge. After having worshipped thee with single-minded devotion, which is very difficult of attainment and rare even among holy men, who would desire any blessing other than the shelter provided by thy holy feet. Even Yama, who destroys the whole world with a slight but energetic and threatening movement of his brows, considers devotees who have taken shelter at thy feet as beyond his sway. I consider not the attainment of heaven, or even of liberation, not to speak of worldly attainments, as comparable with the blessing of contacting a real devotee of the Lord, even for a moment. Therefore, may we have the company of holy men who have attained to purification of their minds and bodies by thy holy communion of the mind, by hearing about the sin-destroying accounts of thy excellences, and of the body of bathing in the holy Ganga, which is the ablution of thy feet. Such holy men are full of love, benevolence, and straightforwardness, and there is no place in their heart for any low passion. By the practice of devotion to thee, the sages attain to a state where the mind is neither drawn to nor agitated by external objects, nor is it overcome by dullness and sleep, but stays in itself perfectly still and awake. In such a state of mind, the sage intuits the truth. Thou art that light of lights, expansive and all-pervading like the sky, the Brahman whose consciousness is the revealer and sustainer of the universe, and whose glory everything in it proclaims. Thou, O Lord, art the free and unaffected being, although thy power, Maya, giving rise to myriad forms, creates, preserves, and destroys this universe, and leads one to wrongly feeling that this multiplicity has an existence apart from thee. With various rituals and kindred supports, the yogis worship thee in several forms of spiritual glory, with faith in the rituals and hope in their success. Only those who understand all these forms to be thyself can be considered knowers of the Vedas and other scriptures. Prior to creation, thou alone didst exist, with Maya, thy creative power, abiding in thee latent. Then Maya manifested itself as Prakriti, with its constituents of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. And out of these have come all the categories and the worlds formed out of them, and all beings such as celestials, rishis, and men inhabiting them. Into these four kinds of bodies created by the Shakti, thou dost enter with an aspect of thine. A reflection of thyself in the body is the Jiva, who enjoys the world of objects with the senses as the bee does the nectar in flowers. Thy presence behind nature cannot be seen, but can be inferred. It is thou as time imperceptible, but irresistible, fast in movement, that drivest with terrific speed all manifested beings along their course like a terrific wind, blowing away the massed clouds, and ultimately bringeth them to their destruction by the interaction of elements. All the creatures of the world, steeped in lust and greed, and engrossed in thoughts on the ways and means of securing their worldly ambitions, are quickly consumed by thee, the winkless and watchful spirit of time, as a hungry serpent might swallow a rat that it comes upon. Even Brahma, the supreme teacher of us all, worships thee, conscious of the limits of his own existence. All the 14 Manus, the lords of the world, adore thee in absolute faith, without any intrusion by the questioning of the intellect under the circumstances. What intelligent man would forsake thy feet, knowing that his life has no meaning and is spent in vain if it has not been utilized for thy worship? O Supreme Lord, the whole world is gripped with the fear of death, but to us who know thee, thou art a haven free of fear.
O princes, pure in life and performing your swadharma, you should repeat this prayer hymn, ever meditating on him and praising him. Adore him who pervades everything and resides in you as the Atman. Hear and repeat this hymn known as Yoga Desha again and again with concentration to the exclusion of all other thoughts. In days of yore, Brahma imparted this hymn to Bhrigu and other offspring of his who were desirous of multiplying the species. All those Prajapatis so commissioned are engaged in bringing forth various beings with their ignorance dispelled by the repetition of this stotra. Those devotees who study this hymn every day with faith and concentration will surely attain to the highest goal. Of all the blessings a man can receive, the highest is what is got by spiritual enlightenment. With spiritual enlightenment as the boat, man crosses the limitless ocean of samsara. Whoever recites with faith and devotion this hymn imparted by me, is able to please Sri Hari, whom it is difficult to please with other forms of worship. Man attains whatever he seeks from him when he is propitiated with the steady repetition of this hymn imparted by me. Whoever, getting up early in the morning, hears or recites this hymn with faith and devotion will be able to break the bonds of all karma. O princes, perform tapas consisting in the concentrated repetition of this hymn addressed to the Paramatman. In the end, you will attain the highest that can be achieved by men. Ata Panchavingshodhyaya. Narada meeting Prachinabharas. Maitreya said, the Prachetas then worshipped Sri Rudra, who had finished his instruction, and afterwards he disappeared from their view as they were looking on. For 1,000 years, the Prachetas performed tapas while repeating the Rudra Gita and remaining submerged in water. While the Prachetas were engaged in tapas, Narada, the benevolent sage, who was a knower of the Atman, went to Prachinabharas, the father of the Prachetas, and one steeped in Vedic ritualism, and said, O king, what good do you expect from the practice of Vedic ritualism? Man's good consists in the eradication of suffering and the attainment of happiness. Neither of these is obtained by ritualistic works. Prachinabharas said, O great sage, being overcome by this predisposition towards ritualism, my intellect does not understand anything superior to it. Enlighten me, therefore, on that knowledge of the Spirit which will enable me to free from ritualism. A man wandering aimlessly along the ways of samsara and attached to the evils of the domestic life considers his sons, wife, wealth, etc. as the be-all and end-all of his life. He knows of nothing higher. Sri Narada said, O king, look at the large number of innocent animals that you have sacrificed for your yajnas. They, recalling the suffering you have inflicted on them, are all waiting to take vengeance on you. After your death, they will in great anger attack and tear you to pieces with their horns, which will be strong and sharp like tools of steel. To save you from this situation, I shall narrate to you the story of Puranjana, which has been handed down as an ancient tradition. The city of Puranjana. Once upon a time there was a very famous king named Puranjana. He had a friend whose name no one knew and whose actions no one saw. In quest of a suitable city for him to dwell in, he traveled all over the world, but was dejected to note that he found no suitable place. As he was given to very lascivious ways, he could not find any place suited for all his purposes. At last, in the southern region of the Himalayas, he came across a city that had 9 gates and all manner of facilities and embellishments. It had walls, gardens, moats, windows, decorations, and houses with domes of gold, silver, and iron. In the houses there were pavilions for recreation studded with the 9 precious stones. In its brilliance it was like the city of the Nagas. It had assembly halls, squares, paved highways, pleasure resorts, rest houses, bazaars, flagstaffs with flags flying, and coral terraces. In the outer gardens of the city there were magnificent trees and creepers, as well as lakes over which humming honeybees hovered and birds of various types flew chirping and singing. Surrounding the lakes there were trees whose tender leaves quivered softly in a gentle breeze that was laden with moisture and the fragrant pollen of flowers. The place was free from the fear of wild animals, because all the animals there were like sages, absolutely gentle, and there were so many cuckoos singing there that a traveler felt as though he was being hailed from all sides. Then the king saw a beautiful lady who arrived at the place by chance and was attended by 10 aides, who each commanded a number of soldiers. A serpent with 5 heads, her personal bodyguard, protected her on all sides. Aged about 16 and capable of taking any form, she looked as though she were out to find a husband for herself. Her nose, teeth, cheeks, in fact everything about her face, was so delightful to look at. Her ears, which were exactly alike, were adorned with excellent pendants, dressed in yellow cloth, having well-proportioned hips, blue in complexion, adorned with a golden waistband, and wearing anklets that produced a murmuring sound. She carried herself like a goddess. Proclaiming her budding womanhood were her breasts, equally proportioned, and touching each other without any outer space, which she bashfully tried to cover with her cloth, and she moved with the stately gait of a queen elephant. The king was made extremely uneasy by the arrows of her sidelong glances aimed at him, by her arching eyebrows, and by the coy smile she cast at him from time to time. He said to her, "O lotus-eyed beauty, who are you? Who is your father? Whence have you come here? In this forest grove out of the outskirts of this city, what do you propose to do? Who are these attendants of yours, each with a following of 11 soldiers? Who are these ladies? Who is this serpent moving in front of you? Who are you, going about silently like a sage, as if looking for a husband who will be taken up so much with you as to think even to have loved you in this great good fortune? Pray, are you Parvati or Hari or Saraswati or Sri Devi? If you are Sri Devi, why has the lotus fallen from your hand? No, you are none of these, for your feet touch the ground. It is befitting that you become an adornment to this city by being united with me, a person with great achievements to his credit, just like the goddess Shri and Lord Vishnu. O beauty embodied, I, whose mind has already been hit by the shafts of your sidelong glances, I am being tormented by this Cupid, created by you, with your bashful smile and the alluring movements of your eyebrows. Therefore be gracious to me. May you be pleased, O smiling beauty, to lift up your bashful face and look at me. This face, surrounded by hanging tresses of bluish tinge, beautified by eyes with charming pupils, and speaking words that are sweet and attractive. Sri Narada said, O great king, infatuated with the words of the king, that damsel said to him, who, though a heroic person, begged of her his favor, like one who had lost all courage. O honored sir, neither you nor I know whose progeny we are, or to what Gotra we belong. I know only about what I am here and now, and not anything about the past or the future. I also do not know who built the city in which I am residing. These ladies and gentlemen are my friends. When I am asleep, the snake guards the city. It is fortunate that you happen to come here. May you prosper. You are seeking enjoyments of the senses, helped by my kinsfolk. I shall enable you to have all that. Sir, live in the city of 9 gates for 100 years, enjoying all the pleasures that I shall provide you with. Whom except you shall I entertain? Shall I bestow my attention on one who knows nothing of the pleasures of love, who has abandoned even permitted enjoyments, who is uncovered with the hereafter, or who, like a cow, takes no thought for the marrow? This householder's life provides one with every opportunity for the attainment of ethical values, wealth, pleasure, progeny, long-lasting fame, and the higher worlds of untainted joy in the life hereafter. Men who live alone without a wife cannot know any of these joys. In this transmigratory existence, the householder's state of life is considered by all thinkers to be the support and source of all well-being for all devas, pitris, men, and the lower creatures. O brave one, what woman in the quest of a husband, as I am, would not accept the suit of one like you, famous, generous, handsome, and lovable? O long-armed hero, what woman would not be attracted by those long and well-formed arms of yours, which resemble a full-bodied snake? You are not only powerful, but good too, for with a kindly smile and expression on your face, you are going about to relieve the distress of helpless people. Narada said, after wooing each other in this fashion, the couple entered the city and lived there happily for 100 years. In summer, praised by panegyrists and surrounded by women, they entered cool lakes for water sports. Whoever resides in that city has 9 gates for going to different places, 7 at the higher level and 2 below. 5 of these gates are in front, 1 is on the right and another on the left. The remaining 2 are directed backwards. I shall now describe their names. Of these, the 2 front gates named Kadyota and Avirmukhi are situated at the same place side by side. Through these gates, Puranjana goes out to the village Vibharajita with the friend Dyuman. 2 other gates situated as above are at the same place and are called Nalini and Nalini. Through these, the master, together with his companion Avadutas, enjoys fragrances. In front there is a gate called Mukhya. The master of the city goes out through it to the lands known as the Apana.
And Buhudana, accompanied by 2 friends, Vipana and Rasajana. The gate on the right side is known as Pitrihu. Through that, Puranjana goes to Dakshina Panchala with his friend Shuradhara. On the left of the city is the gate known as Devahu. Through that, accompanied by Shrutadhara, the organ of hearing, he goes to the land of Uttarapanchala. The gate called Asura is situated below. Through that gate, accompanied by Durmada, Puranjana goes to a place called Gramaka. Towards the back, there is another gate called Niriti, through which Puranjana goes out with his companion Luddhaka to the place called Vaisasa. Among the members of that group, Nirwak and Peshakrit are blind. It is with their help that Puranjana goes out and comes and performs all work. Whenever Puranjana entered the Antapura, the inner apartment, accompanied by Vishuchuna, then he is overcome by infatuation for wife and children. In this way, through attachment to action and engrossment in sex life, Puranjana lost his discriminative power and all spiritual sensibility and became absolutely subservient to the wishes of his wife. When she drank liquor, he too did so and got intoxicated. When she chewed anything or took any food, he too did so. Sometimes, when she sang, he too sang. When she wept, he too wept. When she laughed, he also laughed. And when she prattled, he too prattled. At other times, when she ran, or stood, or lay down, or sat, he too did so, following her. When she heard something, he too heard it. When she saw something, he too saw it. When she smelt something, he too smelt it. And when she touched something, he too touched it. Sometimes he sorrowed with his wife like one distressed, and sometimes he rejoiced with her. Thus deluded by his attachment to his wife, and thereby denuded of all his natural qualities, Puranjana, even though unwilling, followed the dictates of his wife like her pet animal. Sri Narada said, once the great archer Puranjana started on a hunting expedition to the forest of Panchaprastha, seated in his swift chariot, harnessed to 5 horses, and having a pair of shafts and 2 wheels, 1 axle, 3 flagstaffs, and 5 joints. The chariot had 1 rein, 1 charioteer, 1 seat, 2 yokes, 5 shooting counters, 7 protective coverings, and 5 types of movement. Ascending the gold-embellished chariot, protected by golden armor, having an inexhaustible quiver of arrows, and accompanied by the commander of his forces, he entered the forest of Panchaprastha. Proud of his strength, Puranjana ranged the forest hunting with bow in hand, leaving behind even his constant companion, his wife, out of his excitement in the chase. Roused to the heartless mood of a Rakshasa, he ruthlessly slaughtered the wild animals of the forest with his sharp arrows. It is only a restrictive ruling of the scriptures that a king who is fond of meat may hunt wild animals for use in important religious ceremonies like Shraddha. A man who performs such work in this way, that is, with the understanding that they are allowed not for the sake of indulgence in itself, but to restrain and wean him away from them ultimately, such a person never grows addicted to them because of the knowledge generated by such reflection. On the other hand, a man who indulges in all kinds of actions indiscriminately out of his own overweening pride succumbs to the bondage of samsara. Falling into the stream of samsara, he loses his intelligence and sense of discrimination and degenerates more and more. In the hunt, great slaughter of animals took place, and it was an ordeal for any man with a heart to see these creatures groaning with their bodies lacerated by various kinds of winged arrows. Puranjana got extremely tired after he had slaughtered a large number of animals, both permissible in a yajna and not permissible in it. Animals like hares, wild boars, bison, wild cattle, deer, etc. Hungry and thirsty, he returned home very tired. After food and bath, he went to bed very much refreshed. He now decorated himself with sandal paste, flower garlands and unguents. Well adorned, he began to think of his wife. Puranjana, who was rested, pleased and conscious of his own importance, now became overpowered by sexual desire and looked for his wife, the mistress of his home, but could not find her anywhere. Unhappy at not finding his wife, Puranjana now asked the women attendants of the palace, "Girls, your mistress and you, I hope, are doing as well as always. A house has no attraction if it is without a mother or a loving wife. It is like a chariot without wheels. Who will sit in such a chariot like a fool? Where is that handsome lady who used to stimulate my mind and lift me up from the ocean of despondency on all occasions? O King, we do not know what is in your wife's mind. See there, she is lying on the bare floor." Narada said, seeing his wife lying in complete neglect of the body and its welfare, Puranjana lost his poise and was engulfed in sorrow. With an aching heart, he tried to console her and win her over with sweet words, and thus shield himself from the frowning look of his darling, a sign of an impending love quarrel. The expert in conciliatory tactics that he was, he consoled her little by little, clasping her feet for forgiveness, and fondling her as she sat in his lap. He said, "Unfortunate are those servants whose masters do not inflict any punishment on them, even when guilty, owing to the personal affection they entertain for them. A punishment inflicted on a servant by a well-intentioned master is a great blessing. Immature minds do not understand this under the influence of anger. O beautiful one, endowed with handsome brows and teeth, reveal to me that face of yours which is filled with a love-born bashfulness that expresses itself in a charming smile and looks, a face which is adorned above by curly locks that resemble honey beetles settling on a lotus to suck the nectar, which is characterized by a high bridled nose, and from which a sweet voice emanates. O noble lady, I shall surely punish him who has offended you, provided he is not a Brahmana or one devoted to the Lord. He shall not be allowed to live with a sense of security or elation in all the three worlds. Never before have I seen your face like this, without tilaka, cheerless, unwashed, and swollen with an anger that has driven away all brightness and passion of love. Never have I seen your lovely breast oppressed like this by falling tears, nor your bimba fruit-like lips not reddened to the colour of kumkuma by the chewing of betel leaves. Though I have committed an offence against you, my darling, by going off hunting, I now repent of it and beseech your pardon. What love-lorn woman would not accept a lover who has been captivated and enslaved by her, after his manly pride has been shattered to pieces by the powerful shafts of Cupid? Puranjana, the story of the daughter of time. Narada said, having thus established her mastery over Puranjana by her amorous displays, the lady gave great delight to Puranjana, and through that to herself too. The king congratulated his handsome wife as she approached him once again, bathed, well decorated, and contented. Locked in mutual embrace, denuded of all discrimination by nightly love prattle, and absorbed in the charms of a love-intoxicated woman, he forgot even the rapid passage of time as nights and days rolled by. Though a noble-minded person, infatuation made him spend his time on a high bed with his wife's arm as the pillow, considering her the supreme end of his life. By the accession of tamas, he completely forgot his inherent spiritual worth and his high destiny. As he thus spent his time engrossed in her with his mind poisoned by sexual passion, his youth passed away in a trice, almost unknown to him. Puranjana begot in his wife 1,100 sons by the time he exhausted half his lifespan. Besides, they had also 110 daughters, all of whom were endowed with good conduct, generosity, and other virtues. In order to proliferate his line, that king of the land of the Panjala got his sons and daughters married to proper brides and bridegrooms. Each of these sons had 100 issue. Thus, the sons and grandsons of Puranjana and their progeny filled the land of the Panchala. Puranjana developed a deep-rooted attachment to his progeny, his home, treasury, dependents. and thus became completely entangled in worldly concerns. In order to obtain objects of desire, he performed many sacrifices even as you did. O Prachinabhahis, to Devas, Pitris and other demigods, involving the slaughter of innumerable animals. Addicted to such works and preoccupied with domestic affairs, he reached the stage when old age sets in, making him no longer an object of interest to the womenfolk on whom he was doting. There was a Gandharva named Chandavega. He had as his followers 360 powerful Gandharvas and an equal number of black and fair Gandharva women. Going round that beautifully designed luxury city of Puranjana, they began to destroy it part by part. When the retinue of Chandavega began to destroy the city of Puranjana, that ever-wakeful serpent began to resist them. That powerful commander of the city of Puranjana, though alone, fought for 100 years against those 720 Gandharvas. When Puranjana found that his friend and ally, the commander of the city, became tired by fighting numerous enemies single-handed, he became very much dejected and gave himself up to worrying thoughts of various kinds.
Puranjana, who was living in, luxurious life in the city, addicted to vulgar pleasures and receiving the tributes paid by his dependents, was totally unaware of the danger ahead. There is a daughter of time who roams the three worlds in quest of a husband, but none seems to welcome her. In the days of yore, Puru, the son of the king Yayati, became blessed by her with an empire for having married her voluntarily. Ordinarily, grey hair, which is a sign of old age, it looked upon by all as inauspicious and undesirable. Once in the course of her peregrination, she came across me coming from Brahmaloka in the world, and though knowing that I am a celibate for life, felt moved to seduce me out of lust. As I rejected her advances, she became terribly angry with me and cursed me, saying, "O sage, for your refusal to accommodate me, you shall always be on the move without being able to stop anywhere." That disappointed girl then went as directed by me to a certain chief of the Yavanas named Phaya and wooed him as for her lord and husband. She said, "I choose you, the king of the Yavanas, as my lord. The hopes that being entertained about you shall never go in vain." They are indeed objects of pity to the wise, those who do not give away what should be gifted according to the scriptures and the conventions of men, as are those who refuse to accept gifts that are offered to them, for both of them are childishly ignorant and are perverse in their desires. O noble one, accept me, who have of myself come to you. Be gracious unto me. It is the duty of a man to show sympathy for a distressed person. Phaya, the king of the Yavanas, hearing the words of the daughter of time and desirous of carrying out the dictates of destiny, said to her, smiling, "With my eye of knowledge I see who will be a suitable husband for you. Now in this world none will willingly accept an inauspicious and repulsive creature like you. Therefore let this whole world subject to karma be the object of your enjoyment. You may go with my followers, and you will be able to eat up the whole world. This intractable fever is my brother. Be you my sister. In this world I shall move about imperceptibly, accompanied by you both and my formidable army. Atha Shashtauring Shadka. Puranjana's next birth and liberation. The troops of the Yavana king Bhaya, along with Fever and the daughter of Time, marched across the whole earth. One day they made a fierce attack on Puranjana's city of fashions and luxury that was protected by the serpent, which had now become very old. Grey-haired old age, the daughter of Time quickly swallowed the city of Puranjana. One who has been overcome by her become deprived of all strength and vitality. Into the city that has thus dominated by the daughter of Time rushed the Yavana troops through all the 9 gates. Puranjana, who was by nature proud, attached to his home, relatives and property, and personally identified with everything in the city, had to withstand many trials under the attack of these forces. In the class of the daughter of Time, he lost all beauty of form and intelligence and became pitiable to look at. But he nonetheless remained addicted to sensuous enjoyments. The Yavanas and the Gandharvas quickly robbed him of all his wealth. He found his house crumbling, his sons, grandsons, followers and ministers disrespectful and antagonistic. His wife too was growing more and more indifferent, thus finding himself in the grip of the daughter of Time and his city poisoned by his enemies. Puranjana became a victim of worrying thoughts, but was at a loss to find any remedial measures. In spite of the domination of the daughter of Time, he still retained longings for sense objects. Though his children did not love or care for him, he still continued to caress them. Though still unwilling to leave that city, he was finally forced to abandon it, occupied as it was by the daughter of Time and the Gandharvas. Just then arrived Prajwala, the elder brother of Bhaya, and in order to please his brother, he set fire to the whole city. When the city began to burn, great was the suffering of Puranjana. The owner, because of his identification with it, its residents, his servants and family members. Overpowered by the daughter of Time, engulfed by the feverish fire, attacked on all sides of the Yavanas. The serpent, who was the protector of the city, was subjected to great suffering. He no longer found it possible to do his duty, and destined to flee like a serpent residing in the crevice of a tree that has caught fire, with his limbs disabled, with his strength stolen away by the Gandharvas, and his neck caught in the stranglehold of the Yavana foes. Puranjana began to cough and breathe hard. Accustomed as he was to think of his daughter's sons-in-law, servants, etc., as his own, much as he thought of his house and properties, which had by now been reduced to mere names, he was constrained to keep his mind on them alone, even now when he was forced to take leave of his dearest wife. He thought, when I am no more, how will my wife carry on, helpless and worrying about the welfare of the children? Without my taking food, she does not eat. Without my taking bath, she does not bathe. If I am angry, she trembles from fear, and if I scold her, She listens so silently without a murmur. She has been an inspiration to me, dullard and ignorant one that I am, though she has many capable sons to support her. I doubt whether she will continue to live after my departure. Out of the shock of separation from me, she may even give up the body. When I have departed, my sons and daughters, without anyone to support them, will be helpless like people shipwrecked on the high seas. To him who was grieving pitiably in this way, in spite of the fact that it was unbecoming, came the one named Bhaya, determined to when the Yavanas led him like an animal to their master's place, his close attendants followed him sorrow-stricken. When the serpent that acted as the protector of the city departed after being besieged by the Yavanas, they fell to pieces and disintegrated into its elements. Even when he was dragged off by a powerful Yavana, Puranjana, wrapped as he was in the darkness of tamas, failed to think of his real friends, the animals that had truly been put to death by him. At sacrifice, now attacked him and tore him to pieces with their sharp horns. Corrupted as he was by excessive sexual indulgence, he completely lost the awareness of his real nature and groveled in the limitless expanse of darkness for a long time. Afterwards, as his dying thoughts too were on women, he was born as a noble woman in the palace of Raja Simha, the king of Vidarbha. Malaya Dvija, the victorious and the powerful king of the Pandya territory, married his daughter of the Vidarbha king after his victorious march through all countries. He had by her a beautiful daughter and 7 younger sons, and became kings of the 7 regions of the Dravida country. Each of them had several thousand offspring. They will rule for the Manvantra and more. Agastya married that first daughter devoted to austere living. She had a son named Dridachyuta, who later had a son Idmavaha. In order to devote himself exclusively to the worship of Krishna, King Malayadwaja now retired to Kulachala, dividing his kingdom among his sons. His wife, the handsome daughter of the Bhoja king, accompanied him to the forest, abandoning home, children, comforts, etc. Just as the luster of the moon always goes with the moon. There are in that place the sacred rivers Tamraparni, Chandravarsha, and Vatodaka, purifying himself within and without with the waters of these rivers. He followed the austere practice of regulating his food for emaciating the body. With this in view, he subsisted on seeds, fruits, flowers, leaves, grass, and water. Cultivating equanimity of outlook, he learned to remain unperturbed amidst the pairs of opposites, like heat and cold, wind and rain, hunger and thirst, joy and sorrow, and pleasure and pain. The austerity and meditation by a life of self-control and discipline, he became free of all impurities of the mind. Further, having gained mastery over the sense organs, prana of the mind, he united the individual self with the universal self. Like a stock, he remained unmoving at a certain place for 100 divine years, thrilled with the joy of communion with Vasudeva, the support and Lord of all. and unaware of anything else, including his own body, just as in dream, as oneself is both the dream self and the dream world, and yet remains distinct from it. In the same way, he recognized all the modifications of consciousness in the waking state, such as the seeing subject and the world of objects around, to be of the one spirit, who, in spite of all these modifications, remains absolutely aloof and unaffected by them. By this knowledge, he was freed from samsara. In the myriad facing luminosity of the light of knowledge held forth by the world teacher Hari himself, he realized his self as included in the Supreme Being, and the Supreme Being as present in himself. In that illimitable knowledge, his self was absorbed and abandoning the relationship of the seer and the seen. His wife, the princess of Vidarbha, abandoned all enjoyments of life and served her high-souled husband Malaya Dwaja, looking upon him as the deity himself. Dressed in bark cloth, weakened by the practices of austerities, and having matted locks on her head, she was the very picture of peace at the side of her husband, like a flame that was subsided into softly glowing embers. One day she began to serve him as usual, seeing him seated firmly as usual, little realizing that he had passed away in meditation, leaving the body rigid. It was only when she began stroking his feet and found them without warmth that she realized this. She thereupon felt utterly distressed, like a doe separated from the herd, helpless, distracted, and grief-stricken. She cried aloud, bathing her breasts with tears. She said, "O saintly king, arise, arise. It behoves you to protect this earth from the misrule of Kshatriyas, who have descended to the level of brigands." The lady who had followed her husband to the forest fell down at his feet, crying thus, and shedded profuse tears. Making a funeral pyre of dry wood, she placed her husband's body on it and set fire to the pyre. She thought of the following, her husband of consigning herself to the flames. An old friend in the form of a Brahmana came here at this time and began to console her with sweet words.
The Brahmana said, "Who are you? Whose daughter are you? Who is this person for whom you are sorrowing? Do you recognize me as a friend with whom you once traveled? O friend, do you remember a nameless friend of yours? Abandoning me, you went in quest of sexual enjoyments. O noble one, you and I were swans, homeless, abiding for several thousand years in the Manasasaras. Deserting me, your friend, you went in quest of vulgar sense pleasures, and after wandering here and there, came across a city built by a woman. It had 5 outer gardens, 9 gates, 1 gatekeeper, 3 ramparts, 6 merchants bringing objects for consumption, 5 bazaars, 5 materials of constructions, and a woman as mistress. O king, the 5 outer gardens are the 5 objects of the senses. The 9 gates are the 9 orifices in the body. The 3 ramparts are the elements of earth, water, and fire. The 6 merchants are the 6 senses. The 5 bazaars are the 5 organs of action. The materials of which it is made are the material elements. Puranjana, who had entered it with his wife, did not remember his former nature nor his old friend. O king, there overcome by a woman, and engrossed in the pleasures she offered you, you forgot everything about the truth of the Atman and degenerated to this sorrow-ridden state. You are not the daughter of the king of Vidarbha, nor is this king your husband, nor are you the husband of that woman who confined you to the city of 9 gates. That in your previous life you thought of the Atman as man and now as a chaste woman, it is all due to my Maya. Both these things are false. Both of us are of the essence of purity. Know this to be our real nature. I myself am you. You are none other than me. Men of true understanding find no difference between us. The difference between us two is like that between the reflection a man finds of himself in a mirror and in another's eye. In the first it is big, untainted and clear, whereas in the other it is small, tainted and unsteady. Being thus instructed by the Lord himself, the Jiva attained to his real nature, and the knowledge that he had lost by separation from the Lord was restored to him once more. O Prachinabhahis, what I have figuratively narrated as the story of Puranjana is the spiritual truth. The Supreme Lord is said to be fond of such figurative expositions of spiritual truth through stories. The meaning of the allegory. Prachinabhahis said, O Master, I am not able to understand your instruction properly. Only men of spiritual understanding can follow it, not we who are absorbed in ritualism. Narada said, Know Puranjana to be the Jivatma. By the tendencies acquired earlier, he gets various types of bodies having varying numbers of limbs. His friend of unknown name mentioned in the parable is Ishwara. For no one knows the real nature of Ishwara, neither does one know his name, action or attributes. When the Jiva desires to enjoy all the attributes of Prakriti, he chooses the human body with 9 openings, 2 hands and 2 feet, as best suited for his purpose. Know the woman he takes to be the buddhi. The buddhi is here equated with pramada, because by its association, the jiva falls into infatuation of I and mine. With the help of the buddhi, the jiva enjoys the sense objects through the senses. His friends are the organs of knowledge and the organs of action, by means of which he gathers knowledge and executes works respectively. The workings of the organs are what are called the female friends. The prana, or vital energy with its 5 functions, is what is described as the 5-hooded serpent. The commander of the garrison is Manas, which controls all the Indriyas. The country of the Panchala consists of the objects of the 5 senses, in the midst of which stands the city of the body with 9 gates. The 9 gates are the 2 eyes, the 2 ears, the 2 nostrils, the mouth, the opening of the penis, and the anus. Through these Puranjana goes out of their respective objects. Of these 9 gates, the 2 eyes, the 2 nostrils, and the mouth are in the front. The 2 ears are the gates on the left and the right. What are described as the western gates are the 2 lower orifices, those of the anus and the penis. The whole situated together and known as Kajota and Avrimukhi are the eyes through which the master of the body attains to forms called Viprajita. The gates called Nalini and Nalini are the orifices of the nose. The land of Saurabha is the smell. What is called Avaduta is the organ of smell. What is called Mukhya is the mouth. The organ of speech is Vipana, and Rasavit is the organ of taste. The land of Apana is the affairs of the world, and Bahudana country is different types of food. Pitrihu is the right, and Devahu the left ear. The land of the Panchala is the scriptures dealing with worldly and scriptural values. By listening to these scriptures, man passes after death along the Pitriyana and Devayana, respectively. The lower hold called Asuri is the urinary orifice. The enjoyment of vulgar folk is sexual intercourse. The one named Durmada is the sex organ, and Niriti is the rectum. Vaisasa is hell with many sufferings. Lukdhaka is the excretory organ and anus. Among the organs, 2 are said to be blind. They are the hands and feet with which one works and moves about. The inner apartment is the heart, and Vishchuchi is the mind. And according to the disposition of the mind induced by tamas, sattva, or rajas, man is subject to infatuation, peace, or agitation. Whenever the intellect takes various forms in dream, and whenever it makes movements of the limbs in waking, the Atman, though in reality only a witness of these changes and not experiencer of the 2 states, is affected by these modifications of the intellect through identification with them, and behaves like one actually attached to them. The dream body is the chariot used for the hunt. The senses are its horses. Its swift movement is the passage of time, but it moves not outside, as the dream is confined within the body. Its 2 wheels are good and bad karma. Its 3 flags are the 3 gunas, and its 5 joints are the 5 pranas. The chariot, constituted of the dream body, has the buddhi as the charioteer, mind as the reins, the heart as the seat, sorrow and infatuation as the yokes, sound, sight, and other objects of the senses as the movement, and the 7 bodily substances as the armor. The 5 organs of action are the various external movements with which he goes after enjoyments that are as insubstantial as castles in the sky. Puranjana's army consists of the 11 senses. With 5 of these, he goes after enjoyments that result in the oppression and slaughter of others. The Gandhava, called Chandavega, is the year by which time is demarcated. The Gandhava males under him are the daytime, and the Gandhava females nighttime. Attacking continuously all the 360 days of the year, they plunder the very lives of people. The daughter of time is grey-haired old age, which is welcome to none. The king of the Yavanas, who is death, adopts her as his sister to work for the destruction of the world. The emissaries of death, represented as the soldiers of the king of the Yavanas, are the diseases and privations that prevail everywhere. The fever that quickly consumes people, called Prajwara, the brother of the Yavana king, is of 2 kinds, cold fever and hot fever. Afflicted by various sorrows arising from physical, mental, and occult causes, and overpowered by ignorance, the spirit lives in the body for about 100 years. Though he is not part of the gunas of Prakriti, the spirit identifies himself with the vitality, mind and senses pertaining to him in the embodied state, thinks constantly of the enjoyments that are available through them, and works for their fulfillment with the sense of I and mine as his motive force. When the Jiva, who is by nature self-luminous, forgets the Bhagawan, the supreme teacher and the soul of all souls, and becomes identified with the gunas of Prakriti, then that Jiva, strengthening this identification and attachment through the senses and their objects, engages himself in various actions and bears the ultimate fruits of these actions by way of embodiments in wombs that are high or low. Sometimes, on the strength of actions of a sattvika nature, the jiva attains to worlds of light. Sometimes, by rajasic actions, to the world of men filled of sorrows and difficulties, and sometimes, by tamasika actions, to low worlds of darkness and suffering. The jiva, who is blinded by ignorance, sometimes is embodied as a man, sometimes as a woman, sometimes as neuter. According to his deeds and the nature he acquires thereby, he may be born as a deva, a man or a beast. Just as a dog traveling from house to house sometimes receives a beating and sometimes food, the jiva, who's enslaved by desires, goes to high, middle, and low worlds according to his karma, and attains to joy and sorrow accordingly.
Sorrows and sufferings born of karma cannot generally be warded off. Even if this could be done to some extent, man is bound to be subject to the suffering arising from one of three sources: the physical, the mental, and the occult. In the process of mitigating one type, the others may come up. All attempts to get over sufferings are like a man carrying a load on his head and shifting it onto his shoulder for relief. No karma can permanently efface the joys and sufferings resulting from karma. For the original karma and its counteracting karma are both the products of avidya, like a dream that occurs in the midst of another dream. A dreaming man, walking with his dream body, feels he has got exhausted by the walk, though in fact there is no exhaustion. Still until the dream is over, his feeling of exhaustion will persist. In the same way, it is only the awakening of knowledge that can dispel all sorrows. Just as ignorance brings the misery of samsara upon the Atman, who is blissful by nature, so the single-minded devotion to the Supreme Teacher, the Lord, will erase the jiva's ignorance and save him from samsara. Intense devotion to the Supreme Being generates both renunciation and knowledge. O royal sage, soon shall this devotion germinate in the mind of a man who clings to the doings and excellences of the Lord, who hears or reads them each day with deep faith. Devotion is cultivated in the company of pure-minded devotees who are keenly interested in the narration and singing of the excellences of the Lord. There, originating from the mouth of the exalted devotees, streams of devotional discourses about the Lord and His excellences, uncontaminated by other topics, flow in all directions. Whoever drink of it with a cup of their ears with unabating delight, they are never affected by hunger, thirst, fear, sorrow, or infatuation. Stricken with these affirmities inherent in their nature, living beings left to themselves do not cultivate interest in the accounts of the Lord and His excellences. The company of holy men is the only way to develop such interest. Among those of us who are considered to be knowers of Brahman, Brahma, Sri Rudra, Manu, the Prajapatis like Daksha, eternal celibates like Sanaka and his group, sages like Marichi, Atri, Angiras, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, Brigu, Vasistha, and myself, Narada, none, though he be eloquent with words and though he be striving through austerity, worship and meditation has yet to come to know the Supreme Lord, the knower of all. Those who are exclusively concerned with the vast and recondite Vedas and are devoted to the adoration of Vedic deities like Indra are limited by the power of the mantras they employ and do not know that infinite and absolute being. When the Lord, contemplated in the heart, really bestows his grace on a devotee, he then endows him with absolute renunciation, cutting asunder all interest in the heavenly region and Vedic ritualism. Therefore, O Prachina Baharis, do not be attached to Vedic ritualism, which appears so real, valuable, and attractive when you hear of the promised fruits. Do not consider it as the supreme end of life. Only those whose intelligence is clouded by ignorance assert that the Veda is nothing more than ritualism. They do not know that the Supreme Lord is the goal of the Veda. There are people who convert the land into a yajna hall by covering the whole place with darba grass arranged with its seed heads pointing eastward, and by slaughtering numerous animals. They grow proud and vainglorious about their ritualistic performance, but they fail to understand one thing, namely, that the real ritualistic karma is what is pleasing to Sri Hari, and true knowledge is that which directs the mind to seek delight in him. Sri Hari is the soul of all jivas. He is the master of himself and the Lord of all. His feet are a shelter for all beings. There alone can man be happy and secure. He is the spirit, the self dearest to all, by worshipping whom not a trace of fear remains. He who knows this is a learned man. Verily, he is the teacher, and he is Sri Hari. O King, I have replied to your questions, and your doubts are for most part clear. But I shall tell you something more profound which will set all doubts at rest. Listen. Imagine a buck deer, accompanied by its female, moving about in a garden, absorbed in eating the tender grass and leaves there, and listening with deep attention to the humming of the bees. In his absorption in these enjoyments, he overlooks the presence of certain wolves before him who will be satisfied with nothing less than his life, and he is also unaware of the hunter approaching him from behind, whose arrows will soon wound him. See how the fate of man resembles that of his deer. The home provides man with enjoyment of womanly beauty, perishable like garden flowers. There he obtains the vulgar enjoyments of good eating and sex, the fruit of his karma. His mind is absorbed in these and in the delightful prattle of women and children. In his engrossment in these things, he forgets time's woes of day and night which consume his life. In the midst of it, death, the cruel hunter, strikes him down with his arrows. Remembering that your fate also will be like that of the deer, control your mind and teach it to be restrained within the heart. Control also your sense organs with your mind. Abandon the home where you can hear only talk of sensuous life. Adore the Lord, who is the one shelter of all. Thus, little by little, renounce worldly life. Prachina Bari said, O Great One, what you have told me I have listened to carefully and understood. My own teachers probably did not know anything about these truths. Otherwise, why did they not instruct me in them? The doubt caused by the imperfect instruction of these teachers has now been removed, but still some doubts remain. That, however, is no wonder, for in matters that are beyond the grasp of the senses, even rishis find themselves at sea. I have heard it said by Vedic scholars that the body with which the Vedic rites are performed here perishes here itself, and that the individual enjoys the fruits of his actions through another body generated by the results of these works. It is difficult to understand how the fruits of works done by one body can be enjoyed by another. Again, the Vedic ritualistic works are momentary, ending with the works themselves. How can a perished entity become fruitful long after in another world? Narada said, it is with the same linga sarira, subtle body, with which man performs actions here without stop till liberation, that he enjoys the fruits of action in the year after. That is, the physical body is only the instrument of the subtle body in action. And this same subtle body persists even after the demise of the physical body and enjoys the fruit of its actions. In dreams, leaving the gross body breathing on the bed, the subtle body, which may be similar to the gross body or otherwise, goes out and enjoys the fruits of his waking actions, whose subtle effects were stored in his mind. In the same way, he enjoys the fruits of his actions with the linga sarira in the year after. Whatever a man identifies himself with, saying, this is I, that is mine, that object of attachment becomes the source of his actions, and these actions in turn determine his future embodiments. From the functionings of the organs of knowledge and action, we infer a mind behind them coordinating their activities. In the same way, observing the predispositions of the mind, we infer actions done in a previous birth to be their cause. Often in dreams we experience objects that we have never heard of, or seen, or in any way experienced in this life. From this, one has to conclude that the jiva must have an earlier birth, wherein it acquired those predispositions and experiences of objects unseen in this life. For what has never been experienced earlier cannot be impressed on the mind. It is the state of a man's mind in his present birth that gives an indication of the nature of his life in the preceding birth. It can also show whether he is going to progress or become degraded in the next birth. In dreams, we sometimes receive experiences that are totally unheard of, like seeing stars in the daytime, cutting one's own head, the sea at the top of a mountain, etc. Even these are not completely untrue. Only there is a major distortion owing to the influence of the sleep state. All kinds of happenings and objects are seen to come in sequences and pass out of the mind. All men are endowed with minds. So, all these impressions in the mind must be due to some kind of experience of them in the past. It is well known that in a mind that has become absolutely pure, sattvic, by communion with the divine, this whole universe with the interrelationship of parts can appear, just as the form of Rahu is perceived as a shadow of the moon. So long as the beginningless linga sarira, which is an agglomeration of the buddhi, mind, senses and sense objects, all products of the gunas, persists, so long will the sense of I and mine also persist. Therefore, in spite of the demise of the gross body, the linga sarira continues to exist and generate new bodies, that is, instruments through which it may enjoy sense objects. No doubt, in deep sleep, swoon, extreme sorrow, death and high fever, the sense of I and mine seems to decrease or disappear. But under such conditions, the I sense only gets attenuated in manifestation due to the weakness of the body and the senses, the instruments of its manifestation. It does not appear in itself, does not in itself disappear. In the fetal condition and in childhood, the 11 forms of manifestation of the eye sense are not witnessed, as in the case of a youth. This is only because of the imperfect development of the instruments in the child. It is like the moon not being seen fully in the dark fortnight, as its phases are only in the process of development. Though the objects of the sensual life may be unreal, samsara does not cease for a man who takes them to be real and dwells on them, as in the case of a dream, wherein experiences are not based on real objects, but on the impressions acquired earlier. This linga sarira, which is an effect of the 3 gunas, is constituted of 16 parts, the 11 indriyas and the 5 tanmatras, the subtle aspects of elements. When the pure consciousness is reflected in such a combination, it is called a jiva. It is in conjunction with this linga sarira that the jiva acquires and abandons gross bodies, and it is on account of this linga sarira that we experience joy, sorrow, fear, happiness, sufferings, etc. Just as a caterpillar moving from one blade of grass to another does not release the first blade until it has got hold of another, the jiva of a dying man holds on to his identification with the old body until he gains a new one to identify with. So, O king, mind indeed is the factor that keeps man in samsara. When a man is continuously absorbed in action, ruminating over the objects of enjoyment he has already enjoyed, is bent for such desire-motivated work, and its root, ignorance, will not become attenuated, and consequently he will continue to be bound to his actions through identification with them.
Therefore, to overcome the bondage of samsara, worship wholeheartedly the Supreme Lord Hari, the source of creation, preservation and dissolution, seeing the world as his gross manifestation. Maitreya said, Narada, the greatest of the Lord's devotees, having thus instructed the king about the soul's spiritual destiny, took leave of him and went to the realm of Brahma. Thereupon, King Prachina Bharis entrusted his kingdom and the duty of continuing the royal line to his sons, went to Kapila Ashrama to devote himself to spiritual practice. Abandoning all attachments, he devoted himself exclusively to concentrating his mind on the Lord with supreme love and attained to union with him. O sinless one, whoever hears or reads this spiritual allegory narrated by Narada, the divine sage, will gain freedom from hold of the linga sharira. This narrative, which sanctifies all the worlds by the excellences of the Lord with which it deals, which has been narrated by Narada, which is capable of purifying the mind, and which can take one to the highest spiritual goal. Whoever reads or teaches it is freed from all bondage and will be liberated from samsara. In times past, I learned this wonderful allegory, which teaches the truth of the Atman indirectly in a story form. Through it, I understood how the Atman falls into bondage by its association with the Buddhi, and my doubts about the life hereafter were also dispelled. Atha Trinsho Dhyayaha, Skanda 4, Chapter 30. Vidura said, O great sage, you told us before that the sons of Prachina Bharis propitiated Sri Hari through a hymn called Rudra Gita. What did they attain by that? O thou, disciple of Brihaspati, how did the Prachetas happen to meet by chance Sri Rudra, the greatest of the devotees of Sri Hari, received his blessings and attained to the highest destiny. Maitreya said, obedient to the direction of their father, the Prachetas, keeping themselves submerged in the ocean, worshipped the Supreme Being, the inner pervader of all, by austerity and by the sacrificial offering of the japa of Rudra Gita. At the end of 10,000 years, the Eternal Being, in order to relieve them of the extreme ordeal of their austerity by his spiritual radiance, appeared before them in his form of Shuddha Sattva, seated on the shoulders of Garuda, like a blue cloud resting on the peak of Mount Meru, and bedecked with a yellow wearing cloth and the brilliant jewel Kaustuba. His presence drove away the darkness from all quarters. With a brilliant diadem on his head, with his cheeks shining with the reflection of his luminous earrings, and with a retinue of munis, devas, and his own auspicious weapons in the form of attendants, he appeared amidst the musical hymns proceeding from the flapping wings of the divine artist Garuda. On his chest, hemmed in by his 8 powerful arms, was the great Tulasi reed, which seemed to compete with Sri Devi for the place of honor and distinction. Casting gracious looks at them, he now addressed the sons of Prachina Bharas, his devotees, in a deep and sonorous voice resembling a thunderclap. Sri Bhagwan said, O princes, choose any boon you want from me. May you prosper. I am very much pleased to see the esprit de corps among you arising from devotion to a common ideal. Whoever think of you at eventide will be united together as one soul. If they are brothers, they will be friendly with all beings. Those who praise me with the Rudra Gita in the morning and evening with concentration of mind will be blessed with all they want and also with pure knowledge. You will attain to great fame in the world for having gladly accepted your father's order. You will have a famous son equal to Brahma himself in virtue. To that son will be born numerous issue who will fill the land. A rishi named Khandu begot in an Apsara woman named Pramlocha a daughter of great beauty called Kamala Lochana. Abandoned by her mother, that daughter was adopted and brought up by the 3 deities. Soma, the king of vegetation, gave that infant crying out of hunger his nectar-yielding finger to suckle. You have been commanded to multiply the species by your father, who is always obedient to my commandment. So you must before long marry that lovely maid. Though many in number, you behave as one individual in your nature and conduct. So all of you together can have this one lady as your wife. She too is capable of giving her whole heart to you, accepting you as a single person in life and behavior. By my blessing, you shall for several thousand divine years remain powerful in this world and enjoy the good things of life. Afterwards, by your unwavering devotion to me, you will be endowed with that maturity of mind and ideas which looks on the life of sensuous enjoyments as a veritable hell, and renouncing it, you will attain to my realm. The home is not a prison even for those who have entered the household estate of life, if they live unattached and spend their time in hearing about my works and excellences. In the hearts of such devotees, I enter and make my presence felt. They are never subject to infatuation, depression, or elation. Maitreya said, the Prachetas, whose mind had been rid of the influence of Rajas and Tamas by the vision of the Lord, now recited a hymn in praise of Mahavishnu, the friend of all and the source of human welfare in every way. The Prachetas said, salutations to the remover of all woes, whom the Vedas have described as possessed of attributes and names that form the means for the attainment of all that is good and great. Salutations to thee, who art faster than words or thought, and for that reason belongest to a dimension that is not within the grasp of the senses. In thyself, non-dual and all peace, thou manifest as the many through the medium of mind. Salutations to the One, who for the projection, maintenance and dissolution of the worlds assumest a body formed by thy own Maya. Salutations to Sri Hari, who assumes a body of Shuddha Sattva for his playful spiritual manifestations, who is revealed by purified intelligence, who is the remover of all miseries, who is the support of all, who is self-luminous, and who is the Lord of all devotees. Salutations to the One, who bears the world lotus in his navel, who wears a lotus garland, whose feet are tender like the lotus, and whose eyes are as beautiful as lotus petals. Salutations to thee, who wearest a garment fresh and yellow like the filament of a lotus flower, who art the abode of all beings and the detached witness of everything. To us, who are subject to the threefold misery of life, what else can be a greater mercy and blessing than this, that thou hast graciously revealed this divine form of thine, which dispels all the woes of life. O destroyer of sins, the duty of great ones to their dependents is discharged if they but remember them in proper time as their own. By such remembrance alone, the sufferings of beings are removed. How canst thou, who art present in the hearts of even the most insignificant of creatures, not know the object that prompts us who are beset by desires? The boon that we seek has already been granted, for thou hast been gracious to us. Thou who art the guide of all beings in the quest after salvation, as well as their ultimate resort. O Lord, we shall seek one and only one boon of thee, the greatest of all beings. Known as thou art as Ananta, countless are thy majesties and immeasurable is thy capacity to grant boons. Boons being thus endless, we ask only one. When a honeybee has settled on a parijata flower, it will not abandon it for any other flower. Even so, having attained to thy feet, what else is there for us to seek? As long as we are tossed about by our karma from birth to birth, under the influence of thy Maya, may we have communion with intimate devotees in every birth. We do not consider the attainment of the heavenly region or even liberation as in the least equal to the company of holy men who are intensely attached to thee. What do we care then for the felicities of this mortal life? Whatever man, overpowered by the fear of worldly woes and tribulations, would dislike the company of thy holy devotees, where thou art praised and worldly passions anger, and fear have no place. Where Narayana, the supreme goal of those who renounce all, is again and again hymned by men who have given up all worldly attachments in recitals of thy divine actions and excellences. Such holy devotees go from place to place only to increase the sanctity of sacred spots. It is by a brief contact with thy dear associate Shiva that we happen to take shelter in thee, who art the great physician that cures the disease of fear and worldly entanglement, a disease that cannot be treated by anyone else. The boon we seek is this, that all the holy acts we have performed, the scriptural studies we have made, the continuous services with which we have pleased our teacher, holy men and elders, the salutations we have made to holy personages, the satisfactions we have given by our loving attention to our brothers, friends, and other living beings in general, the austerities we have been performing for all these long years, submerged in water and without taking any food, may all that go for the propitiation of thee, the infinite being. Manu, Brahma, Sri Rudra, and other great ones, endowed with a purity arising from austerity and knowledge, sing hymns in praise of thee, though they have not seen the other shore across the sea of thy excellences. Following their example, we too have praised thee in our limited capacity. Salutations to him who is equal to all, the pure, the indweller, and the supreme being. Salutations to Lord Vasudeva, who contains all beings in himself and who is a manifestation of unsullied purity.
Maitreya said, pleased with the devout hymn of the Prachetas, Hari, the lover of devotees, who surrendered themselves to him, granted them the favor they wanted, and departed to his realm, as those devotees gazed upon him, the possessor of endless prowess, with eyes that were not in the least satisfied with the sight of the entrancing beauty of his form. Coming out of the water, the Prachetas saw with great annoyance how the whole earth was covered with giant trees that rose up to the skies, as if to encircle the heavenly realms. Enraged at this, they released fire and air from their mouths to burn up all the trees on earth, like Rudra belching forth Kalagni at the time of Pralaya. Seeing the trees being reduced to ashes in large numbers, Brahma appeared on the spot and pacified the Prachetas with very reasonable words. The remaining trees, who were frightened beyond measure, gave their daughter in marriage to the Prachetas as advised by Brahma. At Brahma's instruction, the Prachetas married the daughter of the trees, and they begot in her a son named Daksha, who was only a reincarnation of the old Daksha Prajapati, the son of Brahma, who met with his death for insulting Rudra. When the earlier creation was destroyed in the course of time, this Daksha, prompted by the Lord, created beings in what is known as the Manvantara of Chakshusha. He was called Daksha for two reasons. At his very birth, he drew into himself the brilliance of all beings, and Daksha also signifies his skill in all works. Brahma appointed him to the work of creating and protecting people, and he in turn directed the other Prajapatis in their respective duties. Tai Katri Sho Dhyaya. The end of the Prachetas. Narada at the Brahma Shastra of the Prachetas. Maitreya said, after ruling the kingdom for some time, the Prachetas became filled with the spirit of renunciation. Then, remembering the instructions of the Lord, they abandoned their home to become ascetics, entrusting their wife to the care of their son. On the shores of the Western Sea, where the sage Jali attained his spiritual consummation, they vowed to spend their time in Brahmasatra, a yajna of long duration, which helps one to see everything as Brahman. They attained mastery over the vital energy, mind and the senses. They mastered the steady posture of sitting long with body, neck and head erect. They also learned to concentrate their minds on Brahman. The great sage Narada, respected by Devas, Asuras and others, happened to meet them in this state of attainment. At once they sprang up from their seats and, making prostrations, received the honored visitor. They honored, worshipped and seated him as the scriptures ordain, and then addressed him thus. The Prachetas said, welcome you, O holy sage. Welcome to you, O holy sage. It is a rare good fortune that we are able to see you today. You go about the world like the sun itself, only for the spiritual enlightenment of man. The instructions that Bhagavan Shiva and Mahavishnu imparted to us have slipped from our minds owing to our engrossment in worldly affairs. Grant to us that spiritual enlightenment which reveals the truth and takes one easily across the difficult ocean of samsara. Maitreya said, being thus questioned by the Prachetas, the sage Narada, his mind absorbed in Mahavishnu, spoke. Narada said, the life, work, time, mind and words of one embodied as a human become really purposeful only when they are utilized in the service of Hari, the Supreme Being. Of what use are the three forms of birth? Birth in a noble family, the ceremony of Upanayana, and the initiation into sacrificial rites. Of what use are the rites and ceremonials prescribed by the three Vedas? Of what use is a long life equal to that of a deva? Of what use is the knowledge of scriptures? Of what use are the powers of speech and concentration of mind? Of what use are great intelligence, strength of body, and keenness of the senses? Of what use are the Sankhya, the Yoga, Sannyasa, and the recital of the scriptures? Of what use are these and other disciplines esteemed as great and valuable, unless they are all devoted to Sri Hari, the spiritual enlightenment? Of all blessings, the attainment of the Atman is in truth the summit, and in all beings Hari is that Atman, the self-gifting, the dear one. Just as by watering at the root of a tree, its trunk, branches and leaves are satisfied, and just as by feeding the prana as manifest in the stomach, all the senses are fed and strengthened, so also the worship of the Lord, the soul of all, is the worship of all beings. Just as water comes from the sun as rain and returns to him as valor in the summer heat, and just as all beings of earth and to the earth do return, so does all this creation come from Hari and return to Hari. This universe is an expression of the Supreme Spirit, apart from whom it has no separate existence. It is sometimes manifest and sometimes not. Just like the rays of the sun, this universe shines forth from him without being different. It is like the vital energy emerging at the time of waking from the state of latency, from which it has fallen during sleep. The Supreme Being remains unaffected by the three products of ahankara, substance, action and knowledge, and by every kind of difference caused by ignorance. Just as in the sky the clouds, darkness and light appear by turns, so do the qualities of Prakriti, like tamas, rajas and sattva, appear and disappear in the Atman. He is the one spirit who ensouls all embodied beings. He is also time, root matter, the individual soul and the Supreme Lord. By his prowess, he remains unmoved amidst the movements of Prakriti. Meditate on him in truth and in spirit as the soul of your soul. The Lord is pleased with one who is kind to all creatures, who is content with what he has, and who has control over his senses. The heart of a devotee who has been cleansed of all desires, and which has through continuous and longing meditation invited him to take his seat therein, is never bereft of his presence, as empty space is never abandoned by akashas. He does indeed subordinate himself to his devotee. Sri Hari, who is fond of devotees that look upon him alone as their wealth, has an unfailing sense of taste and never accepts the worship and offerings made by persons who are proud of their learning, wealth, family connections, achievements, etc., and who entertain an indifferent or inimical attitude towards genuine devotees. He is in himself full and complete and has nothing to seek from others. So he shows little concern even for Sri, let alone her devotees who are after wealth and other godly goods, nor does he take much note of kings and devas. But he is ever concerned with his true, loving devotees. Nay, he subjects himself to them. What man with even a little sense of gratitude can forget him, even for a moment? Maitreya said, O king, having spoken to the Prachetas about such matters concerning the Lord, the great sage born of Brahma went away to Brahma Loka. The Prachetas' brothers then became absorbed in those sanctifying excellences of the Lord that were narrated by the sage, and while so contemplating, attained to his supreme state. O Vidura, I have now narrated to you what you asked for, the conversations between Narada and the Prachetas, which is nothing less than a glorification of Sri Hari's excellences. Sri Sukha said, O king, the line of Uttanapada, the son of Swayambhuva Manu, has now been described. Learn now also about the line of Priyavrata. Priyavrata ruled over the land for some time after he was instructed in the knowledge of the Atman. Then he divided the kingdom among his sons, renounced worldly life, and ultimately attained to the divine. Hearing all these descriptive accounts of the Lord and his glorious actions for Maitreya, Vidura was overcome with divine emotions. With tears of joy flowing from his eyes, he held fast to the feet of Maitreya on his head and those of the Lord in his heart. Vidura said, O great sage, out of your infinite grace you have shown me that state beyond the darkness of ignorance where Sri Hari is seen, a state which only those with the highest renunciation and devotion can attain to. Sri Sukha said, so saying, Vidura took his leave of Maitreya and went to Hastinapura to meet his relatives there, his mind overflowing with devotion. O king, those who hear this account of the kingly lines devoted to the Lord with faith and devotion will attain to longevity, wealth, fame, good luck, prosperity, and final release.
Iti Chaturtha Skanda Samapt. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Panchama Skanda Atha Pratamodhyayah. Skanda 5, Chapter 1. The story of Priyavrata. Raja Parikshit said, O revered sage, Priyavrata was a great devotee, ever reveling in the Atman. Why did he then take to the life of a householder, which causes the bondage of karma and the forfeiture of spiritual awareness? Also, it is not possible for persons like him, who are established in the Atman, to feel attached to the home. O wise one, in those who experience the bliss arising from the reflection of the Lord's feet in their hearts, the desire for a family of their own can never arise. I have a grave doubt how one attached to one's own life, house, and children happen to have firm and deep-rooted devotion to Krishna at the same time. Sri Shuka said, what you have said is correct in a way, but it can happen that a devotee, though his mind is deeply immersed in imbibing the nectar of the Lord's lotus feet, is for a short time obstructed in his devotional life by his prarabdha. But in such a case, he does not abandon the exalted ways of the Lord's devotees, like taking delight in hearing and chanting the Lord's name and excellences. O King, instructed by the sage Narada, Priyavrata had attained to the knowledge of the Atman and had resolved to worship the Lord through a Brahma Satra consisting in a continuous concentration of the mind on him. But being possessed of all those qualities required for the kingship and administration of the country, he was called upon by his father to take up such responsibilities. A father's command is, of course, never to be disobeyed. But yet, Priyavrata, whose mind and senses had been completely dedicated to the Lord in the course of his practice of continuous and concentrated absorption in samadhi, did not like to accept his father's order, fearing that application to matters of state, though belonging only to the category of appearances, was nonetheless likely to distract him from the spiritual path. Just then appeared Brahma, the first of the divinities, was ever thinking of the ways and means whereby the interest of created beings could be promoted, and was for this purpose always keeping himself in the know of the requirements of all beings. He was accompanied by a host of devas and a large number of his own followers. Like the moon in the sky, Brahma moved, worshipped on the way by great devas traveling in the aerial vehicles and hymned by hosts of celestial beings and artists like Siddhas, Gandharvas, Sadhyas, Charanas, and Munis. Finally, illumining the whole valley of Mount Gandhamadhana, he reached the place where Priyavrata was staying with Narada. Seeing his omniscient father's arrival on his swan vehicle, Narada arose from his seat, along with the son and the father, that is Priyavrata and his father Swayambhuva Manu, worshipped him and sang his praise. O scion of the Bharata clan, accepting the worship of Narada and smiling in a kindly manner at the hymn of praise recounting his attributes and works, he said as follows, addressing Priyavrata: Brahma said, I am telling you the truth. Listen to me. No one can transgress the supreme and immeasurable being. All of us, including I, Rudra, your father, the Manu, and the sage, your teacher, all are without freedom. We all carry out the will of that supreme being. No embodied being can counteract his will by austerity, meditation, yogic power, intellectual skill, or worldly power. Neither with the help of others, nor by oneself alone can one do so. Man takes on the body given to him by that mysterious power for the very purpose of undergoing the experiences it subjects him to: birth, death, work, bereavement, grief, infatuation, fear, happiness, misery, etc. We all offer our tribute of works as offerings to him, as cattle pulled by their nose strings do to their masters. The Veda, consisting of sounds, is the cable to which we are all tied with the smaller but stronger strings of the three gunas of Prakriti and works springing from them. He controls and directs us with this rope as their owners do their draft animals. O dear one, we are like a blind man, directed entirely by another with eyes. The Lord gives us each a body according to our eligibility through our nature and karma, and with that we undergo the sufferings and enjoyments He awards us. Even a liberated man has to undergo the results of karma that have become operative, and for this he has to continue his bodily existence without any ego sense, undergoing enjoyments and sufferings just as he undergoes in a dream. But impressions and qualities causative of future births do not accrue to him. A heedless man without any control over the senses is subject to the fear of spiritual degradation, even if he resides in a forest. For wherever he goes, the six enemies in the shape of the six senses accompany him. But for an enlightened man with control over the senses and absorption in the Atman, what harm can the household life do? Whoever wants to conquer the six enemies in the form of the six senses should try to overcome them step by step, remaining in the home, experiencing unprohibited enjoyments with discrimination. A king overcomes his powerful enemies, remaining within a fortress. When the enemy has been weakened, one can be within the fortress or outside it. So too can be a man of discrimination. You have conquered the sixfold enemy with his lotus feet as your strong and secure fortress. So you can without fear enjoy here what the Lord has assigned to you, and afterwards you can abandon everything and be merged in the Atman. Sri Shuka said, being told so, the great devotee Priyavrata, considering that this was the commandment of the Supreme Master of all the worlds to a devotee so small and humble like himself, agreed to do as ordered, showing due respect and regard for Brahma. The Manu then worshipped Brahma and did proper honor to him. Neither Narada nor Priyavrata felt any disappointment in their mind that the mission of Brahma had obstructed their spiritual program. Even as they gazed on, Brahma departed to his transcendental realm of Satyaloka, contemplating on the Supreme Lord, who is beyond word and thought, who is uninvolved in deeds, and who is one's central support. by Brahma's mission, the Manu Swayambhuva and had his heart's desire accomplished. So with Narada's permission, he enthroned his son Priyavrata for the protection of the whole earth, and then retired from the poisonous attachments of worldly life. Thus, by the will of the Lord, Priyavrata assumed the powers and duties of state. Though he was free from all desires and impurities of mind through constant contemplation of the Supreme Being who destroys the bondage of his devotees. It was only to honor the command of a great personage that he took up the reins of government, and not from any personal ambition or desire for power and position. He then married Barhismati, the daughter of Prajapati Vishwakarma. He begot by her 10 sons equal to him in qualities like good manners, goodness of nature, energy, personality, prowess, generosity, etc. Younger to these was also born a daughter named Urjaswati. All his 10 sons had synonyms of Agni as their names, which ran as follows: Agnidhra, Idma Jiva, Yajnabahu, Mahavira, Hiranyaretas, Grita Pristha, Savana, Medhaditi, Vittihotra, and Kavi. Of those, three, namely Kavi, Mahavira, and Savana, were devoted to the contemplation of the Atman from their very boyhood and adopted the way of life of the Paramhansas. These great spiritual personages were established in supreme peace by the practice of loving devotion characterized by the unbroken remembrance and contemplation of the Lord. Their heart became purified enough to have in it the constant presence of Sri Vasudeva, who is the dwelling place of all beings and the shelter of those who want to get out of transmigratory existence. They attain to oneness with him, who is the Atman of all and the indweller in everything. By another wife, he had 3 sons named Uttama, Tamasa, and Raivata, who became the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Manus, respectively. While some of his sons took to exhaustive spiritual pursuits, he ruled over the earth for 11 crores of years. During that period, he put down all forces of adharma by the mere twang of his bowstring drawn by his long arms, whose power there was none anywhere to withstand or oppose. And simultaneously, putting on the appearance of an ordinary worldly man without any knowledge of the self, he also enjoyed the delights of the company of his wife, Barhismati, who evinced increasing delight on seeing him, who got up from her seat always to honor him, who exhibited her amorous charms to him, and who displayed also a coyness that put a check on unrestrained laughter, passionate looks, and words of apparent ridicule as expressions of love. The power he possessed by the Lord's grace was so unique that he was equal to the sun, both in splendor and in speed. The sun who circles the Mount Meru renders one half of the earth bright at a time, while the other half he leaves dark. Now King Priyavrata, in order to overcome this handicap and make even night bright like daytime, got into a chariot as speedy and brilliant as the sun's and circumambulated Mount Meru 7 times along the course of the sun, following him. This he could achieve only because of the extraordinary powers he derived by the worship of the Lord. The 7 oceans are but the ruts caused by the wheels of Priyavrata's chariot, and they lie as concentric circles dividing the surface of the earth into 7 dvipas, islands or continents, consisting of the land belts between them. These dvipas are Jambu Dvipa, Plaksha Dvipa, Salmali Dvipa, Kusha Dvipa, Kroncha Dvipa, Sakha Dvipa, and Pushkara Dvipa. In size, each outer one is double the size of the inner one too. They encircle the oceans that divide them in the order mentioned below. Around the dvipas, functioning as moats to them, are these 7 oceans of salt water, sugarcane juice, liquor, ghee, milk, curds, and pure water. Lying around the dvipas, each one of these oceans is equal in size to the dvipa it surrounds. In each of these 7 dvipas, Priyavrata installed a son of his. He gave his daughter Urjaswati in marriage to Maharishi Sukra. Of this marriage was born a famous daughter, Devayani. All this power and capacity are no matter for wonder in the case of such a great devotee of the Lord as he, who has conquered all the senses by worshipping him. For the Lord's unique power is such that even a man of low birth, without any special qualification, overcomes the bondage of samsara if he but once utters his name with deep faith.
Priyavrata's renunciation. The king, with limitless strength and courage, once felt that he had been deprived of the bliss of communion with the Atman by the intervention of these kingly duties while he was undergoing spiritual disciplines under the great divine sage Narada. He said to himself, "Alas, I have committed a blunder. I have allowed myself to be pushed by the senses into the abandoned well of worldly life, with its attachments and darkness of ignorance. So enough of these sensuous enjoyments. Fie upon me, who have degraded myself into a play animal of women." Thus did he criticize himself. By the grace of the Supreme Lord, discriminative power dawned upon him. Urged by the powerful spirit of renunciation, he gave away the kingdom to his children and abandoned the immense power and wealth of royalty, as also his wife, who had provided him with enjoyment in life, as if all these were but rotting carcasses. Endowed with the unique potency derived from constant remembrance of Sri Hari's glories, he once again resorted to Sri Narada's advice to adopt the life of renunciation. There are the following verses in praise of him. Except the Supreme Lord, who can do those wonderful deeds which Priyavrata performed, he dispelled the darkness of night and made the 7 oceans with the rims of the wheels of his chariot. Priyavrata made separate regions for habitation in the world by dividing it into continents, dvipas, with each continent having rivers, mountains, forests, etc., for their prosperity. Dear as he was to all devotees, he finally attained to that acme of renunciation which made him realize every form of worldly felicity, whether it be human or divine, to be no better than the life of hell. The story of Agnidhra. Sri Shuka said,
After Priyavrata's final attainment, his son Agnidhra, following traditions of his father, ruled over the inhabitants of Jambudvipa in accordance with the rules of Dharma, as a father looks after his own children. Once desiring offspring, he performed austerities in the valley of Mandara mountain, where celestial damsels generally went for recreation. Collecting all ingredients of worship, he worshipped Brahma there with great devotion and concentration. With this, Brahma sent to the place where the king was staying a songstress of his court, an Apsara woman named Purvachiti. She went to Priyavrata's ashrama and wandered about in its precincts. There, on the golden creepers, closely embraced by the branches and foliage of the dense growth of trees, were perched kokila pairs whose warblings in the early mornings awakened water birds like kukutas, karandakas, and hamsas, which in turn began to give out their delightful chirping sounds as they hovered over the lake full of blooming lotuses. As the Apsara woman moved about in that grove, the measured movements of her steps caused the anklets to produce a ringing sound, which entering the ears of the king made him open a little his lotus bud-like eyes that had till then remained closed in the practice of samadhi. Before him he saw the attractive form of the Apsara woman. Like the bees hovering about, she was moving from flower to flower, enjoying the smell. Her gait, her playful attitudes, her look, mingled with shyness and modesty. Her sweet voice and her physical features all seemed to be capable of making a big opening on the heart walls of humanity for Cupid to gain entrance. The speech of her smiling lips emitted not only honeyed words, but a sweet smell which attracted such large number of honeybees that she had to take several quick steps, which made her high breasts throb in her locks and wearing cloth undulate. On the prince opening his eyes, her sight became the occasion for invincible Cupid to overpower him and make him speak to the woman as follows, like a senseless fool. May I know who you are, good lady? Are you a great sage come to this mountainside for some great purpose? Are you Maya, the alluring power of the Lord? O friend, referring to her eyebrows, are you carrying these stringless bows, your arching eyebrows, for your own protection? Or are you in search of some heedless prey like me with plenty of animal spirits? Moving about in this forest, at whom are you aiming the shafts of your sidelong glances, having those lotus-like eyes for their feathers, having their speed gentle by the rolling of the eyeballs, and equipped with arrowheads sharp and well-shaped, but devoid of shafts? I do not understand at whom you are aiming them, but pray, let this brave expedition of yours, for the welfare of a love-lorn and stupefied fellow like me. These honey beetles hovering around your fragrant flower of a face are, as it were, your disciples, learning the Sama chants of their humming sound from you. All are collecting the flowers fallen from your locks, as rishis collect and preserve the Vedic recensions. From the anklets adorning your feet, I hear the murmuring sounds of the precious gems, a sound that is clear, but without any speaker. For these charming hips of yours, where from did you get this glorious complexion of Kadamba flowers? Over it I find an encircling band of fire, your girdle, confusing the color of the cloth with the bodily part.
But where is the cloth around your waist? With what precious stuff have you filled those two cornucopias on your chest? But for their weight, your slender waist would not bend like this. My eyes have got glued to them. Crimson-colored, fragrant, and matchless unguents smeared over them are flooding my hermitage with their fragrance. Show me, friend, that country of yours where people have such magnificent breasts as astound and agitate the mind of love-lorn men like us, and possess faces with such playful expressions, sweet words, and honeyed lips. Dear one, on what does your body thrive? Is it Havis, the sacrificial food of the celestials? For your mouth seems to emit the fragrance of Havis. You seem to be an aspect of Mahavishnu. For like his earrings, yours too have fish-marked emblem and a luster that does not fade. Your face is like a lake, the black and unsteady eyeballs being the swimming fish. Your pearl-white teeth, the flight of birds, and your curly frontal locks, the honeybees hovering about the lake. This play ball, struck by your delicate hand, bounces about in different directions, drawing my eyes to its movements. Absorbed in the ball play, how is it that you fail to notice that your curly locks have got disheveled, or that this voluptuous fellow in the wind is removing your wearing cloth? O austere one, what kind of austerity gave you this form that can disturb the austere vow of any ascetic? Friend, it is befitting that for my sake you perform austerities with me. Would the great Creator who wants to multiply his creations be gracious to me in this respect? I am not going to leave you who have been gifted to me by Brahma. My mind and my eyes have got stuck to you, and they refuse to come away, O beauty. Take me also, your obedient servant, wherever your mind takes you. May the ladies in attendance on you also be pleased to follow me. Thus did that intelligent Agnidhra, skilled in winning the confidence of women, honor and please that Apsara woman by words that were highly attractive to lascivious persons. That Apsara woman too, being strongly fascinated by the king's intelligence, manners, form, youth, splendor, generosity, and other virtues, got engrossed in him, and spent many divine years with him, the ruler of Jambudvipa, in enjoyments which, though earthly, were equal to those of heaven itself. King Agnidhra begot by her 9 sons, Nabhi, Kimpurusha, Harivarsha, Ilavrita, Raivaka, Hiranmaya, Kuru, Bhadraswa, and Ketumala. Purvachiti gave birth to these 9 in so many years, and then leaving them with the king at the palace, went away to rejoin the court of Brahma. All the sons of Agnidhra inherited from their mother healthy bodies and great abilities that were appointed by their father to rule over the 9 regions of Jambu Dvipa that came to be known after their respective names. King Agnidhra was not, however, satisfied with the enjoyments he had with the Apsara woman, so constantly thinking of her and performing Vedic rituals for fulfillment of desires, he in the end attained to the world of Apsaras and joined her. In that realm the Pitris lived joyfully. After the death of the king, the 9 sons married the 9 daughters of Meru, their names being Meru Devi, Pratirupa, Ukradamshtri,
Lata, Ramya, Syamya, Nari, Bhadra, and Devaviti. Atha Tritiyodhyaya. Skanda 5, Chapter 3. Sri Shuka said, Nabhi, the eldest son of Agnidhra, desirous of a son, worshipped Sri Hari, the Lord of Yagnas, with great concentration of mind, along with his wife Meru Devi. He performed a yagna in invocation of Mahavishnu with utmost faith and purity. Though the Lord is unattainable by any of the elaborate requisites of the yajna, like ingredients, proper time and place, mantras, sacrificial priests, sacrificial gifts, correct procedures of rituals, etc., he nonetheless revealed himself out of his parental love for devotees. While the rite called Pravargya was being performed, he revealed himself with his shining form, which no one can experience unless he vouchsafes it, which throws the senses with its beauty and brings joy and peace to the mind. His divine form was four-armed, luminous, dressed in golden yellow cloth, and adorned with Shrivatsa mark, floral wreath, and the gem Kaustubha. He was sporting in his arms insignias and weapons like conch, lotus, discus, mace, etc. And he was wearing various kinds of ornaments and decorations of gold studded with precious stones like diadem, ear ornaments, girdle, pearl necklaces, bracelets, and anklets. All the people there, the master of the sacrifice, the sacrificial priests, and the assembled devotees stood in adoration with heads bowing down, as penniless men would before a treasure trove.
The sacrificial priest said, O worshipful one, though thou art in thyself full and self-satisfied, it behoves thee to accept the devout adoration of thy humble servants. Salutations to thee again and again. To salute thee and adore thee in this way is all that we have been taught by great men. We cannot do more than this, for we are engrossed with worldly objects that are the products of Prakriti, and therefore devoid of the higher powers of the mind to grasp. Thy unique glory, placed as we are, how can we praise thy form and attributes that are above Prakriti, with our notions of name, form, and attributes vacated by the limitations of our world-bound minds? All that we can do is to make vague references to thy unique and auspicious attributes, which eradicate the sinful tendencies of those who approach thee. O exalted one, thou art the Most High, above the descriptive power of our minds, yet thou art delighted in the prayer of devotees, whose voices become indistinct and tremulous with emotion, and who make offerings of water, leaves, tulasi, tender grass, etc. with devotion. If it is without devotion, we know that even a yajna like this with abounding offerings and numerous rites is of no interest to thee. In truth, to thee who art in thyself the summation of the higher values that the human mind can conceive of what value these yajnas and the offerings can be. Lord, this is only a way of worship this is the only way of worship sanctioned to us who are moved by desires and the fulfillment, as we are not capable of higher forms of worship. O Supreme Being, for the sake of ignorant and foolish people like us, who do not know what is ultimately good for us, Thou, out of thy boundless grace, and with the resolve to bestow on us liberation, which is thy highest glory and blessing past, has appeared before us like a common person, even without being invoked by us. O worshipful one, this is indeed the greatest of blessing we have got, that in this yajna of King Nabi, Thou, the Master of all worlds, has been pleased to appear before the eyes of men. O Lord, Thou art the center of infinite graces and sportive manifestations, which are praised and sung about by sages, whose impurities have all been burnt up by the fire of renunciation, augmented by knowledge, and who, being delighted in the self alone, of the same nature as thyself. May thy divine names, descriptive of thy attributes and capable of erasing all sins, engage our speech at all times of difficulty, be it injury, fall, lassitude, distress, fever, and other ailments of death or death itself. Besides, here is this Rajashri who looks upon the birth of a son for himself as the supreme end of his life. He is approaching thee for the attainment of this trivial object of getting a son equal to thee in all respects, even though such a prayer before thee, the Supreme Being, who can bestow all worldly good and liberation, is as ridiculous as the prayer of a poor man for some chaff before a great king. Excepting those who have served holy men and gained their grace, who is there that is not overcome by thy invincible Maya? Who is there whose intellect is not clouded by that power of unknown origin? Who is there whose nature is not transformed by the poisonous influence of sense objects? O Lord, Thou who art ever engaged in works of cosmic significance, pardon us for having invoked Thee here for such a small fulfillment of progeny. Dull-witted and ignorant as we are, we consider such attainments as the be-all and end-all of existence. It behoves Thee, the even sighted, to pardon us for our failings. Sri Sukha said, being thus praised and worshipped by the sacrificial priests who had themselves been honored by the king, the Lord said as follows mercifully. Sri Bhagavan said, O great rishis, the boon you have asked of me, that he, the king, should have a son equal to me, is one that is almost impossible to realize. For as I am the one without a second, there can never be one equal to me. Yet you are devoted to truth, and the words of such masters of the Veda should not go in vain. For thou art veritably my mouth. So since there is none equal to me, I shall myself be born with a part of myself as the son of this Nabi, the son of Agnidra. Announcing this to Nabi, in hearing of his wife Marudevi, the Lord disappeared from the sight. O Parikshit, thus propitiated in the Yajna by the Rishis, the Lord, in order to bless Nabi, was born of Meru Devi in the inner apartment of the king's palace with a form that was constituted of pure sattva. The object of his incarnation was to make known to the world the ways of life of ascetics who are celibates for life and who wear no cloth except the quarters.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Panchamaskande Nabi Charite Rishi Bhavataro Nama Tritiyo Adhyayai. We are momentarily stopping the live transmission. We are coming close to the 12-hour limit set by YouTube for live streaming that is subsequently recorded and stored. So we're momentarily stopping the live transmission now, and we will be resuming in a few moments. Please stay with us. We will be live again in a few moments. Thank you. Oh, so while we're waiting to reset, we're going to go on till about 7 this evening. Just to make up time for 7.